喂，这么卡吗？不是，这也太卡了吧！唉，要不我还是导官方的直播流吧。
Go with the gold laner, but then again, this long we're talking about, you have to go with the left. Go with the gold laner, but then again, this long we're talking about, you have to go with the less than favorable matchup. KLVJ getting a few beads on him by Dax. God Yang very close, watching out. Something to note, KLVJ, this is specialty Yu Zhang as well. We've seen him do well with this hero all throughout their season while they were playing in the China qualifiers.
I mean, right now they're trying to bait out emotion from the side of Falcon Esports, right? I think Dax has wasted way too much time up on the top side of the map, and in the meantime, on the bottom side, Zed, he's able to get like 2 camps up on him.
And now he's making the long rotation. That's God Yang still checking in, trying to hit level 4. Dax with the pull on the turtle. Not gonna commit just yet. Level 4 yet to be reached by our XP laner, Zed, now wailing away.
Yep, this should be a free turtle for the side of XYG. I don't think they're going to contest it at all. And Black Dragon form just to find absolutely nothing here. This is definitely a set play from XYG's side. They're not going to find anything, but still a free neutral is a free neutral.
And what this does for XYG is put them up about 500 gold. When are we going to see the rubber band effect from Falcon Esports? Because again, if you guys caught the stream B broadcast of C9 versus Falcon Esports in our opening day, I think they played a very similar tempo. We're just waiting for when. It's not if they could, but when they will, especially since they want to smother XYG. When are we going to see that, Gideon? When do you think that'll come in? Are we waiting for second turtle, third turtle, maybe even when the Lord comes up?
Okay, personally for me, I think that if the momentum, as of right now, there's slight momentum for the side of XYG. If that momentum continues and starts to like 2x itself, second and third turtle might be tough. If you go for the stereotypical way of how Falcons Esports usually contest, I would say second turtle, there'll be a bit of recon that needs to be done. And then afterwards, I'm expecting the 12th minute for them to really start to pop off.
That sounds like a slow takeoff. They got to work on that, maybe spread their wings a little further, because that's what this lineup is made up for. They're made to be aggressive, and now that we see that they've all reached level 4, we know that there's a bloom, we know that Royal Milk might have his first item, and I think that's one of the
就这样吧。
since we are seeing Benny on a gold lane Ruby. Usually Benny is your late game finisher. He's your insurance policy, as we like to call. But now that he's more of a fighter, I don't know if that's going to happen here. XYG looking to capitalize on this early advantage. 4-man rotation down bottom. Kid X sandwiched Benny just doing his darndest to get some farm in.
Yeah, I think at this point, XYG are doing a really good job. I mean, Kid XY's got flickers, so don't worry. As long as he gets out of the eruptions, he's totally fine. But just the rotations, right? They're trying to make sure that Dax is on his toes when it comes down to these camp timers. Previously, he ran down to the bottom side to pick up that orange buff, and Zed, he had already rotated to steal one camp, so he already had a.
大概来讲一下前情提要啊，这边是 MSC 世界赛小组赛的 D 组啊。 然后 XYG 是我们中国俱乐部的代表队，然后他们目前是小组赛是总共，他们现在只输给了那个 AP Brand， 不过也只打了一场。如果今天在这个后续的小组赛能够赢下这个现在正在打的缅甸，以及后面一场 C9 北美的话，他们还是存在着出线的可能性的。啊，那么这是今天目前的第一场 XYG 对战 skirmishes 的。 左边是一支缅甸战队啊，也是挺强的。刚刚我们错过了 BP 环节啊，目前这个双方阵容看起来，左边是没有射手的，是一个双边，罗杰打野。 而右边 XYG 的阵容，其实我认为是相对更加扎实一点的，有费登和伊童双控，然后黑龙可以切后排。啊，凡克沙纳和莫斯卡夫在团战中提供的输出能力也非常的可观。啊，目前双方的人头还是0-0啊。 其实今年的 MSC 双方其他队伍都打得非常的激烈啊，基本上分均人头到了 1.5 以上，但是只有 XYG 的比赛啊，这个打得都非常谨慎啊，啊，不愧是我们中国赛区的这个运营特色。到目前为止开打6分钟了，还是0-0。
At half health? Okay, that's a non-starter.
Okay, I mean, didn't even get a battle spell, which is kind of unfortunate. But hey, wait a minute, PX7 is getting chunked out in the middle of the turret. Had to use his purify anyway.
啊，这边第2只龟还是第3只龟，能否有人头爆发？哇！本来快死了的，其实也是跟缅甸这支队伍保人能力特别强啊。洛林加法拉米斯，我刚刚没有看到这手法拉米斯啊。 洛林加法拉米斯给他们团战提供了无限的容错力。这边卢比开到费德，费德被秒了。莫斯卡夫输出环境还可以，但是打不死人。对面的回血速度非常的惊人啊！莫斯卡夫装备明显还不够。那这么一看，左边确实回复能力非常的啊。 这边洛林单杀了残血的莫斯卡夫，那随着上路再进行一波越塔 ，XYG 的形势不容乐观。啊，左边打团能力非常强啊，右边 XYG 还是需要把比赛往后拖一拖。目前的莫斯卡夫还没有足够的输出，装备还不够。 左边卢比和西西是双回复边路体系，再加上洛林和法拉米斯双大保人啊。反观右边，确实阵容比较扎实，但是回复能力不够。啊，看这边西西开到反击啊，但是还是被4人包夹收走。但是莫斯卡夫打这个西西还是打了很久啊。 一个是装备不够，一个是西西自己有这个反击。So it wasn't going to happen regardless. Looking at the item game here, PX7 up by about 1,000 away from Yi1. Also a huge gap between KLVJ and
Royal Milk, despite Royal Milk going down as well. A lot of pundits, a lot of critics of Falcon Esports will say Royal Milk is the weak link. Royal Milk is the Achilles heel of Falcon Esports, but now he seems to be one of the anchors.
目前看经济超 YG 是落后了100块钱，就还可以。只能说稳扎稳打吧，因为左边其实推荐能力并不是那么强。希望XYG 的小伙子们能拿出前2天打 AP 不认第2把的气势啊！虽然最终没能赢下比赛，但是让我们观众看到了希望。对面费登查理斯没死，西西先倒了，一筒反开，这边是一筒开的不太好啊，但是自己也没死，开大输出，这是一波诱啊！一筒残血之后开大之后增加输出，哇，这一波0换4。费登和一筒2个残血没死，吃了大量的伤害，非常关键。我们来看一下回放，这波费登先走了之后，法拉米斯开大进场，但其实这波法拉米斯开大是无效的，因为其实是4个满血。好 ，XYG 拿下这个领主。
Who's the beatdown?
Exactly, right? The target priority is pretty good, but also at the same time, Long had a great eye for opportunity. He found the initial knockback. Actually, it happened twice in that fight.
看见莫斯卡夫装备啊，已经攻速连套了，最后一件是要做破甲啊，不是最后一件，破甲也做出来了，可以。这波莫斯卡夫经济已经起飞了 9.2K， 哇，这个刷钱能力。对面最高好像才7000还是6000，经济瞬间，虽然说XYG这边只领先2000经济啊，但是全领先在莫斯卡夫身上，这个非常关键。
Falcon Esports is the first time they've actually been on the back foot. I mean, the early game is one thing, but now XYG's knocking down your base.
Well, let's see here whether they lose an inhibitor. Benny's going to get hit by the Eternal Guard, but he's fine. He can sustain through all of the damage as long as there are waves. Unfortunately for XYG, they don't have a clear way to initiate without their battle spells, and it doesn't help that their sieging isn't that great without the Black Dragon form.
Yep, 2 minutes until the next turtle comes up. 2,500 gold ahead. Chinese squad are over the Burmese. Look at the damage that Long is putting down.
莫斯卡夫只是轻兵飙了几下伤害，就把西西射掉半血，但西西还是有回复能力。左边这个阵容其实，顺分局特别好打，逆分局就非常看 Ruby 的开团能力了。因为其他的点都是没法开的，XYG 这边费登、一筒、黑龙甚至都是有开团能力的。啊，甚至凡客也能开。但是缅甸这边的阵容其实除了怎么说呢？就是他们的优势是打团容错率很高啊，不管是回血还是法拉米斯的这个大招，但是对面一旦减治疗做出来，除了洛林大招期间的2秒钟，其他的时候的回复都是要大打折扣的。
Do they have enough firepower? Can they close the gap here?
I think, all right, so their firepower is very conditional, right? Their firepower is if they can get XYG to clump up really close together so they get the multiplier.
With the bursters.
With the bursters, right, from PX7. I mean, that's not all. Obviously, it's going to be very helpful for, like, Benny, of course. And, well, Royal Milk can definitely slow 2 people.
啊，卢比也拉费登，莫斯卡夫跟上补伤害，哇，这个伤害！可惜罗杰没打，哎，哇，这是莫斯卡夫开刀飞过来吗？刚一瞬间没看仔细，这个莫斯卡夫有点太冲了吧，哥！这个打的有点侵略性过头了呀！莫斯卡夫一死，右边输出能力有点跟不上了。西西开大连住，这边感觉费登要死啊！卢比拉到了黑龙，黑龙一个反打。这一波我只能说，不是莫斯卡夫太冲了吧？怎么能这样打呀？
1000. They're looking for a penetration. I think they're gonna get it.
Yeah, they're going to get this. Dude, is hello? Why are we?
哎，西西能留吗？留不下来。
Turtle guard comes down, forcing the rest of FCon to start taking away tier 2.
哎，等一下，这边啊应该飞不了。
He wouldn't. There's
He's
a
already.
retribution. He
I
wouldn't.
mean, there's
Does he know?
retribution, and also the last time he tried to 1v1, it didn't go well because of Kid X.
All right, good rewind. Let's go back maybe 20, 30 seconds. A nanosecond of hesitation, of speculation on low.
哇，可惜这一波优势被打回去了。莫斯卡夫因为经济很高，死了一次，对面能涨很多经济啊。
I don't think so. I think that the heal coming in from Kid X was just a little too big, right? I think if you take out the heal, 100% he kills him there, right? I think the only other advantage he could find is if he decided to switch out that Purify for maybe an Inspire.
Maybe it would have ended the fight almost single-handedly, but that would make him more vulnerable. Now,
莫斯卡夫做出了分赢，哇，卢比奥两个，凡客一个大三个，哇，这凡米斯个大招太绝望了。
Already knocking at their base, they should be able to get one more inhibitor before they try and close things out. But that's a lot of resources.
一头开3个可以，
Of a lifetime.
黑龙开大追击，这边石化住西西，
Turns it around single-handedly.
但是没伤害啊。莫斯卡夫在后面清兵，打这一波大招大中了，飞了。莫斯卡夫身上是有飞移，但是
Down, but it looks like he bit off more than he could chew. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade at the very end of it. But man, I'm telling you, this fleeting time on Kid X.
这黑龙要死啊，这不走吗？
He's gonna make it out. He's not gonna make it out of this.
He's not gonna make it out of this.
No, not when CC gets the ult back up. Zed is already here to start peeling him off. Eternal Guard actually towards PX7's side.
法米斯开大，
On out. Target acquisition looking a little
血线全部回上来。
XYG. I get it. It's sensory overload. Falcon Esports are doing so much on so many different fronts. The Lord, that push in mid, up top. A fight on many different angles coming in, especially now that the lead is the biggest it's ever been. A quick look once more on the attempted clapback. They don't even get PX7 because again, they didn't know that the cooldown off of the Netherrealm would have been done.
这下3路全破。
5K, approaching 5K. Falcon Esports is, after a punish in mid, they win a fight down bottom. I think Falcon Esports are approaching their power.
我们来分析一下大比分啊，这个缅甸目前是2-0了 C9 的，
Good CC on two.
所以它和 AP Brain 一样是1-0， 就大比分是1-0。
They're gonna have a lot of value.
但凡XYG 输一把，缅甸就算XYG 第2局赢了，缅甸也是1-1了。
Many of the right.
那
Ideally, that would be long.
他就
And that could be
必须 XYG 在
find a long
打 C9 的时候也2-0，
because I think that XYG can really
Ah.
take their time with a lot of
就
these plays.
把莫巴赛2-0了，就意思，我感觉这场输了就黑非常难了，本来优势很大的，
But then again,
这场输了的话，后面全赢，最多也是和一个缅甸打加赛的可能。
to think about when they make these big engages. They sense it, they hear it. The Lord is being worked on, approaching a third of its health. Zed up in the front lines, Long keeping his distance.
I mean, they've got to walk up here, right? I mean, the waves may not necessarily be in their favor, but I think for Falcon Esports, they can really just let it go back and forth. They got to reset it fully, though.
Not a good look. Not for XYG. Here we go. I'm offended.
He comes on.
哎，这边
Zed backwards.
来看这波领主团战
As well, lock two, and now
啊，费登已经没什么作用了，看莫斯卡夫能不能输出啊。
longer than he should. It's the help of the Netherrealm. They're
黑龙往前顶一手
mistake once more.
啊，放了。
But the damage has been done.
And now it's back to regular programming as Falcon Esports gonna go for this Lord unhindered, unbothered. Yiwen in the back, Long as well. Their retribution by Dax.
哎，这两个人
try and 1v4 this, but I mean, look at that. PX7 single-handedly just blowing them up. Godyoung does find the trade backwards on towards it, but man, they gotta be.
哎，
Dax, he's in some trouble. Kid X might.
这波是 K 飞了，这波是 K 飞了，可惜狼人没收走，
Nearby, get the heals down, try to turn it around.
应该有自然之分啊！
As Dax finds it, NetherRealm, to ensure that this Primal Wrath is worthless. Godyang should be going down, and now with a exposed crystal, FCON looking to close things out.
They smell the blood in the water as they go in. Zed at half health, the Black Dragon from a kill BJ.
It's done. It's over. They've cracked open the crystal. These fights, they need to be decisive. And it's not even about the macro decision making. It's about target acquisition.
I agree, Gideon. I agree more than ever. I'd say of the dozens of games we played in the group stage, this might be one of the most micro-specific matchups we've seen.
I totally agree with you. I think that XYG, they definitely have the micro, but they gotta calm with each other how they're going to do it rather than just feel it.
诺斯卡夫连续3波犯罪啊，我没有其他评价了。
Fronts moments wherein they should have made the call, and maybe they shouldn't have made the call. I wonder what our analysts think about this because there's a lot to break down here. It was a medium-sized match, but I'm sure there are plenty of pain points that they should be talking about. LaFell, Naisu, and Wolf, hey, tell us what you think.
Well, what we think is that you guys are correct. This game is really about the mechanics. Like, we're looking at the highlights here. A lot of time we see Benny actually catching out of Fredrid, causing the match to go to their side, but can I just say, like, every single time I'm no, like,
I think that was all of us, man.
no, why? It's like he's his worst enemy.
But then again, you have to give credit to FCON.
Yeah.
3 comeback games so far.
我要去看一眼抖音直播间。
Comeback was a plan.
哎呦我去！
Hey, the lineup that they had, this, you know, we talked about like extending team fights because of the NetherRealm plus the heals from the Florin. This was the perfect picture of that idea.
And you know, I will indulge in what you just said, Mr.
Okay,
LaFell. Is this part of the FCON plan all along? Well, one thing that I can say is that their composition is very dependent on the late game, right? So it looks like it is good in the early game because you have the Ruby as well as the Faramis, but this is a Ruby in the gold lane, which kind of needs farm. You have the CC also farm dependent, and just is weak in the first 2 turtles of the game.
对法拉米斯纯是出装啊！刚刚最后一下应该是法拉米斯一个子弹加罗杰一口，直接把这个莫斯卡夫给咬死了。
Doesn't matter what other S tier picks is available, he'll go for the CC. PX7 on this Faramis is almost an auto win. So I kind of feel like for XYG, they gotta look at the draft because look, to his credit, Luke dealt the
Luke
most
did a lot.
damage. He did a lot.
But I will say he did a lot, but sometimes he was too forward. Too forward and a little bit too trigger happy on the Spirit Destruction, man, because I think every single time we saw that fly, we're like, don't do it, right? And then the healing comes through.
Oh yeah, what if his teammate's like, please don't hit it. I hope the spear misses. Like, okay, let's you guys are the analysts. Talk us through this. Why did the Moskov go through with the Spirit Destruction, but why did he lose those trades?
It's mainly because of the Florin, actually. At this point, I think if you think about the itemization coming out from the Florin, once the flask is up, which normally happens if you're quick enough, 5 minutes maybe, but typically around the 8-minute mark. That's like the safest route.
他会在声讨莫斯卡夫。
so that the heals will be actually potent. Now, come the 13-minute mark, the second Lord, that is where the Florin is a threat.
Yeah, I think once that Flask of the Oasis comes up, like Wolf mentioned, it just got too much because typically it's just a Florin, but then the NetherRealm on top of it.
That's right.
So it allows
哥啊，真的有点抽象呀，
more of
哥。
that sustainability to play a part in these fights. And when you're looking at a lot of these kind of breakout, even though they had damage, they just didn't have enough to overload. And there were some good moments there, some good setup potential like we talked about. They had a ton of crowd control available to them. A godlike set from Godyang back in the base. I know the casters mentioned this, but that's the thing. Even with that, they just didn't have enough firepower to get through all that.
Unfortunately, that is going to be the case. Unless, of course, they kind of dialed in on just literally one hero. That is going to be possible. But then, unfortunately, for the Moskov, it's not much of a burst hero. Maybe if you get the right combo, it can deal a lot of damage, but it's not like burst, which
现在缅甸1-0 XYG 啊，缅甸已经在2-0 C9 的情况下，其实非常容易
totally going to be nullified. Yeah.
其实
Honestly, I
基
feel
本
like
上
the
要晋级
player
了。
is Royal Milk, he looks pretty chill with all things considered. Actually, the entire team of Falcon, it shows that this is a good win, but at the same time, they don't want to overextend, right? They don't want to be too excited because this is a best of 2. And we gotta talk about this. If they win this one,
缅甸这支队伍很奇怪啊，在打 C9的时候也是
to the knockout stage.
逆分了2局，然后后面翻盘的。打 XYG 也是。那 C9那2场比赛我没认真看啊。那 XYG 这纯属不是缅甸自己打得好，是 XYG 们自己上去送。
Of the tiebreakers, but for all intents and purposes, yeah, they're 70% into the knockout stages if they do win a 2-0.
That's big.
You know what? Here's the thing, Wolf. I feel like a lot went down in that game, so
yeah,
this is a special segment for Wolf. Let's actually check out the talent trade to show us what happened in the game.
Well, you were wondering why.
目前的局势是 XYG 后面还有3小局的比赛，一场缅甸，2场 C9， 就是北美。在3场全胜的情况下，应该是还可以和缅甸打个加赛啊，还没有完全淘汰，但只要再输一场就是完全淘汰了。而缅甸也只要再赢一场就可以完全晋级啊，除非 C9 2-0 AP 不认，这是我是不信的，好吧 ？AP 不认应该是默认6-0干翻3支队伍的。就看小组第2是谁。
You have to be long placed. Now this is where the problem starts for XYG. They don't have the damage dealer anymore. Royal Milk is just outplaying them up top. As you can see, they're just baiting everyone. Like everybody's just very low from the side of FCON, but they're not dying. And now the sustain comes through. Kid X is gonna be landing all of those heals greatly, and then Royal Milk is just, you know, he's just fighting against everyone and surviving all time. At this point, no more spells, no more skills, no more firepower for XYG. It's checkmate. The kiting coming up from FCON is just phenomenal.
The thing that surprised me was in one frame of your teleprompter, telestrator, we saw like 2 curtain calls.
Yeah.
Right, one on the Moscow and then one on the Edith as well as the Frederick. Like that's how prolonged the fight was when you're able to use your ult twice.
Yeah.
Hey, we said this in the draft.
首先，黑龙用菲律宾国旗没什么问题，因为那是外援，他并不是中国人。这边只是中国俱乐部，并不是中国队。嘛。
You guys know if we just make it through this initial burst,
yeah,
we're fine because we can actually turn the table and then just run it down.
所以他顶着菲律宾国旗，大概率那个人外援可能就是菲律宾的吧。
Yeah. It was struggle. By the way, Kid X is gonna have a great time in the early 7 minutes in. He's gonna get a kill.
左边应该啊不，XYG 右边应该这个 AD 和过的阳辅助是中国的，然后那个伊问我不知道。啊，然后黑龙和达义也都是外援。高德阳我见过，之前是 KBG 的，后来来 XYG 了。
Look at the floor. You be thinking like she's harmless, but like, dude.
15%. None of those tempo rain Florence shenanigans going in for the focusing mark, which that's actually good. But you saw there was a clash in the middle where they were able to just literally one-shot long with just 1 Lycan pounce coming out from
that's
from
a lot of
Dax.
damage.
That is a lot of damage coming out from the items.
I know what you're gonna say.
What am I gonna say?
War cry and focusing mark.
Exactly.
Boom. Big percentage.
Big damn, as this guy would say.
Big damn. And with that being said, we have a special interview with Falcons. So before we go to the next match, let's check it out.
其实中国队现在实力有限的，毕竟 MLB 在中国没红起来。首先中国队实力确实有限的，但没有这种因果关系。好吧，不能输完一场就说啊，因为 MLB 没在中国红起来，所以中国队打不过其他战队。那要这样，那抱这种思想，你是永远不可能赢的。其实 中国联赛或者说杯赛也打了挺久的，他们其实前期打得挺好的。哎，就是浪了呀，说白了就是浪了呀，跟打排位似的。
SEA အပြင်မှာဆိုရင်တော့ကလောက်နိုင်ကိုကလောက်နိုင်ရွေးရတယ်။ဘာလို့လဲကလောက်နိုင်ကသူတို့ဘက်မှာဆိုရင်နာမည်ကြီးရတဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရိုက်ချင်လို့ keep watching everybody
怎么敢飞的？是呀，连飞3波。第3波其实要飞的时候是可以飞的，但是飞完没有拿到人头，该撤了呀。前面2波真是飞都不能飞。
Maybe. I'm just surprised with how many times Cloud9's name comes up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Shows us that they're a team to watch out for, but then again,
前天那波也是，前天比赛我没有认真看，好吧？今天开个直播间来和大家一起看。
I would say
70% is good enough, don't you?
Yeah, that's
nice.
70% is good.
Yep.
And you know, I think even with how things are going to kind of like fall into place here with Group D, if they get the sweep here, that's great for Falcon Esports, because from that interview, you heard it, right, from Royal Milk, that their preparations leading to this, they don't have as many, I would say, opportunities as other regions here. They really do compete in these third-party tournaments.
小组赛第一天也是飞4个脸上，红温了。可以可以，你那天比赛比完，你应该去骂他呀！你骂完，说不定他今天就不飞了呢。好，我们来看一下第2场比赛啊，看一下XYG还仅存的机会有没有可能
I think that yes, super duper agree with that, especially because we know
XYG 应该是输方选边吧，选择了后方，后方默认搬薯片的，给对面先手权 XYG counter 位是有什么说法吗？我记得小组赛第1天的时候 ，XYG 还骗对面扳手弗雷亚，那弗雷亚上班的时候我都懵了。今天看来骗不到了。
This is Faramis plus Ruby, which Fredrin actually hates playing at. So what I'm trying to get at is XYG is playing around their comfort heroes, so FCON should also be playing on their comfort heroes.
你就和中单说了句搬洛邑。啊，意思我们的洛邑体系还不太行是吧？只能搬掉。
Interesting that they
缅甸还是很尊重的把莫斯卡夫给搬掉了。
Such a detrimental part of the lineup here that we saw utilized. Also, the Faramis is still open.
Yep.
So those are 2 heroes that could still play a big role in actually either of the teams that decided to go this way. Yep. But because of the first pick is going to be up for grabs.
Harith maybe is
I mean,
yeah,
that is
very natural actually. And then you answered this typically with Roger, but Roger is available.
第一手拿下了哈里斯。哈里斯这个英雄是纯陷阱啊，我可以告诉大家一下，哈里斯呢目前上场总共是11场啊，就赢了2场，胜率是16%啊，还是18%。
There it is.
There it is. Always on point. He's good.
I'm sure that his glasses has screens inside of it that he has like 5 seconds ahead or something.
I'll say that you know, so far through the group stage, I don't know what Wolf's percentage is, but he's pretty on point. And
120%.
Thank you.
120%.
120.
Like I said,
120%.
120. Wow.
XYG 这边还是拿出了费登加伊童啊。
He was just too fast.
Yeah. That's right.
It's gonna be in a knockout stage, so he was.
看来是没有 刺客了，没有野合了，没有奇迹了。
That's enough for me. Do you get the Ruby or the CC now? I think CC.
哎，其实费登还是有点落后版本了。
I hope XYG
啊，这把罗杰，对面已经一抢哈里斯了，还把罗杰给对面，很难受啊。
And it's great versus the Roger as well, right? Because Roger hates playing against the Faramis.
今年 MSC 比赛看下来，我发现4个真神：薯片、洛伊、罗杰和迪斯拉。
Whoa, interesting.
哦，布鲁诺。
Talk about early, right? Talk about early. Like you did assume Bruno getting banned in the second ban phase.
Oh
don't expect
man,
it, right?
So now I'm guessing.
Oh man.
啊，布鲁诺也是之前在国服战队比较火的一个 AD 啊，也是去年 M5的大热射手，但是削了一波之后表现尚可。
Let me show you my third pick.
All right.
Oh man,
I wonder how the casters are reacting.
但和哈里斯对线还是有些难受的。
You did say that's going to be the theme for today. Today is going to be confused wolf, but let's jump back into the draft here. Raz getting banned now. We have to consider that the Valentina should be banned.
去年在 M5的外卡赛上 ，KPG 也是凭借一手足球拿下了唯一一场胜利啊。
I would say this is a.
看一下今年 XYG 的足球有没有什么发挥。
Yeah. This is definitely a blunder from XYG because surely I understand why the Bruno will be picked up. And like I said, FCON might not even be thinking about the Bruno.
啊，说是这个足球是 XYG 的射手的本命是吧
？Carry, Claude, Beatrix, Natan.
There's 5 more marksmen that you'll think about before you get into the Bruno.
可以，那看一下本命足球有什么发挥。
It's also true. Oh man.
Because especially against, I mean, the Heron.
Exactly.
狼人胜率很低，狼人胜率不低，50往上。
Like first 2 minutes of the game, level 1 is great for Bruno.
Yeah, but once the Zaman Force especially comes up, how do you play against that?
And 2 minutes go by fast.
And the Faramis ult as well.
洛伊胜率高达80%啊，但是只出了10场。罗杰和迪斯拉都是出场了20多场的，然后胜率都在55左右。
Oh my god, this is literally the same as last time. I would say just pick up Lapu Lapu. I think it's much better.
对面还是扒了一手弗雷亚，太尊敬了，兄弟，这就是赛区特色吗？
Yeah.
Maybe just go Vexana again. I don't know. They don't have that many options when you look at this. Valentina,
Aurora,
Novaria,
Aurora,
or Aurora's perfect versus both Roger as well as the Aerith. That's great. I want to see your depth. I mean, if this is elimination game for you, just you pick up the ball anyways.
刚上一把凡客其实发挥挺好的，
They indeed got press.
可以再来一手。啊，先拿下了冲啊，因为对面的法师其实已经掏了的。 啊，冲先拿在自己手里，但法师做 counter 位好像没有必要啊。
Yeah, Benedetta is great.
Maybe even the Lapu.
Paquito is also amazing. I think I'm thinking Grok actually for FCON, but at the same time, I love the Lolita. It's great versus the Bruno, decent versus the Edith. Ruby is also one of those heroes that Frederick doesn't like to play against. How about going back to the oh yeah, there you go. The Minotaur and the Ruby.
Minotaur plus.
Dude,
this is difficult.
Long team fights, right?
Long team fights.
哦，这边卢比加牛头。
There's still some healing.
哎，讲道理，我觉得应该把他们卢比ban掉的。上把卢比的发挥很关键。这手卢比很恶心。缅甸也哎，马来啊，昨天马来也是靠一手卢比。 把这个那个打回家的。
You need a swan song.
You need a swan song because how much damage does Worldy do?
Not that much.
左边这个阵容还是容错率很高啊。洛林换牛头虽然奶少了点，但是还补足了一些控制。感觉左边
It does have damage.
超级掏了手诺瓦利亚。
Other things for them to work out. So,
Oh man.
for the casters, letting you guys know the draft has finished, and I'm pretty sure you guys heard our analysts, their opinions on the draft. We're gonna show it to you guys fast. Give you guys a little bit of time to digest, but what do you guys think about the
战
draft?
术性选择了，只能说和他的队伍感觉配合
just as well.
不是很密切，只能说
Literally, an analyst says
看选手的操作了。
blunder right there.
Hey man, if Long hard carries this game 1v5, it's a blunder no longer. And I think that's what we're hoping to see here, whether he actually qualifies for that slot. Can he truly 1v5 against a double
但
sustain?
其实奶是比较克制诺瓦利亚的，我狙一下你就打回来了。哦，不过对面不是奶，对面是法拉米斯，所以还好有时候我狙过来，如果这下是死，你反应不过来，你就直接死。如果打完你再开大也没用，你奶不上来啊。这么听着好像还有点小克制呢。
But we can only assume, hey coach, give me that Bruno. Then this could be one of their only ways that they see they can take down Falcon.
I don't know. I like double insurance policies, right? I think that E1 could have gone for the Vixana if he wanted to. I would have much preferred the Farsa. Wow, he just ate that. He walked up and just ate that.
In astral form too.
Oh boy, that's interesting. Don't see that happen very often. But overall, I do agree with the analyst. I do think it might have been a little bit of a blunder. So I'm
啊，
hoping
不过 XYG 的整个阵容打法风格应该是比较确定了，
win his lane.
就还是
Checking in again.
4保1射手
It's a good amount of CC from.
啊，上把射手太浪了，希望足球不要太浪嘛。
That's how you build Bruno, folks. If you want to try Bruno, if it works out, then you double down on it. Interesting to see that Falcon Esports still committing.
4保1射手的话，打野就要选这种
I like the Ruby. I mean, it's all about
还吵死，打野就要选这种前排能顶的
For。that pick in that backline, you're trying to clump them up as much as possible, and then you just, instead of like raw tanking it, you just have enough spell vamp to keep yourself alive. And I think that for now, Dax, I mean, not gonna find that first blood just yet, but it looks like the mid duo is really struggling here from XYG.
Up top, you do see these two gold laners taking their time. Not much of action just yet between Benny and Long. KLVJ dueling against these two. And he does trigger the Shaw Essence there. Royal Milk gonna wail away. Get some gold from this tier 1 down bottom.
Really good read coming in from XYG. They respond to the potential dive here.
哦
and,，
看小地图，足球对线小鸭了一手哈里斯啊，可以啊。
If they can find PX7 here, that would be the most ideal just before he hits level 4.
You can feel the urgency
Wait,
of
what?
these mid laners. They want to go and get that level 4 sooner. Kel?
Huh? I mean, Kale's in a lot of trouble here. At this point, he's not going to have enough life to even use the Black Dragon form.
Oh!
Looking for it from Royal Milk into the Defender to find first blood. That's great, but he wants that level 4. But no Fury already comes out from the side of Kid X, and they've already found a god. Young Zed is going to be the next to fall. No like and pound reset from Dax, unfortunately.
Walks away with 1 HP and a dream. XYG
这个牛头什么意思啊？
facing the
找一找费登啊，费登其实去另一边了。
This aggressive, and now look, Dax attempting Grand Theft Purple. Can they get it? Does have a retribution.
Oh yeah, Petrify's already come out as well. KLVG.
啊，这波黑龙开大啊，这边又大，哎，能不能蹲个10啊？没有。
Annoying, right? PX7 just bails them out when things get really tight.
That's it. Dax has 1 star now. He committed Grand Theft Purple successfully, got away with it too with impunity. Same story still up top. Gold-wise, that is Falcon Esports up by, wow, a whopping 2,000 gold already. 2 kills, a turtle, and I wonder how much of that is on Benny.
双方游走到位了，上路想打。
Wow, 500.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
足球是想把，哎，哦，那这边看到了。
Down effect, right? And you can see that like every single motions on the map have costed them something. Even for PX7, he is quite significantly ahead against E1. He's 2
哎
levels up
怎么
on E1 right
经
now.
济已经落后2000了？
A bad turtle fight, and more importantly, didn't hit level 4 on time by the EXP lane.
The EXP lane skirmish really benefited Falcon Esports, and I'm pretty sure that was to plan. That was on purpose. And now they're going to continue to pressure top lane this time around because this buys Falcon Esports more room to rotate. They can try and engage, and if anything, they can do it on through fronts. Look, down bottom.
KLVJ is going to get hit by Lycan Pouch Shot Residue Procs.
还给了一手实话。
Make sure that Dax has no insurance policy to find the
诺瓦利亚一炮短了。
Skill shot right direction, not enough range.
That was close. That was close. Maybe about an inch or two from death. Dax was gonna be able to regenerate off these little minions, these creeps.
哎，这种黑龙在卢比身上讨不到便宜啊。
Seconds now as Falcon Esports alights from that top lane.
其实，在这个版本，卢比确实是比黑龙更好的一个选择啊。 就黑龙其实除了支援大招支援以外，对线能力是一个非常。啊，我们先来看这一波龟团，牛头直接开大带手飞灯，那么龙被狼人拿下啊！牛头这手开大保龙实在是太狠了。
for XYG to walk in like that, right? I mean, with the Mignola Fury alone is a big issue.
Well, fool me once, shame on me, fool me
啊，
twice.
无解，无解。
Shame on me still.
其实本来费登抢龙是很强的，因为他大接猎杀，虽然大招前期伤害被削了，但是抢个龙还是不在话下的。这边黑龙要死了。哦，哎，哎，他把逻辑换了。 不亏。
There was no reason for him to do that. Let's watch it again.
Look at that. Just look at that. You can see the range of PX7's Nether Realm.
这波逻辑傻逼了，和法拉米斯没配合好。
It was the Shah and right out of range too.
然后接着说，本来费登抢龙是无敌的，但是牛头这个大时机开的非常好，就不让你开大。 卢比对线黑龙，黑龙就丧失了一个对线碾压的能力了，因为卢比也跟谁都能五开嘛，你跟我对线压不住我，你就其实能变龙出去支援的时间也少了。
It's tough because again, Falcon Esports has multiple damage sources, very different in nature too. There's physical, there's magic, and by getting brute force, I guess that's the most economic way of him getting both. It's hybrid and again less CC, so you're looking at less from the Minoan Fury, less.
MSC 你就理解成一个，
Royal Milk.
也是一个国际赛嘛，小 M6，相当于年终一次，年末一次嘛。
Now in mid, Royal Milk dancing around too.
Their comp is so unkillable. I mean, just look at how minimal damage they're doing to him. And like, even if he does take the damage, he just walks down to the bot side of the map, heals back up to full, comes back to the neutral, and is just like, I don't need a recall ever.
I'm good. Let's go. Turtle here started up by Dax. KLVJ watching from the bush.
Wait.
River control in.
Oh, hot.
又拉到费登啦！
What's going on now? The interception from Falcon Esports. XYG just let it happen. They just turned a blind eye to it.
Less of an interception.
Just let it happen 这也太扎心了，兄弟。
Assuming he wouldn't get punished.
I mean, Iwan, he flickered out of there. I think they didn't read the situation right. That's the only way that we can explain this.
You can almost see it in Zed's face. Like, how could I have let that happen? How could I have walked into Falcon Esports crosshairs like that?
Oh, that's such a feels bad for XYG. And I mean, now with the lead and momentum that Falcon Esports has, you can definitely tell from where they come from, their region, they get real aggressive when they have that lead.
And now they're the ones facing this kind of aggression. Again, folks, as a recap, in the finals of the China qualifiers, XYG swept their opponents. XYG swept KBG. So this here, this is the other side of the coin for them now.
好，这手控到了阿法米斯，直接大招交过来救人。
Nearly walking out of it before the projectile connected. Again, this is
他们这把搬了什么呀？法拉米斯为什么不搬呀？
They love doing this, right? They love having the Nether Realm. They love having motivational roar. It could be switched out for Florence, Do. It doesn't really matter as long as you sustain.
诺瓦利亚这一炮打到罗杰身上都没掉血，是打中了吧？啊，就打掉了个神龟盾。
Royal Milk with the ungodly amount of life steal and spell vamp as well. 5 to 1.
打法拉米斯上也没掉，因为法拉米斯一技能期间有双抗。
XYG gonna struggle to keep this turret.
I mean, they can fight.
哇，这手卢比太可怕了！
From XYG and even KLVJ, he hunkered
黑龙也打法拉米斯这个大招，完全的绝望。
How many chain kills can you get? again, and it looks like XYG admit, okay, we're only giving you 2. We can't give you any more, man.
Uncle, I call Uncle, and they back off. They're eventually gonna get the orange and that turret up top that they started. Odd how mid lane tier 1 hasn't been touched. Look, now just eventually they'll push.
I don't know. I don't know what to feel about this game. I feel like XYG aren't playing that well this time round in game number 2. I think they did much better in game number 1.
Something in game number 1 broke them.
I think
something must have snapped. Something changed because now XYG, they've been playing on the back foot since minute 1. There were small outplays, small little mechanical, double 2 steps here, but Falcon Esports have been
足球2件半啊，哈里斯虽然也是2件半，但人家3件了，3件了。话音未落，我说出了3个大法杖，金石出来了。那金石出来的哈里斯，这场伤害就非常恐怖了。费登这边只有一件蛮力胸甲呀，怪不得扛不住啊。
But what about Dax and Royal Milk? Now that Dax is the endless battle too, you're playing with true damage.
It's a little tough here, but let's see whether an inhibitor falls, right? They've got synchronized waves. They're all pushing at the same time. It's really stretching out XYG and E1. He's so low. Look, he's already down 50%. Here comes the Black Dragon farm because KLVJ needs to force them away to protect these inhibitors.
哥，我戴着耳机，不好意思啊。那我把话筒稍微拿远一点啊。你把耳机也稍微拿远一点啊。
Gets it open just in time, and now they back away. Checkmate angle set up.
All according to plan. About 2 minutes until another Lord comes through with a contest from XYG far from the horizon. They can't even.
哎，连掏2把费登。法米斯直接开大越塔，不讲道理的，结束了。
Gonna be GG, well played, as FCON 1 has just landed. The crystal gonna get cracked open after Dax gets the maniac. Falcon Esports does it again.
Both teams tried to draft as close a line
结束了。
Game 1, and eventually it's Falcon's aggression, what we were expecting from the early moments of Game 1 that won them through. This is the Falcon we know.
I mean, you guys can't see this. Leo's eyes wide, and just the way that Falcons played, how quickly this double sustain call, which is
回家了，回家了。
time, really ramp up fast.
哎，从这2把费登可以看出来，XYG 对版本的阵容理解和练习还是不太够啊。
Game 1 ended, and you can see here the faces of XYG.
其他战队已经基本上没有人掏费登了，费登跟打野位上和罗杰对上位很难打，真的很难打。
Even they know that their performance in Game 2 was not up to standard. It was not the way that they wanted to go out.
Game 1 looked better. Game 1 had promise.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think our analysts were right. There were several decisions that exacerbated the point here that allowed for Falcon to go this fast, that denied XYG the capability to come back. GG well played to the champions from China, but Falcon Esports, they look like they might actually try to make it through the knockouts.
Well, look, I mean, I've been watching them throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, and PX7 is a monster on that Faramis. I'm surprised that he got it honestly 2 times in a row, especially not against a Valentina.
And let's talk about how Royal Milk is stepping up to the plate. Royal Milk, despite all of
只能年底再见了。
He's usually the one to slack off. He's usually one of the reasons why Falcon takes a while to take off. Hey, here today, he proved that he can be part of that campaign, to be at the front line and say, hey, we can put Burmese MLBB back on the map.
I mean, they have a very clear identification card about how they play.
缅甸2-0，大比分2-0，应该是稳出线了。
Because this momentum, it's only going to go 10x.
Kid X.
除非 C9 干爆了 AP Brain 啊，那我是不相信。 接下来就看晚点的 BDK 啊，不是 BDK 啊 ，C9 Mobile Zone 啊，我们的老朋友 Mobile Zone 对战 XYG 能不能拿下一局啊？
So you can get past the group stages onto the knockouts.
ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီအခုဆို group stage ကနေပြီး knockout set တက်သွားပြီပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာလဲ
တပွဲကြီးနေတိုင်းမှာအပြည့် focus ပြီးတော့နားရမရှိဘဲနဲ့နေ့တိုင်းဒီ game ပဲထိုင်စောနေပြီးတော့အများအား focus ပြီးစောနေရအောင် screen အများအားစောနေ
we play daily screens with full focus on this game we train daily.
Train daily, no days off.
No days off. He said no days off. Play screens daily and focus on this game.
And it seems to be worth it because now you're getting more points and you've gotten a sweep. Congratulations.
That's right, and they basically guaranteed themselves a spot in the knockout stage. Now, I do have one question for you, Benny. Since the teams that you will face off in the knockout stage have been predetermined, which team would you prefer to face? Team Liquid Echo, NIP Flash, or the Selangor Red Giants? Which team would you like to face?
လက်ရှိမှာဘယ်အသင်းနဲ့တွေ့ချင်တယ်ပေါ့နော် Liquid လား NIP Flash လားဒါမှမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ Selangor Red Giants လား
အတင်းနေကုန်လုံးလည်းတွေ့ကြမှာ
We went to face with every teams.
Okay, well, you know what?
啊，谢谢我看下场比赛吧，我直播间就挂在这儿了。
They don't really care about which team they face. They are up for any kind of challenge. That's exactly the kind of attitude that I want to see from Benny's. Thank you very much for joining us on the stage. We're going to go back to our lovely boys and girls in the studio to break down the previous game and get ourselves ready for the second series of the day for Group D here at MSC 2024.
Nice, Sue. That's the kind of mentality you need. Right? It's like, who do you want to face? All of them. At the same time. At the same time. Just put three on one. I'd win.
I'd win.
I'd win.
I'd win. Well,
I'd win.
Let's talk about this game, by the way, because I believe that here we have an agreement that this game is won and lost because of the draft.
Yeah, and as we are watching the highlights, this is merely an evidence of what we were saying during the draft. Unfortunately, it was difficult. There was a time where we're looking at the items, Long as well as Benny were just battling out up top, but Benny was ahead for 1,000 gold over his lane matchup. Dax was essentially freely running across the map because of the Faramis as well as the Minotaur. If there was a Faramis, if he is about to die, Faramis ult is up. Actually, the only reason why he died was because he himself went out of the range of the Nether Realm.
Yeah,
he's his worst enemy.
Yep.
Exactly. And then during Lord team fights or Turtle team fights, the Minnow 1 Fury as well as the Minnow Motivation Roar was enough to sustain this Roger. So yeah, unfortunately, all that you've seen in the highlights are just evidences of what happened in the draft.
You know what's weird is going back to the Bruno pick, this is an almost 11 and a half minute game. Bruno was one of the marksmen where you would just need an item or two to actually hit that power spike and pop off here, but I don't know, this is not a good showing for all the Bruno mains out there, and as you saw, he wasn't able to really get a kill, get anything. I mean, even with the Novaria pick.
There wasn't any movement to the top lane. That's the thing with Edith plus Novaria. Very strong when it comes to just the mid lane, but when it comes to rotating to other lanes, it's difficult. And they're also facing up against the Faramis as well as the Minotaur. You might not have seen it in the highlights, but during the game itself, and you can review this, the lane was frozen against the Novaria
for a long time.
That's why the Novaria didn't have enough impact as well as the Edith, because they can get out of their lane just because of how strong the Faramis as well as the Minotaur is.
Crazy how even here in her astral form, the Minotaur is able to knock her up, and then damage full one coming in from Faramis. Yeah, that mid lane was frozen for who knows how long. While this is playing, we gotta talk about the stakes here, because now having 2-0 XYG
笑死！刚刚算了一下，理论出现可能 XYG 还存在啊。什么情况呢？就是接下来还有6场嘛 ，AP Brain 连输4场，
That's it.
啊，被 C9 2-0，被缅甸2-0，这样缅甸就是6-0，小组头名出线。啊，在 AP 不是连输4场的情况下 ，XYG 2-0 C9，那这样的话 ，XYG 和 C9 还有 AP Brain 就三方都是1-2了，就而且是你赢我，我赢他，他赢你，三方就是没有胜负关系啊，还可以打加赛。啊，当然这是不可能的，不要有人真的幻想这种可能。
Sony match MVP of this game, and you know what? The choice is all over the place. Like this is an amazing showing coming in from Falcon Esports. Looks like he's gonna be Royal Milk, where Neo was talking about him a lot.
There was this jump where he did the flicker. He gets the level 4 after quite a while. And KLVJ might have not expected that with just the flicker and the I'm afraid.
其实诺瓦利亚在本届 MSC 之前是中路 BP 法师大热 ，BP 率在70、80左右啊，只是因为这个版本是应该是被削了大招的持续时间，8秒削到了5秒。然后出场率就很低了，大概就上了3-5场吧。诺瓦利亚最重要的不是伤害，一发确实只能收残血，对吧？诺瓦利亚主要的作用是视野，因为他所有的技能都可以暴露视野，大招还能扩大收集范围。
Very quick one. I'm gonna ask the analyst. How would you guys describe the playstyle of Falcons Esports after watching that game?
Oh, they're crowd control centric. They're good with their box. They're definitely late game centric. I think the only outlier is this previous game.
Yeah.
But when they faced up against Cloud9 in the first game versus XYG, they really want to take it to the late game, and they want their crowd control. And it seems like sustain is key for both games that we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I would say, you know, from what we've seen from the region before in the past, it's almost the same resemblance of that. They like to play very aggressive, but if they have to go to the late game and possibly turn things around, then that's in their pockets as well. But if they can finish in under 12 minutes, why not?
They're the Combat Kings so far, right? 3 combat games, so I think we can count them the Combat Kings so far in this MSC.
And now we got to look at the STC play prediction results here. What did you guys see? We gotta check it out in terms of the numbers. 68% said that Falcon Esports was gonna win. 32% thought that XYG was gonna win. And I gotta say, who was I voting for?
You were voting for XYG. So was I.
My bad.
She opposed me.
My bad, Pat. My bad. Maybe I'm the reason why. You know what? My bad. It's on me. But speaking of which, for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code and let us know how we can improve our broadcast. What would you name our assets? Because the floor is now called Albert.
Albert.
Yeah. What do you call the Telestrator?
Albert and Bob.
Bob. All right.
The Telestrator is Bob. And with that being said, we're about to go to the second match of the day, which is going to be Falcons AB Brand going up against Cloud9. But before that, we're going for a short break. still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup. Rafael here, still joined by Naisu as well as Wolf, and you guys are watching the players coming to the stage. It is Falcons, AP Brand, as well as Cloud9. And as you guys are watching, they're entering the arena. And when they're entering the arena, we're gonna see both of our hosts to welcome both teams on stage, getting ready to go into the battle. And with that being said, we're not gonna take any more time here because we're gonna pass it over to Maracino as well as the Wood Sandstorm. It's your turn to introduce both teams.
The Amazon Arena is set to welcome the second teams that will headline today's second match.
That's right, and it is going to be the reigning world champions taking on the pride of NA.
The Bees had the Hive's heart racing in the first match of MSC 2024, looking to establish their dominance in Group D. Let's welcome Falcons AP Bren.
Falcons AP Bren have a high chance of qualifying for their knockout stage after their 2-0 victory over XYG, and now their opponent waits to see if it's going to be another sweep or if we're going to have another upset or surprise today, Mara.
Qualifying for the knockout stage gives them one step closer to completing the only title, international title that they don't have yet. They've gone on a world tour collecting trophies, and the MSC 2024 is the only one that they have yet to get their hands on.
And on the other hand, we have the pride of NA looking to get their redemption here at the MSC stage in the Amazon Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second team participating in the second game of the day. It is none other than Cloud9.
This is Mobazane's comeback in the international stage. The first time he was introduced to the world, he captured the hearts of MLBB fans. And since M4, he's back for vengeance to show us more.
And when we're talking about NA, they are looking to redeem themselves because ever since M3, NA has not been having the best time when it comes to international tournaments. And this game right here against Falcons AP Bren, the reigning world champions, would be one heck of a step to take on that road to redemption.
They have a lot to prove, and they want to redeem themselves from their last performance. So how about let's get this match started?
Let's do exactly that by starting over and heading over to our lovely ladies and gentlemen in our studio. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you very much. And now, analysts, you guys got to help out the fans here because the STC play prediction. What are you guys thinking?
Cloud9 all the way.
Cloud9 all the way.
Cloud9 all the way?
Despite being a Filipino and being part of Falcons AP Bren, they don't need this win. Cloud9 needs it.
I don't know if he's like trying to activate what are you know? His,
Yeah.
his
No, there's
over here.
there's no foul play here. Cloud9 all the way.
Hey, I'm half American, half Filipino. So, but I'm gonna go with Cloud9.
You know what? For you guys at home, make sure you guys lock in your predictions at stcplay.gg right now. They said Cloud9, but really it's up to you guys. Falcon AP Brand or Cloud9. Again, stcplay.gg. We heard it from you guys. No biasness, of course. No biasness.
How about you?
Me?
Yeah. Who you signing with now?
You know what? I agree with our analysts. Cloud9. Cloud9 all the way. Cloud9 all the way. But yeah, let's talk about this. Why does Cloud9 have a chance? And what does it mean if they get a 2-0 here?
Okay, I think when it comes to just raw pound for pound achievements, obviously you're gonna be favoring Falcons AP Brand. They have stellar, their coaching staff is experienced, their players are experienced, they are the world champions. So it's definitely difficult. Now, what can Cloud9 bring to the table? Honestly, I think it's the understanding of the meta game, perhaps because of how Falcons AP Brand played before in the finals of the MPLPH. Are gonna have some doubts because they gotta play very slow compared to what is expected in the metagame. Also, maybe this time Mobazane can bring up fighters instead of going for assassins and utility junglers. Maybe the fighters like Alpha. Maybe, you know, he picks up the Roger. He's one of his favorites, you know.
You know, I think for Cloud9, anybody rooting for North America here to pull through groups and make this miracle happen, because that's honestly what they need.
Yeah.
They biggest thing was to learn from the mistakes they made in their previous matches. You know, learn from that, adjust from that, and then hopefully, I think even when you go to the draft, you know, have a better draft here, because I know you mentioned this, Wolf, you know, the playstyle from Falcon's AP Bren, they're known for playing a little more slower and controlled utility junglers before, but now it's changed.
Yeah.
You know, and they've refined that style, I feel like. So for Cloud9, and based on all their scrims and everything they've done so far, I'm hoping that they are able to get a favorable draft and then can just improve what we saw from before from them.
If I'm Cloud9, I would worry because I just saw this thing called the round table, and then there's this guy, this host guy,
like a stoic kind of guy.
Nasu or something.
What's Joseph? His name's Joseph.
Joseph, yeah. He was talking to Falcons and Brand, and then they were saying, "We love it. We love the meta. Now I don't have to use these tank junglers anymore." Like Kyle's like, "I'm loving it," and even Flap was like, "Oh, you call the EXP meta boring? Well, I haven't played yet, so."
Remember what they called the group, by the way?
The easy group.
The easy group.
The easy group.
I can't blame them for that. I think
you can't blame them for that.
Yeah, Falcon's AP Brenner, like these are confident young
lads.
And probably the oldest one is Few, but then if you look at Few's age, he's actually pretty young still.
He's still young.
Around 20,
He's still young.
Probably
It's
24, 23.
He's not 25 yet.
Yeah, no, I believe he's not 25 yet, you know.
It's crazy. As he grows, I grow too.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like our age gap will get closer, but no, it stays the same.
Yeah, so, yeah. That's how, that's typically how age works, Lafel. You know?
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess you learn something new every day.
Exactly. But then again, you know, if you're looking at Falcon's AP Brand, surely they made a stumble during the playoffs when they were 4-0'd by Team Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
At the same time, there is a way for them to play in the meta game that might, and you can really see through the round table that they understand. They said that there is no Lord Dance anymore.
Yep.
It's all about clashes, it's all about
Clashing.
team fights. Which really benefits them. Maybe this time Kyle TZ shows us his assassin skills, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because I think for part of this is Kyle TZ goes assassin, Mobazane doesn't. Maybe he goes something different. He picked Alpha twice.
Yep.
In their previous match, you know, when we got to see them first day.
I mean, here's the thing though.
Cloudy.
It's crazy though. What if Mobazane's like, I've been hiding the strap for a while. You guys haven't seen my fanny.
Yeah.
And then when he shows the fanny, he's like, okay, maybe you should keep it hiding it. But you know, it's like things could happen. Things could happen.
Yeah.
But we got to talk about what Cloud9, like some of the mistakes, because they were going up against Falcon, and to their point, they got like 6,000 gold lead. So honestly, it's looking pretty good. It's just, they just couldn't end the game.
Yeah.
So going up against Falcon's AP Brand, maybe just try to end the game.
Lock on the base.
Well,
Lock on the base.
Lock on the base.
You see heroes and you see base. Attack the base.
hey, Falcon's AP Brand are notoriously known for not also being able to close out games.
They are.
So maybe we see an endless game.
Maybe we go 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe we go 30 plus minutes.
Exactly.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Your turn.
Your
Wait,
turn. It's my turn.
How long does it need for the Lord to get the full stack of the penetration?
Oh, I thought
10
there was.
seconds.
No, like how long in the game do we need?
I think there was a figure that was
like
patches ago. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, there was a cap.
As long as he's hitting them, it stacks, right? It's up to 10 stacks?
You're talking about the physical penetration, right?
Oh,
yeah.
the physical
yeah.
penetration.
So
penetration.
first hit is 10%, and every second it raises by 10%. So after 10 seconds, 100%.
Oh yeah, you're right.
penetration.
Yeah. Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
That's why it's changed the course of Lord dances, man.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen teams just like, if we see the Lord, we're bursting the Lord by 10 seconds. If we can't burst the Lord by 10 seconds, you know what? We'll relax.
Yeah.
We'll let the other team try it out first.
So I have this theory that come the late game, maybe if you want to do, if you're kind of forced to do the Lord Dance, maybe the one that holds it probably is the Marksman, just because of the lifesteal.
I agree.
And then HP, if it's HP based, I mean Marksmen don't have the highest HP anyway.
That's true.
So technically speaking, but then that exposes you. Just don't get hit by the knockup and you're gonna be fine.
And now we're jumping straight into the draft. Falcons AB Brand, blue side. Cloud9, red side. Falcon AB Brand banning out the Angela and C9. Without thinking that long, banning out the Ling and follow it up. It's gonna be a Valentina ban. So what does this tell us, Wolf?
They want to go Assassins for sure with the Valentina ban. And I think that they're respecting Marquide. And by the way, Marquide has been performing well. Like,
yes.
I think he's not originally
好，
part
比
of
赛开始了。
right there during the finals.
During the finals, yep.
The finals came from Area 77, a team.
这边是 AP Brain 对战 C9啊，我们的
pretty strong. Shout out to my
老
boy
朋友
Jay,
莫巴赞，
still playing there. JQ.
之前是 BDK 的，应该是被 C9 冠名了。
Haven't talked about the GOAT.
The GOAT?
The GOAT,
Milo the
Yellow?
Milo, the GOAT.
He's against.
啊，上来直接ban掉了0啊，因为莫巴赞不会玩0。
Yeah, it's just the MVP of the M5.
Yeah, it's just
我
MVP
估
of
计
the
他也就是掏，
unique,
打缅甸是掏2把阿尔法，他估计也是掏阿尔法、费登，
What?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Which picture?
Like Flap
这种
was there, Coach Ducky.
是掏不出刺客来
They're
的
like Milo, you should be in the photo.
Yeah, of course, yeah, Milo's the GOAT, man.
啊，所以你看0的ban率的优先级甚至比薯片还高。
So now we see the chip ban. It should be a low E ban,
It
right?
should be.
It should be a low E ban. You don't want to give Few that pick.
Yep.
But then after that, what happens? Are we thinking a Harith, a Roger? I'm personally, for me, I prefer Roger at this point. Harith
Yeah.
hasn't been winning a lot of games.
Had an argument for yeah, but for me, Harith, Roger's easier because it's a flex.
It's a flex, yeah. So you get to play around that, but
Yeah.
again, this is part of the fact too. You know, Super Marco's performance throughout
Yeah, exactly.
the season leading up to this. What was the nickname we gave him? Bulletproof Marco.
Yeah, but something like a bullet mark,
He had
like a
insane
Superman.
KDA. Yeah, he was just impossible to kill. So I think even if Marco doesn't get the Roger, or let's say the Harith in the gold lane, he could just pick up the Claude
Claude
and
carry.
do the same thing.
Okay, so that should be a Louis ban. We did not see it exactly. So
But
there's
the
the Roger, the first pick coming out from Falcon's AP.
罗杰不是很厉害吗？罗杰又不是刺客。我说的是他不玩刺客，指的是0损、凡尼这种。
What?
Is Harith worth considering?
Oh, yeah, I think with all due fairness, I think basic plays a mean Harith, so that should be a. And you obviously don't want to give both Harith and Roger to Falcon's AP Bread, right?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, that really is a bad idea. So you're better off at just picking up. So which makes us think, what is the actual pick that is combined with that? I'm thinking Edith, just because it can be played by both Cold World as well as the Goat Nilo.
As well as anyone from Falcon's AP brand. It's like it's crazy when we come to the pick and bans. It's like you have to consider, if the opponent can use it, you want to snatch it as fast as you can.
But at the same time, you will have to assume that Falcon's AP can play almost anything.
Yeah. Well, we heard that in the roundtable actually.
Yeah.
It was like, I think it was Flap that was like, yeah, you could basically put anything in the jungle almost.
All right.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, and it's funny because if you guys have actually been watching the streams leading in to the MSC, a lot of these pro players were testing some crazy things.
Yeah.
I know it's on stream, but they were just testing that limit.
Yeah.
Can we actually bring everything to the table?
Oh,
It's like,
forgot about
okay,
Louis. Oh.
Louis was locked in, so we still don't have the UI, but you saw it there.
So this was Harith that was banned, I would say?
Yeah, I'm guessing. So it looks like for Cloud9, they pick up the Edith as well as the Moskov. And now for Falcon's AP Bread, they have the Roger, they have the Charizla, they have the Louis.
It's an alpha.
It's an alpha.
It's an alpha for Cloud9. You guys were talking about shopping spree. Wolf, Falcon's AP Bread, they're shopping.
I'm pacing.
Oh man, I'm scared about
I'm pacing now.
Yeah.
Do you guys still feel good for Cloud9?
I'm not feeling good.
And it's the Moskov.
Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling well. Oh man.
Hey Trex, how you feeling, buddy?
Trex, how you feeling?
Oh man, okay, they go Alpha Edith Moskov. We've seen this a time or
man.
two. And they're playing into the Louis. I'm so surprised.
果然莫巴赞掏了一手阿尔法，
How did they answer this?
但是洛伊放给对面了。
Maybe Fairness, but then FCAP can just ban that out. Novaria, you can also ban the Novaria now if you're FCAP. And then you don't have anything to worry about. Moscovaria is still a big combo, and it is great versus Louis. And I'm saying great just because of the natural idea.
洛伊居然在第4手被拿到
But
啊！
it's not great. I mean, it's not a hard counter.
It's not
but
better than
it is, yeah, it's not better than great.
Right now, looking at the draft,
There's the Navaria ban.
should this Edith go to the Rome or to the XP? Now that we see the Terizla and we see the Louis.
Yeah, I think you're okay. You're okay that it is in the EXP late. Go for a sustained kind of hero in the Rome role, like a Minotaur, for
你看
example.
双方最后2个班位，
So
一
that
边
whenever
搬射
there
手，一
is
边搬
initiation,
法
this
师，还
can
搬了
help
格
their
瑞克。
teammates. Matilda actually is good with the
哈
alpha.
里斯其实
I
真
gotta
是没
say
必
this
要
from
搬啊
Mama。Zane. I think the easiest server is probably Malaysia. Sure, the teams are awful, and they always get group exited. For me, the weakest server is Malaysia. Sure, man.
Why did you want to read it?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not gonna talk in the draft. You know,
So
you guys
see,
can.
this is how traumatized Lafel Gideon are.
Yeah.
For the past 2 days, I have been nothing but complimenting
What?
Malaysia, but he's not accepting it.
Why is he attacking me?
That's not an attack. That's a compliment.
That's a yeah.
Malaysia's doing great, man.
Yeah, it is.
Because we're an easy server.
No, because you
No.
have 2 teams in the knockouts.
Multiple teams have. Oh wait, no.
Nah.
I guess no.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. Well, let's. I think you want to go Valentine. Oh, the Valentine is banned. Maybe you're left with the Fermis if you're seen.
They don't go Vexana, do they?
No, they can go for anything, and then they might still not win. I'm bitter.
Yeah. Yep.
Is it fair? But either way, so honestly,
Yeah, Fermis is great. Great versus the.
yeah, Faramis is good.
Great versus the Roger.
The only thing is that Faramis going up against Louis as well as Terizla is a bit iffy, you know?
In a way, yeah. Oh,
Aurora.
Okay.
Aurora.
So you're kind of not incentivized to go for assassins now if you are FCAP, right?
Wow, she has a 100% win rate, huh? You don't see her pop up that often, but all right, Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora. So you're looking for
Going up against an alpha, you kind of
C9 在这手掏出了欧若拉，其实不是一个好选
I think
择。
Matilda looks
AP 不认可以直接让罗杰摇去金币路，然后再拿一个刺客拿当野合。
Okay.
话音未落，好吧。
man.
Okay, so I think you're left with Group B. If you
You guys were talking about FCAP that maybe they're playing for the longer game, but looking at this draft, I kind of feel like
欧若拉对战损这一类的刺客还是比较难受的
I。think the hardest part about this too for Cloud9 is, okay, they lock in a choke pick, but still, the idea is the same. Playing against the momentum.
哎，
that
最
we're
后
gonna
这
see
一
set
手
by
周
FCAP and
是
Cho might be able to slow them down, but for now, the casters, you guys have heard
一统边路周游走还是周
Cloud9
边路一统游走呀？
They're knocked out. With that being said, we're passing it over to our casters.
It's all or nothing for the Warriors from North America's Cloud9 face off against the defending champions of the world in Falcons AP Bren. Leo and Gideon here at your service, casting this best of 2. And can I just say, FCAP got away with so much in the draft in an order that would surprise you.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it really just came down to that final ban on the first phase, that Aerith ban. Maybe they could have considered opening it up and then hopefully get a decent pick.
双方的阵容还是
It's as good as it gets for
AP
C9,
Bren 这边的阵容看起来更加的完善。
Aurora a lot. It's going to be able to buy some time here, but let's see how creative FCAP are going to be with that Loyi.
And it might just be that creativity that Cloud9 might use to shock the world, to shock everyone watching, and to get into a position where maybe they can fight for the knockouts. Here we go, an early start. Cold World getting into Cloud9's face.
Forces out an early retribution, which is exactly what you want to see.
啊，这边是
In the
周
meantime,
游
right, you
走
can。see that FCAP, when they receive a push, they're going to be pushing somewhere else. They're going to find other places to find small advantages.
周游走
Very
一统
early
经验路
call
对
on
线迪斯拉。
RQC. If he commits to it, but no, he needs to be around just to fight for Litho. Doesn't seem like this is going to be much of an engagement.
Checking out the bottom lane here. Basic and Super Marco. Again, this is as even a matchup as you can get. Super Marco definitely can bully the Moscow, but the Moscow can find an angle to CC the Predator that is the Roger. See, like that. Checking out Mobazane's emblem of choice. That is a killing spree. Long time no see.
Yeah, I think it's bold that he's going for killing spree here. I do feel like I don't think he's going to be able to snowball as
我刚刚说的
but then again, I could be
MSC 4大真神嘛，薯片、罗杰、洛伊和迪斯拉。H 巨人拿到了3个，这怎么输，兄弟
Yep, it's an honest approach to the scaling. Cloud9 is going from 0 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60, and then maybe jump the gun when Mobazane is ready. Turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. You can see in the minimap Kyle
是怎么拿到3个的呀？
quad shadows and is this right?
有点抽象呢。对面是交换到了莫斯卡夫和伊童啊。这两个只是伪强者。
For Kyle TZ's sake, again, he's an assassin. The early levels doesn't really matter, and I think even Mobazane recognizes that, right? As long as he is keeping level with Kyle TZ, these neutral objectives honestly don't really matter as much.
Oh, Chris, aka Cold World, looking to reach level 4. He needs a kick. There we go. It's online. It's a fair fight.
Oh wait, Mobazane turns around. He's not actually taking his purple buff. He's coming for the contest, knowing that Falcons, AP Bren are all around Cold World, trying to force something out from FCAP's side.
哦，欧罗拉这手动还是不错的，但是被牛头反打了。一波1换2。
2 for 1 plus the big one. The SOD coming in. I'm sure it hit someone.
龟是谁的？没看到，好像是损的吧？龟好像是损的吧
？One more look at the team fight. It would have been great. That frigid glacier from Mark Cutie was picture perfect, but the follow through, it was slightly lacking. And I think, in essence, right? Theoretically, that's the perfect time to go in with the Spear of Alpha. Maybe even jump in if you're bold.
损2比0开局啊，很舒服啊。
But the items just weren't there yet. The firepower wasn't present.
刚刚是不是有人放了个猎杀？但是没有猎到最后一下，有点抽象。
The space to do so, right? You can see that Mark QT doesn't want to go further than he has to, and Kyle TZ can just sit back with the quad.
This is the kind of situation wherein you look at the emblems and you see the difference maker, even if they were at relatively the same amount of items just yet.
洛伊本来是要传的，没传过来。
The difference for Kyle TZ's basic attacks, definitely.
100%, right? That's why Warcry is pretty effective on assassins. We're seeing Ling users pick up the Warcry because it's just that good.
In the early, it helps you get the extra 10-15 damage per basic, which would eventually lead to the win. In the late game, don't get me started. It amplifies the damage all the more because you get the late game.
I mean, so far, considering everything that has been happening here, fun fact, 73 unique picks already here at MSC. Like, we've gone through a good amount of heroes, and I think people are digging deep to try and figure out how to win on red side. Like, I feel bad for C9 because they need that 2-0, but they're starting off on the weakest side of the meta.
70 plus. What's the number?
76.
76. So we're approaching 60-something% of the total hero pool, which, by the way, Jushin is not yet part of. So you're looking at the 124, 125. Second turtle right. Started up already, less than half health. Cold World jump in and get the kick.
He gets a really good kick. They can burst him down. Oh, it blows up. And Kyle, now he has to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have his bodyguard no longer, but Super Marco can clean up a fight if he finds the opportunity. A great play from Cold World as Flap's easy. Now just peeling away Mielo. He's too low to be part of this fight in Cold World. He's got nothing left in the tank. So C9, this turtle dance. Kind of looking a little
大锤一波大闪，大我4个人堆里。
Out of position with no follow-up and a backup. Kyle only gets the double here. Pretty good considering how.
不是损在哪里收的人头呀？
That's deja vu for F.
哎，洛伊，一手一空啊！但是牛头大闪接上，再接击飞。这个传草太恐怖了，根本防不住啊！
Fast break from coast to coast. They went and basic didn't see that coming. I mean, he tried. That's good news for Falcons AP Bren though. They forced the flicker out of Peter Bryce, and now there's another 2 minutes that they have to wait until basic is at full mobility. Check out that replay brought to us by STC. And wow. All it took was an Oogie shadow kill and the sudden burst on Mobazane and
战术挠头
all around to make sure that Cloud9 disperses, sends Basic back into his lane, and give them a false sense of security. All this while, Falcons AP Brand were thinking of the next step.
I think it's totally fine that Cold World goes down there. I think it's really unlucky that Mobazane actually dies there.
啊，损杀起来了，再一刀，5个头了，损。
He's already out, but I don't think Basic wants to get in there just yet. He's heading to the top side of the map where he still has the protection of that tier 1. But let's see Kyle, how greedy is he going to get? Tries to go back in, doesn't get it, but does lose out on his retribution.
All right. C9 putting their foot down, saying, you're going to take these turtles, maybe a few turtles, but not my buff. All this while, Super Marco working up on that top lane tier 1. The map has shrunk, Gideon. Where does Basic find a farm?
Oh, wait, sorry. It's actually 73 unique picks. I added an extra 3 on top of that.
Okay, all right. Well, to be fair, there have been a few heroes picked up. Now, Zayn in trouble. Oh, Sky Piercer.
哇，已经可以单秒阿尔法了，兄弟。
If that was the first execution, right? How many kills he had before that could have been? I didn't see when exactly he got the Sky Piercer, but let's see how this neutral plays out.
Let's call it 2.
Let's call it 2.
Let's say 2 stacks.
All right. I think that's fair. I think that'll be fair. It's a free turtle for the side of Falcons. AP
这一筒放一是干什么的
C9, they've lost so much tempo from that one diversion play.
Everything currently on the map belongs to Falcons AP Bren.
感觉已经开始虐杀模式了。
What is the biggest gap we've got? Kyle slightly up.
Unironically, I think it's between Flap, TZ, and Mielo as of right now, right? Based on, I mean, Mielo is 2 levels down. Oh no, he got hit by the edge of it. No, the Middle Fury already finds the pick.
Oh, and Few can now put himself in the front lines a little more. Despite this being a Luyi, it can be a CQC mage. Start him young. Look at this father and son do. I would assume that they're father and son. Hello, enjoying the show in the Amazon arena.
It's great to see the families come together, especially showing their love for esports here. Now, let's see how this is going to play out, because Mobazane, he probably doesn't want to be there longer than he should. He still has Spear of Alpha to get on. Wait, that's a kill coming from Mark UT, and now they start to initiate. They get in. Phew, the next fall doesn't get out of there as Mielo is going to follow.
这波怎么说？但是损来了。
Possible. He gets hit by the penalty zone, and then Super Marco fires one. Kaltiz, he's already godlike, but Mobazane says, no, I move forward. I don't back down.
损还在，损是有天罚的，被抓控制了。
Saves Mobazane's life with a flicker way of the dragon.
Straight up Marshall.
哎，这一波大节奏啊，兄弟们！损7-0被终结，不仅是掉天罚层数，经济至少1500。好的，导播把镜头给到了小姐姐身上。
That top lane engagement deep behind enemy lines. Cloud9 showing up, man. What's the gap right now? About 3K, 2K? They definitely shrank that.
They definitely shrank that, and they're back into this. Yes, they're missing.
你们觉得天罚装备恶心，不会就是因为它显示了个9999吧？啊，实际上他打60点伤害，其实只是飘了个9999，就觉得恶心了。
And yeah, they'll take whatever kills they can, but what is good to know for NA fans is there's 10 seconds left on Marco and Fuse Purify. So if somehow Cloud9 find a kick, if somehow Cloud9 find an engage off of Mielo, then maybe this could be a free Lord. But bad news is they spent a lot of battle spells. Look at all of those flickers on cooldown.
I think they need to play around these battle spells, right? That's their big X factor from the side of C9. And Falcons AP Bren, they recognize it too. Oh, BOD for the side of Kyle.
All right. That is a BOD, yes. Diversion in.
这波正面团战怎么说？阿尔法拿下，哇！这波欧拉大开的非常好啊，但损进场了。啊，这个损伤害太恐怖了。
That is the most expensive Lord I've seen in a while. 4 for a major objective. And now Falcons AP Brand
经济太高了。
this mid lane inhibitor.
高一塔炸兵炸一波，高地能破一路。
40% of his stacks. He got it all back in a single fight.
Maybe even more now because he just
不是讲道理，不如直接拿卡加。 啊，限制一个周的大招手还是太短了。
As for Mobazane, he's definitely building a little chunkier now. Oh, diversion out. War Axe, Queen's Wings, and Oracle on his way to a BFB.
Huh, interesting. I definitely think Coleworld, I guess C9 called him off. I think Coleworld was thinking the same thing that I was. He maybe could have gotten a single kick onto someone just as the diversion is completing, just to isolate one person.
Yep, a kill is a kill for Cloud9. You'll take anything you can. But you have to consider a death on a member of Cloud9 now could mean suddenly an inhibitor lost. A death on a member of Cloud9 could mean suddenly Falcons AB Brain calls it the GG push and says you can't defend without Mar, you can't defend without Cold World. And where does this put Basic, right?
哦，那个刚刚那个小姐是子琪吗？啊，我没有认出来。
From Super Marco and I don't know if he has the win talk.
那应该是故意给的镜头吧。
But he needs to survive the Yogi Shadow kill.
Yeah, I think the Yogi Shadow kill is the biggest problem. It's chaining too much, and I think that Kyle TZ is just way too far ahead in the game, right? Just him throwing the shurikens alone is pretty devastating.
It's gotta feel like a third of basic.
哇，这个大锤百战神斧加女王之翼加寒冬权杖，这是要大招进场接寒冬啊，寒冬王冠了，已经是，对不起。
Almost 80-90% of the game now. 12 minutes elapsed. Kyle TZ wreaking havoc.
阿尔法也是女王之翼，神域啊，神域和女王之翼这两件装备改的都挺好啊。
Yep, just clean up.
哎，其实我不太理解神域的，神域我还是觉得挺野的，毕竟30%的恢复特效能被减治疗减半。
Even defending the waves. Looking at their wave clear, Cloud9, Mark Cutie, and Basic are really their only hopes. Because if Mobazane puts himself in a weird position, then he's using Beta and his skill set to clear waves. He wants to get into the fight.
莫巴镇成绩怎么一届比一届惨？因为莫巴镇成绩最好的那个版本是射和，就是射野版本，就是罗杰、李顺成、格兰杰，对吧？就是他最擅长的这3个英雄，就是说白了是131版本。 他个人在北美的排位的玩法也是这样的，但这个版本已经过去很久了。洛伊这一手应该是地图外传送，没有看到视野。
What a fast play from Falcons AP Brand. They did not see it coming.
Basic saw it coming. He saw the diversion destination.
这招练得太熟了。
But really, there's not much you can do. As a Moskov at this point, again, 14 minutes in,
不可能放洛伊的，
top lane in jeopardy.
真不能放。
Oh, once again. They're going to be using Glacier very
大锤直接进场，
结束了。They're ignoring a majority of the members, and FCAP take this 1-0 against C9. Wow, Kyle, he is nasty. I thought it was going to be a Nolan game, but man, his Hayabusa is just as good.
The fact that the Hayabusa can come in and out more fluidly than a Nolan can makes this dangerous. Again, I think between the pop-in from target to target, that might be Nolan's specialty. But if you're just looking for target acquisition, you're looking for the quick in-out to just exacerbate the fact that there's a Luya on the other side, makes it worse for C9.
Immediate profit is the name of the game. With that being said, let's throw it over to our analyst to break down this game. It's all yours, LaFell.
Thank you very much. And we're looking at the C9 players, and even they're trying to think, like, what do we change? Like, what went wrong? And I think we got to start with Kyle TZ here. That Hayabusa is nasty.
Just like I said during the roundtable, or he said, I should say.
He said, yeah.
He was excited about this change, and he can bring the assassins back to the meta.
Unfortunately, it's still a problem, especially in a team like Falcons AP Brand that have intense amount of and I said the word intense, right? Intense amount of in-game knowledge because of the experience.
It is pretty intense.
Give it to one of the veterans. Give it to someone who played from MPLPH Season 1. Give it to a 2-time world champion, my personal GOAT, Few, and he can make wonders. This teleport alone is like he's just oozing with confidence. Well, eventually they did die. But definitely oozing with confidence. And it wasn't called for. Eventually, Kyle TZ will die after this, and this will be a little bit of home of Kyle TZ. But there will be another TP play that they did where Hayabusa showed himself in the bottom lane, and then what happened was, Few was just laughing because like,
overconfidence.
Overconfidence.
Nice. So isn't it like a caster thing to say? It's like, look at how good this TP was, and then the team immediately died.
Yeah, like I said, it was oozing with confidence.
It was oozing with confidence.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be good confidence. But either way, we're looking at the itemization here. We got to talk about the Hayabusa's itemization. There's a lot of burst damage coming in.
There is. And there was that little bit of hope that we saw from Cloud9 in the exchange that Wolf was just talking about too. But I think even if they had that, there was just no answer for the amount of momentum Kyle TZ got alone on the Hayabusa, especially when the Skypiercer was locked in. That made it very difficult for them to deal with. And, you know, I think just letting them get the Loyi and the Minotaur, for example.
英雄洛邑英雄机制再可怕，也就今年刚被开发出来。洛邑已经出了这么多年了，也就今年比赛火一火，还是版本原因吧。
Yeah, I think it's also difficult to play against this composition where they're like all over the place. If anything, the only two heroes from the side of Falcon Safety Brent that aren't that mobile is the Turris as well as the Minotaur, but at the same time they have their own ways to be mobile with the flickers, and I think that both Flaptizi as well as Ogwin have reserved their flickers so much that they only used it in important scenarios.
Honestly, looking at this match, it does seem like Falcon Safety Brand they're making sure they control the early as well as mid very, very well. And part of that is because of Kyle TZ's retribution, man. Like we saw Cloud9 trying to control the early and mid by taking away those turtles, and then Kyle is just like, thank you. And then he gets out.
Kyle gets a double kill after the first turtle.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult to play right after that.
And even if that wasn't a Hayabusa, like let's just say it was another assassin, it would have been the same result. Like the amount of pressure that comes from an assassin jungler with Warcry, mind you, getting a double kill plus those turtles, it's pretty devastating, you know. And they couldn't really deal with. I feel like once that was set, they were just constantly trying to catch their breath.
I like that you're talking about how it doesn't matter the kind of assassins they picked up, which shows that his hero pool is wide. So even if you ban out the Hayabusa, it's not going to mean much. And now, Wolf, can you explain us a little bit more about what happened in the game with the Telestrator or with Bob?
Bob will be helping us as this is another showcase of the patience as well as the in-game knowledge coming out from Falcon Safety Brand. I'm going to try to zoom in once again. So you may not see it like literally, but there is the Blade of Despair. It's like, you know, just show it to us. Yeah, so that's one thing. Kyle TZ was farming, and you also with the mini-map, you can see that they are fighting around the Lord area. And you'll be surprised that the entirety of C9 actually burst the Lord. Milo activated the ultimate. Yep, and this is because they saw the Hayabusa in the bottom lane. Eventually, they will have enough time to burst it, which is great. But then you can see the disaster happening. Freshly picked up Blade of Despair. Kyle TZ finds the angle to the backlines, gets Colward first, and then goes to the backline because of how well used the Quad Shadow was. And then Milo was just isolated from the team. There's no protection anymore. And then Mobazane, despite getting the Lord, is going to be gunned down. The damage output from Kyle TZ was great. And what I'm trying to say in this particular clash is that Falcon Safety Brand knew their timings. The reason why they showed the Hayabusa in the bottom lane before the Lord fight happened, which eventually prompted the Cloud9 gang to burst the Lord, was because they had the teleport with the Luyi. Few did not show himself in the map. Obviously, C9 didn't know that even when the Hayabusa was in the bottom lane, you could just TP the Hayabusa into the Lord fight, which was, I think, was insane amount of game sense.
That's why I'm going to ask. I would love to get your guys' opinion on this. More value, is it Loyi or Chip?
Still Chip for me.
Still Chip?
Still Chip.
So I think still Chip. But yeah, I think they're both great. You just don't give it up.
They're both devastating to the lineup.
The thing is, if one gets banned out, the stock for the one that's left just increases so much.
It 10x.
I agree. I agree so much. But now we got to check out the Sony MVP of the match. And it's going to be Kyle TZ on that Hayabusa. So, again, honestly, looking at the game, how do you stop him? That's the only question. Like, even though you have a Cho, you have an Edith, but it's almost like, how do you stop him?
Well, pray for the first Lord fight to go badly in their favor, which unfortunately didn't happen. I understand why they wanted to go for the turn. To be fair, Mobazane's decision making to go for the Lord. I think that is a good decision on their part. But at the same time, they didn't know that that Ogwin was already level 4 in this case. Oh well, they probably knew, but they didn't respect it. That's what I'm trying to say. The first turtle fight.
Yeah, and for that, you know, again, when you're gonna go against this assassin, I don't know. Like, I'm almost just kind of scratching my head here, and I don't know if anyone else is, but like, for Mobazane, you're playing against Kyle TZ, he locks in this Hayabusa, and you know that he's probably gonna opt for an assassin. Is Alpha the only answer that we're gonna see from Mobazane?
Oh, you know what? That's actually a very good question. Like, now we have to see what other options the Mobazane have, but we're still looking at our MVP here. And again, I saw it was like a 13 KDA.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle TZ only died once, and that was an impressive showing on the Hayabusa. Now, gentlemen, we've heard your opinions, but I heard something special is coming up because both of our reporters, Steph Weezy as well as Eterna, they were able to talk with the coaches for both teams. So we're gonna hear from both of them, but let's check it out.
Hi guys, back again with me, Eterna, and with me right now is Coach Ducky. Now, Coach, a lot of people are wondering, and I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are also wondering, how is your preparation with Falcons AP Brand this time around, especially coming against Cloud9?
We don't really prepare for a particular team. We just, you know, train to improve, you know, our team chemistry, cohesion, and stuff like that. So, just to answer your question real quick, we don't really prepare for a specific team. Yeah.
Okay. Last question before I let you go. What is your message to Coach Midnight?
Come on, man. Put on some show.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. We'll bother you later on again. But of course, we're going to throw it over to Steph Weezy. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Steph Weezy. Anyways, listening to the coach, it looks like he doesn't have a specific plan for any of the teams. He just prepares a general plan, and then it works out for everyone. And to Midnight's like, come on, bring us a show. But you know what? Since Eterna threw it to Steph Weezy, you know what? I'll catch a throw, and I'm going to throw it over to Steph Weezy.
All right, guys, we are backstage with Coach Midnight as his team is on the stage getting ready to go up against their opponent, Falcons AP Bryn. I got to ask you, Midnight, how has Cloud9 been preparing for this battle?
A lot of scrims, a lot of watching of AP Bryn games, and just having fun.
Having fun. I think that's one of the most important parts, often overlooked. Well, for you, do you have a message you want to give out to Coach Ducky?
See you back in Manila.
There you go. See you back in Manila. Cloud9, good luck on your guys' journey in MSC 2024.
But what does that really mean?
I don't know what that means, actually.
What does that really mean? I'll see you back in Manila.
Sounds aggressive, Midnight.
It sounds very aggressive.
Yeah, I think it depends on the time. Like, see you in Manila soon, or see you in Manila after MSC.
Is he saying that both of them are gonna get eliminated?
Yeah, that's what I felt too.
Like it, right?
Yeah, like okay, yeah. I don't understand, but yeah, sure.
Is that confidence?
That is him putting on a show.
Is that confidence or negative confidence? Where's the aura here?
That's negative aura,
hey,
maybe.
What is the theme today?
Confusion.
All right.
With that being said, just letting you guys know, Midnight is a close friend of ours. You know,
yes,
shout outs to Midnight. Shout outs to Coach Ducky again. Both coaches are showing, I would say, charisma and enthusiasm for each other. But we got to talk about the games here for now, because going into game number 2 is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Cloud9.
Must win. I think if they lose 0-2, this means that they have just literally forfeited their chance of getting the knockouts. Even winning the next game, they will have to wish for a different scenario. Maybe get it through the tiebreaker. So definitely a must win.
No, it's easy. Just win.
Boys.
It's easy, just win.
It's not that hard. You know, just like get a few kills, destroy some turrets, and then go to the base, and then just destroy that too.
Why is it? Why are they finding it difficult?
Don't overcomplicate it. You know what, Midnight? Maybe you should let it.
We won't go there.
Okay.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's like, you know.
Okay.
Get good heroes.
Pick your hero. Well, maybe that's. I don't know. The alpha has to change, man.
Yeah, but maybe the alpha has to change. What? Like a Balman?
Yeah. Yisun Shin.
Yisun Shin. You know what?
Throw it back.
I like that.
Throw it
like
back.
Granger.
Oh, I like that better. I like that
Granger.
better.
Actually, the Granger looks interesting because
some early game.
Yeah, I think well, the revamp hasn't kicked in yet, but the upcoming Granger, the updates will be nasty.
Dude.
But it's not usable now, so.
Great. What's the new spell that isn't a war cry? People.
War cry?
No, the one with that's
Temporal Rain.
Temporal Rain.
Temporal Rain.
Granger. Yeah.
Okay.
After you deal the Death Sonata, you're just
yeah.
You're moving and grooving faster.
You're moving and grooving. You're moving and grooving. You may not get kills, but you're moving and grooving.
At least you look cool.
At least you look cool.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Whew. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Jumping into the draft, because the problem with drafting against Falcons AB Brand, because we heard the coach say it, they don't prepare a specific strategy for Cloud9, meaning to say that they're not like, oh, against them we got to use the Bane, against them we have to use the Hayabusa. It's not that. It's like the draft is open because they don't prepare a specific hero for them. But Cloud9 seems like they prepared specific heroes for AP Brand, but it's not working out.
Now I have my opinions about like drafting as well as specifically for the alpha argument. While it's true that maybe they should not think about the alpha anymore, I think that conceptually letting go of a Luyi is bad.
Yeah,
I agree.
For Cloud9.
I concur.
Because not only is the Luyi very strong, they also like to play utility junglers like Fredrins, for example, the Barats. Technically speaking, the alpha is there, but all of these heroes, they struggle facing up against the Luyi because they essentially kind of amplify the potency of the Luyi, because they just bounce off of that.
Yeah. You know, speaking of Luyi, because we didn't talk about her much, but I feel like that one diversion play to catch basic was like enough early pressure, and it stopped any build up for basic.
Yes. You know what? Let me just throw this question just to show how strong Luyi is. You're talking about how this hero is bad going up against the Luyi, right? Who's good going up against the Luyi?
Chip.
If you can get There's an argument for the Ling, actually, because you can really catch up. And honestly, you can kill the Luyi as the TP was charging. You know, that's
他们在说什么东西克制洛邑啊，然后那个解说说薯片。
But frankly, there
还有
isn't
林
any good hero to face up against.
也在班位上，只
Unless
能
of
说
course you get your own, which is the chip.
Yeah, but I don't see a world.
这把 C9 选择了先选。
Even crazier. Even crazier. Imagine if you first pick the chip.
先选的话，我觉得莫巴兹应该是要抢罗杰了。
That's too much.
Yeah.
What is Lui's win rate now? I mean, for a while, she's 100%.
Only losing one game.
Twice.
Lost twice.
Oh, twice?
Yeah. Fnatic Onyx won against Luyi.
Love this new setup, by the way.
Oh yeah.
We're in the draft.
Yeah, right now looking at
We
draft
are
here.
the draft.
We are the draft.
We are the draft. Cloud9 has banned Ling as well as Luyi. And for Falcon AB Brand, they banned on the chip as well as the Valentina. So again, it looks like Falcon AB Brand, just like Wolf said, wants that damage dealer inside of the jungle. So Valentina is just not part of the options now for Cloud9.
Yeah. So that means that you are prioritizing Harith now if you're Cloud9. Hopefully. So that means that you can ban the Roger now.
It's crazy how C9's first pick and now they're banning the Luyi.
啊，洛邑林 ban 掉。
Blue side Luyi bans nowadays, huh?
Well, we did see that in game number 1, Cloud9 passed.
为什么ban头发呀？
Very big,
It was,
right?
it was open.
It was open. They didn't pick it. It kind of tells me that maybe they're not that adept with the hero.
You were talking about hard, but what about Cloud9?
C9 有头发吗？
Yeah,
You talking about first pick?
First pick, yeah.
I think they could. I think a lot of people have actually asked this. Like, Roger's meta now, he's been more than ever, and you get that power of, oh, we could actually flex this into the hands of Basic.
Yes.
And we saw what they did in their grand finals with Basic on the Roger as well. So it would make sense that they pick it up, because even if it goes in the hands of Mobazin, I think that would set the stage for a better draft for game 2.
By the way, can I just say something for now? Because for Cloud9 to proceed to the knockout stage, they need 1 point win here. And XYG just has to get a 2-0 off of Falcon AB Brand.
Yeah.
Sorry, Falcon.
Falcons Esports, yeah.
Yeah, Falcon Esports, yeah.
So Cloud9 needs a one. They need one.
And then XYG needs the 2-0 for there to be a tiebreaker. Yeah.
Edith Roger just makes a lot of sense now for FCAP, right?
Wow. Okay.
0 win. Oh yeah, no, it's just
the Harith though.
Yeah, Harith.
Hairstyle?
啊！你抢哈里斯
That's his full name.
hairstyle。
哥，您又来拉蒂哈里斯胜利了，这是纯陷阱呀！
I know you've been,
Well, Leo could confirm.
I would say the historian.
The historian, exactly.
Okay. I think yeah, Roger seems natural as a pick for
Roger
FCAP. Yeah, Roger Edith. Apart from that, that's the Valentina perhaps.
Valentina banned
out. They banned them. Banned out themselves, but I think yeah, Roger just makes a lot of sense.
And they banned out the Minotaur as well.
Oh, there it is,
Okay.
Roger.
Yep.
好，
so
罗杰又给对面了。
If you're Cloud9, that's great, and maybe, hopefully not Alpha.
So pick up a mage here, like
Yeah.
a Faramis, perhaps, or a
Yeah, Farum is great.
Farum is right.
Great, yeah. Great against Roger, but not the best versus Edith. Edith actually likes playing against the Faramis because you can just melt the lich.
拿到一手锤，
Okay,
Go
Grok.
Grok. Okay, with the Valentina being banned, they're confident with the Grok. The Grok
锤和石头人啊，
So Falcon Sapie Brand might pick up their few hero now. Go
Vexana.
Yep.
Vexana for the knockups,
Yeah.
You play the Eternal Guard knockup into the Edith with the Onward and Earth Shatter.
Yep.
You have knockups for days.
Yep.
And honestly, when we've seen a lot of teams utilize those combinations,
Yep.
whatever it is with the Edith, she seems to be the main staple.
Yeah.
It ends up working out in a lot of their favors.
Farsa also looks good for FCAP. That way they can go for a hard lockdown on Ogwen, and then they have that burst with the Edith as well as the Farsa. There's enough range for you to kind of outplay the Harith, because Harith wants to play around the Zaman Force. So if you just try to get out of that zone, get out of the box, you can then punish it with good range through the Edith as well as the Farsa.
We gotta talk about how the draft coming in from Cloud9, now that they have the Harith, and because they have the Terizla, the EXP later is more of a setup guy, is more of a tank.
Yeah.
So you need your damage coming in from the jungle. So the question is, what is going to be the physical damage dealer that Mobazin is going to dish out? And you would have to assume is the alpha, but at the same time, you're hoping for something else.
What is going to be different? I think yeah, maybe Granger. Yeah.
There has to be. Like I mean, so far from everything we've seen from C9, it's only been alpha. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. So I think at this point, when you're down to we need this point,
yeah,
you have to change things up, because so far, a lot of these game plans from C9 have not worked out. And I know it's a tough task, because we're talking about the defending world champions here, Falcons AP Bren, and after game 1.
说中间的立起来的英雄特效呀。
I feel like Fighters is difficult now just because of the Edith, right? You want to stay around in the team fight, but then you're just getting tossed up here, you're gonna get knocked up there, and then imagine if the opposing side actually has a Vexana, and then I'm like shaking, I'm dancing, I'm terrified. Too much crowd control for fighters in the jungle. So you know what?
So
Saber. Gorgeous said it. Oh, right.
Gorgeous, yep.
Gorgeous did say it. Saber.
If eventually Falcon Sapie Brand picks up an assassin, I'm really liking the Saber. Like,
unironically.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like if they pick up Hayabusa, for example, if that is shown, maybe Fanny was picked up by Falcon Sapie Brand because they're that bold.
Yeah.
Even the Roger actually can get one shot by the Saber.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
So I hope I mean, like this is essentially tournament life for Cloud9. Just show us something.
Get one notch on the unique heroes for MSC so far. What was it? 73 so far.
73 so far.
We had 63 last MSC. Was that right?
64.
64.
Wow.
Man, we are making numbers.
That shows how healthy the meta is right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Okay. Well, we're not seeing any of the draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're actually still going with those picks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, anything could happen. So we might as well talk about the significance of this match, because it's do or die, not just for both teams involved.
Yeah.
For the entire group.
Oh, wait.
There it is.
Oh,
okay. They still went Firemis X-Borg.
X-Borg.
We forgot about this. This could be a good flex. It could be played in the... It could be played in the jungle role. It can also be played the XP, but of course the Terizla was already open, so maybe X-Borg is indeed the pick.
Honestly, X-Borg against Terizla is not a confirm win, just because the Terizla actually has a lot of damage on the second skill, so that you can actually take down the Friaga arm.
No, I mean like Terizla is already the EXP for.
Sorry, I did.
Cloud9, right?
Oh yeah.
So they have they confirmed the export in the jungle. We have not seen most of the draft.
Falcon's AP brand picks X board.
Okay. Oh, Falcon's AP brand.
不是莫巴顿怎么这么开心啊？
Oh.
Okay, wait. Oh,
李顺成，我靠
Was that the reaction?
We talked about it.
Hey,
we talked about it.
Love it.
He's just like, you know what?
I love it.
Send it.
I love it.
Reaction.
We did say
win or lose, we love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
YSS.
This is gonna win.
If not the Granger, the YSS.
我说他怎么笑这么开心？不是导播能不能把这个 BP 阶段一直放出来啊？不是为什么有一会儿没一会儿的啊？
It becomes an awkward conversation. I'm like, yo, when are you coming back in the meta? And then he's like, when did I leave? And I'm like, okay, you know what? You know what? Fair enough.
You have Yi Sun Shin's number.
Phone number.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. Locked in.
Yeah. So Cloud9 has Yi Sun Shin and Farsa, and Falcons they're the last pick of the Fredrin, so the export is going to the EXP. So
oh, I love the Fredrin.
You love the Fredrin for this draft?
Yeah, especially going up against Harith. And there's, I guess the only problem here is the Farsa, but then you have Edith and Faramis together with your team, and then you have the expert that kind of some players actually call it the bidet.
The bidet.
Yeah.
You know what? With that being said,
the bidet. I don't
just
know.
to confirm,
flamethrower.
Right now, the draft has been completed. Yi Sun Shin is here. I hope the casters are ready because it's your time to shine.
Breaking news, Yi Sun Shin makes it into the Land of Dawn here, upping once more the unique hero picks in the Mid-Season Cup 2024. Gideon Leo about to bring you game number 2 in the second broadcasted game of this series. And just to address what our casters were wondering with, does Harith have a last name? Does Harith have a last name?
Harith Styles?
No, he does not have a last name.
Does he?
He is just known as Harith.
Is he just the species? No, the species is
Leonin. They refer to him as Lieutenant Harith under the Monian Empire.
Lieutenant?
Yep.
Interesting.
He's a officer in the Monian Empire's army.
Interesting.
这时候莫巴顿逃本命了啊！终于做回了自己，不玩阿尔法了。
How you doing, good team? Yep. I mean, when we talk about this draft, with the fact that we see Yi Sun Shin is already very, very impressive.
I'm not so sure if Cloud9 was ready to bring out the Yi Sun Shin though.
I mean, I felt like, based on the lip reading here from Coach Midnight and Mobazane, he probably gave him a bunch of options. He's like, you can play what you want.
但我觉得发挥不一定会好啊。对面是费登啊，费登虽然对上罗杰表现不好，但是对上李顺成，感觉不会表现不好。罗杰有100米伤害，李顺成没有，打前排能力不是很强。
The only other assassin available, technically, which would have been Nolan, right?
Yeah, or even the clumping up through the Faramis.
You're totally right about that. But I mean, they've got answers, right? They've got the penalty zone. They've also got the Farsa as well. Hopefully, that's not too much of an overkill. But at the same time, hopefully this Yi Sun Shin will work, because I'm scared that it's going to come to a point where it's like it reminds me so much of the previous meta. You want to be farm heavy, and then Fredrin casually walks in, level 2, steals away 1 camp, level 4 comes back, steals 2 camps, level 8 takes your entire jungle.
And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
What's interesting is the way Cloud9 is looking to inject a new flavor into the current metagame that is still, I think, at this point developing. You're now inputting global presence via the jungle.
这是怎么了？设备有问题啊
we have now comes through mid and Rome, if I'm not, like, sometimes you still see Rome Angela, right? So you have Loyi, you have Angela, you have Florin. And now they want to go like, all right, maybe we can go for the Earth Shocker, a Mount Shocker rather, and
有点无聊啊，点外卖吧。
as a way to influence team fights across the board.
I think that's fine, right? Like, as a utility ultimate, you're not using it as a means to an end. You're just using it to kind of identify where your opponents are. Are they setting up a dive? What are some of the motions they're making across the map? You can even delay the motions because of the free information it gives you.
And the slight slow. Oh, no, they took out the slow.
Yeah.
See, it's been so long since Yushin has been in the meta. They've changed him a couple of times, and we didn't even notice. We didn't even feel it, except for those Yushin mains.
Yeah, Yushin mains.
Like MOBA Zane.
That's the one that he was known for, right? He loves those marksman junglers. And I think, you know, in this game, if he is able, well, I do think they still need, quote-unquote, a tank buster here. And I think by the time Yushin gets to that point of tank busting, DHS, like it's so far down the road. I mean, I'm thinking that Mielo, he already has a hard time, but he has by far the most important job in the first
哎呀，
Yep. Again, not
赶
just
紧
them, not just
等不
Mielo.
及了，我要看李舜臣
All
了。
C9 have to be on the same page because that might be one of the.
虽然我不看好他能赢，但是还是希望能打出一些精彩的操
That's
作。
why team like FCAP were always just right in C9's faces because it seemed like they weren't communicating as much as they should have.
I suppose, I mean, we did hear from Coach Ducky, there's like, we don't prepare for anybody, we work on cohesion. And I'm like,
it's us, it's about us.
Yeah, it's about us all the time. And I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, where else have I seen this before? Who else is just talking about like cohesion, not really preparing for anybody else? I'm thinking about SRG, who has, we have a great bond. That can be associated to cohesion too.
You can also now bring up
Falcons?
Liquid Echo.
Oh, Liquid Echo is also
Liquid
a good
Echo
one.
just says, even Cardi says, I'm happy when I see other teams lose. So that means they don't care about what other teams do. It's all about their tempo. It's all about their aggression. Now, after a quick sweep of the current metagame, I forgot to name a couple of other possible global ult heroes that are currently in the metagame. Moskov, SOD, and the shortcut on Lechip.
Oh.
So there's a good chunk of universal ults that are in meta now.
I mean, there's also the Xavier with the DNS.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, DNL.
Yeah. That counts. Yeah, that is global.
It is global.
There you
It
go.
stretches across the entirety of the map. You know, gives you that free info.
And he has a very good win rate despite not being 100% in contention.
That's true. That's true.
He's a acquired taste, but if you love Xavier, if your team plays Xavier, your team plays Xavier.
An acquired taste. I like that. I like that a lot, as a matter of fact. But even so, right? I think that if C9 wants to have any chance of winning this game, it's really going to boil down to like some strong decision making, right? Even in the previous game, we saw a couple of times where like, hey, MOBA Zane is already making his way over towards the purple buff, and then they all corral together despite having that level lead. The team says, hey, we might actually be able to do something, and he turns around. They need to not waste that time walking back and forth. If you make a decision, you commit to it, and it's too late to go back on it.
And I think the way that they forced Falcons AP Bren to respond, or the kind of lineup that Falcons AP Bren ended up with, allows for that. It's not a Hayabusa or a Nolan that suddenly snowballs out of control. It's a more controlled kind of push forward combat that Falcons AP Bren are playing with. Okay, now in hindsight, I'm a little afraid because an assassin can slip up.
好，比赛开始了。
Jungler can just choke you slowly but surely like a vice grip.
I mean, I still remember the previous meta, right? It really boils down to, it's like we've seen these matchups time and time again. Where that's why these utility tank junglers were so effective, because it's just how do you punish them? You have all this damage, you make a mechanical mistake, and I can just eat the damage.
如果当年李舜臣强势时期在这版本有得玩吗？
Scary thought. It's like the
不是
metas of 2023
我有点听不懂了。
and 2021 are clashing in one matchup here in game 2. Falcons AP Bren versus Cloud.
什么叫李舜臣的强势版本在这版本？那究竟是哪个版本呢？
So far, while
首先，李舜臣其实没有什么削弱过啊，就是因为版本原因他才不行的，他自己英雄也没什么修改。
To be as efficient as possible, leaving the very small camps to pick up later on, because he knows that Falcons AP Brand, they want to get aggressive here.
迪亚斯和艾克斯谁才是边路之王？肯定是迪亚斯呀，艾克斯又不是边路之王，艾克斯是边路混子。
Both junglers now working on small camps, but mind you, Kyle TZ is still behind, folks, despite basic.
Oh man, Super Marco was playing this lane perfectly. He's got a slow push on his side, even throws out the taunt knowing that he's basically won this lane. Like basic, he's got to land a really good synchro fissure.
Yep. And we'll check in on mid now. There you go. There's the Mount Shocker. Able to check in on everyone, Flap TZ. Putting down the damage on to Mielo, the GOAT. And finally, they're at level parity, but still XP lead on Mobazane.
Yep, he's been able to clear out pretty much all of his camps in honestly quick fashion, and even picking up on the gold crab, well, technically river crab, on towards the gold lane instead of passing it over to basic. They've made sure that Mobazane is going to be scaling really, really quick, and I think that's a good idea. But that's on the assumption that their laners are going to be all right, and considering basic's current standings against Super Marco, it's not looking good.
Check this out. Falcons AP brand everywhere right now. All 4 members here. Oh, there's the Earth Shatter onward.
Oh, he flickers away. Penalty zone's on top of it, but that just means that he's going to
哎，
get
这手迪斯拉其实根本没必要去的。队内没攻弄好，我艾森肯定是放这条龙的，放这条龟的。这李舜臣是一个什么英雄啊？李舜臣就是个纯刷子英雄。就我精细不刷到一定程度，我不出山的。所以前面什么这几个龟肯定是放的。肯定不可能看的。
To be fair, right? He just needs to make sure that they can slow down Kyle and make sure that MOBA has tempo, which I think he has right now, but at what cost, right?
Yeah, there's a stolen small
有空了，不过就算没空也打不出什么伤害。
So that's extra vision, extra mana, extra move speed alongside the river to continue Mobazane's power farming, which is now put him in range of, I'd say maybe 300, 400 gold away from a War Axe.
Yep, and he's picking up like farm from the mid lane too. Like they are supercharging him right now. They are injecting him with as much gold as possible to get him to where he needs to be as soon as possible. And I think that even so, right, Mielo has taken too much damage. Now, the only way you can really get that big surge of gold is when you start invading your opponent and steal away their resources. And yes, Mobazane does have tempo on Falcon's AP brand for now, but the side lanes cannot back him up on the invade.
Nope, he's on his own. He's in that little chamber, ready to pop out like Weapon X maybe after 4 or 5 minutes from now. There's the War Axe, but he definitely needs one more. I think he needs one more to really punish whoever comes in. And there's the Mountain Shocker checking in. How's everybody? Where y'all at? Okay, I can take this purple and then maybe contest. But knowing what Cloud9 is going through right now, what they have on the board, I don't think they'll even fight for the second turtle.
Yeah. I like the way that Falcon's AP brand are dealing with Mountain Shocker, right? Because, oh, wait, hold on. Simon Force has already been popped. It's 2v1 up on that top side of basic. He's trying to get on out of there, but he's getting a little low. Ogun, again, plays it really well, but here comes the cavalry here as Mark QT is able to find the trade back. Super Marco, honestly, kind of beating out his friend just to get a free kill.
Yeah. Still, I think that's a win for Falcon's AP brand. Oh, no, Super Marco!
哎，这边啊，迪斯拉死了。
We're seeing trades all across the board here.
哎，我只能说 ，AP 不认对阵容理解非常深啊，就是艾克斯就是用来打迪斯拉的，就是打这种硬逼的，切两下，但是应该死不了啊。
The Appraiser's Wrath at the very least. Mobazane still alive. Mountain Chakra to reconfirm positions. If he cannot let go of the.
还打。
Mobazane now in some trouble.
有点装啊，哥们儿。
As well, Super Marco finds it. Great microwave from Falcon's AP brand.
Whole world maybe 2 or 3 seconds away from a response.
李舜臣每死一次，节奏点都会掉，很难受。
Now it's Kyle Deezy's turn to dig into Mobazane's farm as there's a turtle spawning in about a minute. This puts Falcon's AP Bren up by about 1,000 gold. That's what happens when you shut down Mobazane's power farming. The fact that he hasn't been on the map for like 20-30 seconds means that the lead for Falcon's AP Bren will slowly balloon up, close the gap, even push him further.
I mean, let's think of it this way, right? It's like music. He's 2 steps ahead, but now FCAP, wait, hold on. Full world, no, still gets it. I mean, Mobazane is still making sure that he is still on top of that retry. He is a full level ahead and make sure he says, hey, get out of my jungle, this is my property. But as I was saying, it's all about that tempo, right? C9, we're 2 steps ahead, and then with that 1 kill on Mobazane, they fall back 1.
Here's another Mountain Shocker. Checking in on positioning. Wall charge!
It hits on towards Ogun's side. Earth Shadow doesn't connect as well as Basic leaps past him, but away from the Salmon Force. The key doesn't slow Ogun down. They do lose that tier 1 regardless, but even so, at the very least, they don't give another kill over.
All right, FCAP on the defense up top.
Oh, so Marco, interesting, turned into the Lycan. Didn't think he wanted to pounce there, but I also think that Super Marco wasn't expecting that many people to show up.
All right, for the first time in this 6.5-minute game, looks like Cloud9 are looking to ready themselves up for a turtle fight. unless they want to pick off first in mid. Ogwen walks into a bush.
Yeah, Cole's got to get out of there. Flapteasy has been having the time of his life with Mielo, really abusing him there. Oh man, he's getting, as soon as that heat gauge is maxed out, he is getting chunked out. The real question is who is going to get this turtle. Mobazane doesn't have to contest for this, but then again, there's nothing in his jungle to farm. He could try, but he's walking away.
这龟没法看啊，又放了。
Falcons now going to put their attention towards the top side of the map.
Oh no, Mielo's in trouble. Earth Shatter.
Yep, and even the Praise's Wrath coming out. Penalty zone as well. I would say that recalling at this point of time is worse than dying. You just lose so much more, right? Last Insanity gonna come up from Flapteasy. He's totally fine.
They're fine, forcing out a DPZ from Mielo. At least
但其实 C9 的整体经济并没有被拉开很多啊，看李舜臣能不能刷出来。海里斯这边换线拆了一座塔，那经济现在差1500。看到李舜臣经济是5100啊，是经济虽然没有罗杰高，但是是比对面费登要高的。
With really no violence, right? No payoff. Again, sending him home is the best case scenario. And so far, Falcons AP Bren, despite there being more of a basic, forcing out a last Insanity from Flap.
Oh, they could have punished there, but luckily Flap preemptively going for the flicker, knowing that he's in range of the Feather Airstrike. Is Kyle looking for an opportunity?
哇，阿里斯这招
Praise's Wrath is good, but Super Marco does not want to dive in just yet. Mark QT holding the nuclear option at bay.
Again, cardio. They're just jogging around each other, moving around.
哎呦，一瞳一手一闪空了。
A response from Ogwen. The flicker already spent out.
哎，但我说实话，对面这个阵容，李舜臣就算刷起来了也不好杀呀，一个传统射手法师都没有。对面你看，对面都是些什么东西？艾克斯、费登、罗杰、伊童、法拉米斯，这都秒不掉呀。
It's just 3 turtles. The farm is on the right places for Falcons AP Bren. Marco had a basic, few ahead of Marcuity, and that's all you need really, because Kyle's playing a very different game now than he was in game 1.
Yeah. And I think the next problem is about to occur. Like, Flapteasy is going to be an issue here, and they're going to have to, like, trade a resource, and I'm thinking that maybe it's going to be that Feather Airstrike. But they need that Feather Airstrike for later down the line when they have to deal with that Netherrealm, right? So this is a 2-layered problem. Because now we get into the fight. Ogwen,
这手石头人开到伊童，但伊童直接开大把血线吸起来了。费登在前面点一大招劈死哈里斯，哈里斯有点太靠前了。 艾克斯能不能留下？但是法米斯大招就进场不够，还是死了，1换1。
There's that signature clean Filipino play style. We get a trade, we get the Lord, we walk out. We don't force anything else. Falcons AP Bren pushing the envelope, even taking a mid lane tier 1. Now again a check.
李舜臣还在刷6900的经济。 还是排在全局第2名，不如罗杰。但其实这样就没用了。李舜臣一定要经济第1，而且是那种拉出1000块钱以上的那种，才能打出伤害。猎杀拿到了。
This is what we were expecting to see. Falcons AP Bren now becoming the hydraulic press, slowly putting the pressure on C9.
Yep, the vice grip on these resources that's going to close the gap between Mobazane and Kyle.
一手暴击，把费登打掉了一层皮。
All right, I think Mobazane found out what he already knew anyways. Like he just saw the rotation from Falcons AP Bren, so I think there's a part of him that's using that to clear the way, and so is this Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, I mean, it's a good way to do it, right? Keep as many of your structures alive as possible. Do not give Falcons AP Bren more control over this map, as the tier 2s are going to get knocked. And I mean, as long as they have a couple still standing, as long as they have their inhibitors, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? It's only 11 minutes into the game. It's not over just yet.
With 4K ahead, especially with Cloud9 having a core in the jungle, a true core, who hasn't really died as much. Again, 1 death on Mobazane isn't the end of the world, but now, the concealed play from Ogwen.
你是就看了今天的比赛吧？现在早就不是肉的时代了，兄弟。所有人大闪开2个。李胜成没伤害啊，全是队友的打。
That was a genius move, well orchestrated by the roamer of Cloud9. But again, it just led to, Super Marco coming for the chase!
He finds one here. And a fun fact while we're at it, Yishin Shin was last picked by Sads during MSC 2022 when he was still playing as a jungler.
See, it's been that long. It's been that long. MSC 2022 held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in the Maya Tech Studios. That was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. Actually, the debut, Naisu's very first international, as a matter of fact. Kind of funny if you think about it, right?
李春城的经济8700，和罗杰差距是越来越大了。
Now, 3 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns here, and once it's up, I think that C9 really have to make some decisions because unfortunately, this is going to be empowered and it's going to have that ramming capability, which is great for taking down inhibitors.
If they don't contest this, if Falcons even walk away with this, best believe mid lane tier 2's gone, maybe even an inhibitor. Cold looking for an angle. Few Ogwin and Flap coming in, the secure by Kyle TZ force and
哈里斯这就开大了。
Yep, and Mielo has to use the penalty zone defensively here as the Mountain Shocker finally comes out. All of this because they saw Mark QT show up on the top side of the map, and Falcons AP Brent blitz the Lord.
And here we go, the aforementioned push on that tier 2 in mid. Lord spawning in about 10 seconds from now. I think Falcons AP Brent.
我知道对面都是肉，李春城没伤害，那你选出来干嘛呢？石头人一手大招，没收掉人，对面有法拉米斯，完美救下。哎，我刚刚低了一下头，哈里斯怎么死的？不是一抢哈里斯，我真看不懂为什么不拿罗杰。随便你给摩巴顿玩还是给 Basic 玩都可以啊 ，Basic 又不会玩罗杰。
They saw Basic was standing around.
I mean, I think Basic was confident he could win that 1v1. He wasn't expecting Super. He does have a Purify, but in the 1v1 against Super Marco, like
费登就这么进来了。
But now, speaking of which, Lord already cracking down on that crystal. Mid inhibitor still alive, and Falcons AP Brand just gonna have to back away. Looking for an opportunity to crack another inhibitor would be nice, but looks like C9 is on top of it. Great high ground defense from Cloud9.
Oh, pushing out Falcons AP Brand from their base. Mobazane's looking for it. Pops another realm.
Well, I mean, they've built some heat onto Basic, but so far, so good. It looks, I mean, I'm gonna say this.
绝望刀分出来了。
This is the polar opposite of TLPH.
看看下一波能否有伤害啊？
Falcons AP Brand, they really take their time. They're really using their lats, going back and forth all the time, and making sure that this is going to be a clean game.
It's a slow burn, is what they're doing. It's not just an all-in-one. You get everything you want, but now.
这迪斯拉要死了啊！没有，法沙开大救了一下。
Done well to change the way we play MLBB.
I suppose. I mean, this is very, honestly, the way Falcons AP Brand is very reminiscent of what the previous patch used to be. But at this point of time, I have to give it a C9, though. The fact that they're holding out in this manner, there is an opportunity to really turn things around. And we're getting to the final builds.
Look at this. Few Idolama kids picking up the Lantern. Again, that's going to hurt against Mielo, going to hurt against Cold World. Even Basic's gonna think twice about it. He's gonna get some tick damage.
I suppose. I think that C9 are also. Wait, hold on. Basic now maybe in some trouble. Has to be Sanity does.
艾克斯假爆了，这手艾克斯复活甲打出来，一筒开大入场。迪斯拉扛不住啊，这么脆吗？迪斯拉。这罗杰杀疯了。
as he finds 2 in the middle of all 5 members of C9, make it a triple, and now they're cracking down on the crystal. If they keep up the heat, they might be able to make a Maniac just in time here, and that's what Super Marco wants. He goes in, finds another one. Maniac, give him the savage underneath it. Come on, dive him. They're gonna try. Mark UD says no.
The bees in Saudi go.
哥们，李顺成刷了一整场，
as the defending champions of the world.
最后被罗杰一口咬死。
Oh my goodness, Super Marco, after game 1, he's like, I didn't get to play the game. Kyle had all the fun.
Let me.
Yeah, and now he's really showing how bulletproof his Kevlar really is.
He did die, but towards the end, it's not like it mattered. Super Marco looking to reclaim best gold laner in the world. Here showing us that they are the de facto kings of the hill in their group.
Oh, what a game that was. What an absolute banger here. Like a hydraulic.
吃3路零伤害啊，李顺成。
These keys, that's how FCAP plays, man.
And that's exactly what FCAP did. So literally in just a few moments, Cloud9's keys.
Oh,
it's just about to happen. They're about to take this very golden key on Cloud9's side of the player's desk.
李顺成不是太后期，好吧？李顺成就是个前期英雄，前期没有优势就已经废掉了。
It's really tough to see here, but the Southeast Asian teams currently
而他不是那种
very well. And then there's Turkey, who's just like, we're still in it for the
前期，他不是那种前期强势的英雄，他需要队友帮他获得优势，然后他经济领先对面才能打，就是个刷子英雄。只要我钱刷的比你快，我才有优势。我钱一旦刷的比你慢，我就裂了。
It's like we went through all of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, up until today in a single best of 2.
Yeah, I mean, this shows the well, honestly, the experience that he has gathered, right? The years of gameplay that he has done to get to this point.
Well played, FCAP, and GG well played too for Cloud9. We're on.
好，那么现在缅甸和 AP Brain 都是2-0大比分。 啊，携手晋级。接下来今天还有2场晋级名额，虽然都已经确定了，还有2场，一场是缅甸对战 AP Brain， 看看谁争夺小组头名啊。还有就是 C9 对战 XYG， 争夺小组垫底。
pinagkaiba nito is ito yung pinakamalaking prize pool ng MLBB ngayon eh. Tapos
to him, this is the most different because this is the biggest prize pool of MLBB.
Tapos ito na lang yung kulang kong title na major MSC.
And this is the only title that he hasn't received yet, a major title, which is MSC.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the most prestigious titles out there, considering it's the first one out of Southeast Asia. Now, I do have to ask you, you will be facing Falcon Esports for the first seed of your group. How do you feel going into that series later on in the day?
Para sa akin, confident naman kami sa sa laban namin against Falcon Esports kasi una sa lahat qualified naman na kami. Ang paglalabanan na lang namin is yung top 1.
He's very confident heading up against Falcon Esports because first of all, they're qualified and they just need to make sure that they get top 1.
That makes their road a little bit easier when we're talking about qualifying for the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at EWC. We're going to be heading over to the studio with our lovely boys and girls to take it on over and see exactly what's going to happen with the rest of the day and hopefully break down that last series for us. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you very much. Now, we do have to say the Yusenshin didn't work, but we still like that they tried.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was nice to see, man, but tough that, and it was a slower game. I agree with Gideon and Leo that it was a little reminiscent of the old patch, that we played on, but great flexibility that you can still see Kaltizi switch up to the Fredrin.
Yeah. It's just Falcons AP Brain just utilizing this Lord as a bait. This is I would say the most, I would say the turning point of the game because they were able to pick up basic, then get the first Lord, and then snowball off of that. They were really good at trading and utilizing the Lord as a trap. Basic died 3 times very early. Well, 14 minutes is typically late already.
Yeah.
That's for a Harith, you want to farm as much. But this is the flex. Super Marco with the flickers, with the dashes. And look at his target acquisition. Literally finding the best targets, the lowest, the heroes that have very low HP so that he can eliminate and then eventually snowball off of.
The thing is, that's not the craziest thing about Super Marco.
What
it's
is?
his reaction.
Oh, yeah.
Like after
Right here.
There it is.
after getting a mania, he's like, hey, what's up, guys? Great.
You know, the only thing that made him quit was the smoke effect.
What?
Was the fog machine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the only one that affected him during
Only
the
the
time.
smoke machine can get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah, that's how.
Maybe even winning the MSC is like, all right, cool. Can I like go home now?
Yeah.
Can
He's
I-
always been like that though. He's a very
Like I want some
kinda shy.
Omali. Like is that
Mali?
cool? Is that cool with everyone? But now we gotta look at the itemization here.
Yeah, we gotta talk about like Mobile Zane as well, right?
Yeah.
哎，大家又可以休息一会儿了，
Get the most damage.
估计还得10几20分钟的吧。
Mountain Char help with that, but I believe that until the first Lord of the fight, Lord of the game, he was a little bit above Kaltizi when it comes to the farm.
Yeah.
They got, despite all of those turtles that were able that FCAP were able to get. The farm was still up for the side of Mombase, so that meant that he can still fight. Unfortunately, I think the last picked Fredrin was so good for the side of Falcon Sapi Brand because now both Harriet as well as the Yisenshin isn't comfortable fighting.
I mean, look what this has led us to, man. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but we got two teams that are now eliminated.
Honestly, like after Albert has done his thing, can we just like have the camera focus on me just because, you know, it's like I want to officially say that the teams are eliminated. You know, just like, you know, like I'm just trying to do my job as a host, but
You're the hangman now.
What do you guys think about the game overall?
Again, nice try for the Yisenshin. Fortunately, there were a lot of traps that FCAP was able to pick. I believe the X-Borg was picked 4th.
Yeah, I think so.
It was 4th picked. So that meant that still is a flex. And even when you're trying to go for the Yisenshin, surely it can work. The Farce is great versus the X-Borg because the poke damage, you limit the Firaga armor. But then that last picked Fredrin, which you kind of expect will be an assassin, but because of just the innate, you know, the hero pool, I would say, of
Kyle,
Kyle TZ, the entirety of FCAP, they're able to make the most out of their first picks, like Roger, for example, the X-Borg, eventually Edith even, right? But
honestly, before we talk about the MVPs, like, it's unfortunate Cloud9 got eliminated. So sad. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the MVP, the Sony MVP of the game. I'm sad though.
Why did you just mention Cloud9, by the way?
Well, you know,
it's XYG too.
Oh yeah, but it's like I like SYG though. But anyways, looking at the game, we gotta talk about the MVP here. And again, the performances, honestly, overall, coming in from Falcon Zippy Bread is outstanding.
That's one of the, I would say, misses coming out from Mobazane himself. Already popped the ultimate. He knew that there were two people just running, making the beeline towards him, but he still got picked off. And now it's Super Marco with the eventually the flicker plays that they will be able to find out in the middle. Okay, so this is just a push, by the way. Yeah, they will just be able to push. So that's pretty.
This is the one that you want to talk about.
That's look at that. He picks up the Grok, and then goes back to the Harith. Then goes for the Maniac. He knew that he had a one-shot potential at that point. Well, he did smile.
He did.
So, okay.
Like he's showing a bit of emotion.
A bit of emotion.
He's like, I'm happier than average.
Yeah.
He should be. I mean, look at the KDA. He had 9 KDA on this Roger pick. And you guys already mentioned it in the draft. You know, this is one of the power plays of teams like Falcons, AP Ren, where they'll pick these picks and then the flexibility for them, and that's why Wolf was mentioning the hero pool for all the players here. It's a huge advantage, and that's something we have to look out for in the knockouts.
Honestly, something that we do have to look out for is actually the STC play prediction. What did you guys think? And 78% went for Falcons AB Brand and 22% went for Cloud9.
Audience is right, back-to-back.
Audience is right, back-to-back. So honestly, not a lot of confusion here, but for you guys, we appreciate your opinions. So make sure you guys scan the QR code, let us know your opinions. How else can we improve? Because after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, and you know we got to ramp up for that one. So again, thank you for everyone that scans the QR code. Thank you very much. And we would also like to say thank you very much to our sponsors, Asus ROG Phone. ROG Phone, it is the gaming phone that we're using in MSC. Capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilizer equipped camera. It's not just for gaming, it's for everything else too. Gentlemen, what was that series? That was amazing, but the next one, C9 is gonna play again. So we're gonna look at XYG going up against C9. We're going for a quick break, but after this, it's gonna be that matchup. See you guys then. Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 with me, LaFell. Alongside with me is Wolf as well as Naisu. And now we're jumping to the third match of the day. It's going to be XYG going up against Cloud9 for both teams. Haven't won yet. This is their redemption arc.
It is. It's more so like, all right, we're not going to the knockouts. Maybe let's just have some fun, nothing to lose, and let's go with that.
Yeah, they're probably going to be showing all their hand now. Like, we've seen the Yeez and Chain. Maybe
Granger.
We're going to see Granger, perhaps. Maybe Roger this time. And hopefully the Freya for XYG. We're all hyped about that.
Let the Freya go, yeah. No? Honestly, like, pick up the Freya in the first phase of the pick and bans.
Yeah, or maybe don't have any bans.
That's a way.
That's too confusing.
That's right.
Well, he's about confusion.
Today is about confusion, but Wolf, we gotta, you know, like, make things more acceptable here. Like the confusion has to be good. Now for both teams, again, I feel like on the MSC stage, this is their opportunity to show the maximum capability that they have. In fact, you know what? One of the best situations that this could bring is maybe a 1-1.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it's going to be a sweep or a 1-1?
I hope it's a 1-1 so that technically there are no losers.
Yeah, so that both of them at least get a win. Is that what you're looking for?
Exactly, because for you guys at home, you guys can still predict the STC play. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be XYG or C9? Head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Technically, if it's a 1-1, you guys are correct. But predict as well. Like, okay, we're thinking of a 1-1, but if it's a 2-0, who would take the 2-0?
Oh, man. Well,
Cloud9.
Cloud9 all the way, bro.
Cloud9 all the way.
It's all about
XYG. XYG easy. You know, Wolf is saying C9. I'm like, no, it's XYG. But with that being said, we've seen the intros coming in from both teams. But the thing is, we're going to send it over to the stage. And now, Mara, as well as Daoud Sandstorm, it's going to be the last time you're going to be introducing both these teams, so make it special. We're sending over to Mara Aquino as well as Daoud Sandstorm.
Two teams are back with us here on the Amazon stage for their third and final game of Group D. Looking to see who will be able to come out on top with a game-winning series to wrap up their day.
Now, these two teams are about to bid their farewell, but this match is an opportunity for them to end their MSC 2024 on a great note.
And without further ado, let's welcome back to the Amazon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, Team XYG.
XYG is a young team, although they do still need more international experience. And with that, I'm confident that it's not a matter of if they'll do well, it's when they're going to be able to dominate MLBB. They're still an emerging region, and for sure they'll do well in the future.
And when we are talking about the NA representative in Cloud9 as well, they have a lot of experience when it comes to the international MLBB scene with a developing local scene as well. And also, I'm looking forward to seeing what NA can do as well in the future when it comes to MLBB, because there's going to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of tournaments, and a lot of chances to prove yourselves.
Now, attempting to end their MSC campaign with the bang, let's welcome back Cloud9.
The NA representative in Cloud9 have one last series to play and one last chance, like you said, to end their MSC journey on a positive note and with a bang. And personally, I'm curious to see, are we going to see a 2-0 sweep or are we going to see a 1-1? Because when the panelists and the analysts that were discussing it, they were talking about maybe predictions for Cloud9 and predictions for XYG. So I want to see which way it's going to swing.
Now, Cloud9 and North America has had international experience. They did really well, placing third during M3, and we're looking forward to them rising once again in the international stage. But for now, how about let's get this going? It's going to be Cloud9 versus XYG. Panel, it's your time to shine.
Shining we are. You guys may not see this, but we're like stars right now.
Yes.
We're like blinking. And
we're like astral.
We're like astral.
Echoes.
Echoes. You know what?
Shatters.
He is casting a shadow.
He was.
Yes, yeah, Nice actually is casting a shadow. So for this matchup, for both teams, this is East and West, right? I feel like for XYG, they're definitely getting a lot of experience here going up against Cloud9, and this is a unique experience for both teams, honestly.
Definitely, and I think what we do know about both of these teams is that the way that they drafted is that it's not necessarily that their draft is bad, but more like they're giving so much comfort to their opponents. And by the way, that was a valid, I would say, approach to the draft.
Yeah.
Some teams just give up their comfort picks to their opponents and then they counter it. And I think that was the attempt from both XYG as well as the C9. Unfortunately, didn't work when it comes to their execution.
You know, I know both these teams are not moving forward, but Man, for C9, I'd love to see some resemblance of an NA team stick together for a while, you know, and like get better as a team. As someone that is always keeping an eye on the NA MLBB, you know, scene for in general, and I'm hoping that Cloud9 can make adjustments. XYG, it's the same sentiments, you know. I want to see them continue to improve because they're fairly new, you know, to the game.
I feel like we've seen this experiment going around all over the world where organizations have this idea of basically want to get a quick win, like get all the good players, and then after 1 or 2 seasons, bam, we're going to be looking good. But that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Every single team, doesn't mean if it's an all-star team or a bunch of rookies, it all takes time. It really doesn't matter who. Yeah. Now we're jumping straight into the draft here. C9 immediately banning out that Edith. So I'm guessing they want to play Fires in the jungle? Yeah. Sounds fair.
Go that route. I think at the same time, like, you just ban out the Lo Yi. Looks like they might go that unless they're actually trying to draft or ban this way to pick it up. Because that's the Angela they decided to take out.
Yep. So just typical meta bans. As of now, there is a very good ban as it is very good meta pick. Lo Yi still is available, and it seems like XYG, after watching that game versus Cloud9, they might have thought, okay, maybe.
好的，没想到先来的是 C9 和 XYG 的小组第3之争。
I mean, again, we're talking about how Louis is a strong hero, but the thing is, no matter how strong the hero is, if you don't have a lot of practice,
看看 XYG 能否拿下一局胜利。
get to scrim a lot doesn't mean you get to play Louis a lot.
Exactly, because Louis is also being banned so many times, and even in ranked games, right? Also, Louis is a more and Louis Chip, they're
wow. Wait, sorry, Wolf.
这么尊重吗？阿尔法都搬了，让他拿呀！
Yeah.
Pick something else.
Pick something else. Show us something. Show us the Asian shit again. But yeah, with specifically for the Louis, it's a team pick. I would say the team mastery kind of hero where you don't only master the hero on your own.
不是，
laner, but you also have
你现在知道掏罗杰了，你刚刚怎么不掏？啊，欺负中国队开始掏罗杰了。
Gotten that Roger quite a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a few times,
yeah.
They passed up on it.
什么意思？ 这
这
两边零是不会上班位的，因为没有人会。
We'll have to go for the Arlet. No, the answer is quick. It's going to be Arlet.
And I feel like KillVG will be using this Arlet, which, by the way, he was back-to-back champion in MPLPH in Season 4 and Season 5 with Sunspark, so I feel like even KillVG needs to stick with the team for quite a while for everyone to really get up to speed, to get that
又掏莫斯卡夫了。
synergy.
We've seen the impact.
看来 C9 确实是有一手头法的。刚刚 AP 不是连扳了他们2把。
That's why I think, again, I'm still standing by the fact that XYG has shown a lot of promise, has shown a lot of good things.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping, KillVJ stays there, and maybe we get to see them, you know, have a better time in the next maybe international appearance if they get there.
XYG, I think they want to go for. Oh
yes.
Well.
古尔德
Somebody's happy.
Yo.
Somebody's happy.
Is this a good pick?
Why is it always when I'm like either in
巴特兹是第一次上吗？
Let's go. XYG, I'm voting for them. Cloud9, sorry.
Every time that you're involved in.
古尔德是用来打巴特兹的，但是
Context. Gord's my favorite.
对阵罗杰，古尔德效果不好呀，感觉不如凡克莎娜。凡克莎娜罗杰扑上来，一技能是稳定控。
How about number 1 in the world?
You're hired.
Number 1. Yep. Okay. So you answer this with.
Obviously, they're gonna win, right?
Yeah, they should. What XYG needs to do next is to just ban the Lolita because probably it's the only problem now with Moscow and Lolita being active. You know.
True.
Span it out.
Honestly, even having this Bara and Roger makes their draft kind of open for C9. Like, we haven't seen Baras in the jungle for a long time, but, you know, you could still use it and put Roger in the goal lane and, you know, etc.
That's why you still have to think about the Mathilda if you're XYG. Good combo nonetheless, be it from the marksman role, be it the bats from the jungle role or the EXP role. Mathilda just amps it up, and Moskov wants to sit back in the back lines or maybe you know dive, but Mathilda kind of stops that from happening. There it is.
Good ban.
Yep.
Good call, Wolf.
Thank you. don't ban Freya C9, please.
Yeah. Oh.
Allow.
But even if they get a Freya, where's the Freya gonna play? In the jungle?
No, that's CX, that's KillVJ special.
Yeah.
放门口吧。
Man.
Come on. You know why?
Oh man.
No, do you know why they banned out the Freya?
Why?
Because XYG banned out the Alpha.
Oh yeah,
That's true. Right? So it's like,
tit
okay.
for tat, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, you banned the Alpha? Well, you know, no Freya for you. Let's see how that makes you feel.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Checkers.
That's like the ultimate draft move. Like, I know your hero. I'm gonna ban it out.
Yep. I like. Oh, Gwyn.
Okay.
Gwyn's great.
我的外卖来了，可以刚好吃点小零食看比赛，非常的舒服。
I believe it was picked up. It's not shown up just yet, but okay, there it is.
Pick up first pick, yeah.
Whoa. So it's like
she's Nezuko. Okay, she's Nezuko. She's small and then she grew up.
Yeah, right.
We need a Nezuko skin for
hey, that'd be good.
Right? That would do it.
That's actually good. But I like the combination actually with them because
这首弗雷亚真是太尊重了，不是放出来弗雷亚，他们真的会打吗？我很质疑这一点。
Claude looks good.
Yeah, Claude. I feel like Claude here.
And maybe Lolita actually. It's really good for C9. Love it.
洛丽塔、尤利安。
All right.
Crazy, we haven't seen a lot of Julians.
为什么洛丽塔不是超 YG 拿的，而是对面拿的？
No, it's not C1. It's C9.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's C9.
Mixed up from yesterday.
So if you have Lolita, you're looking for a knock-up. Minotaur looks okay actually for XYG. I don't know if that's bad. I have to look.
这个阵容目前看下来，
Minotaur, nope, not bad.
左边好呀。
Good combo with the Guinevere as well.
What if it's Guinevere Rome?
Oh yeah, then pick up the Fredrin, right? Yeah, there it is. Minotaur. All is well in the world.
All is well with the world. Quite a lot of crowd control coming in from XYG, so it looks like they want to fight. And C9, finally we're seeing the Julian, which we know Mobazine has been training for quite a while. Thank you very much to our analyst Naisu as well as Wolf. Now we're throwing it over to our casters for the game between XYG and Cloud9.
Thank you so much to the panel. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. Well, you don't get to see us, but it's me, Mirko, joined here together with Mr. T-Rex. I'm still going to call you that, Mr. Trex, but, you know, we're looking at the drafts here, Trex. C9, you had a lot to say about the previous match's draft. What do you think about this one?
They switched it up.
They switched it up?
I mean, they switched it up a little bit. They've been switching it up. XYG also switching things up a little bit. We got the gourd pick, so both teams, you know, bringing some of those final cards up their sleeves for their
最后选了首什么啊？
series.
感觉他 BP 界面一直在跳，一直在跳。
One last time here into the game for XYG.
不是很理解。
Cloud9. We're gonna jump into the land of dawn, straight up into this best of two. Cloud9.
啊，最后掏一首牛啊，好吧，牛就无可厚非了，就这样吧。
Normally, we see the Fredrin get knocked up by the Violent Requiem. It kind of works in that sense of things. How do we think the Julian's going to be able to dance around it? Do we think, for neutral objective-wise, which team do we think kind of comes out on top in the early game?
I would say, you know, Cloud9 have a great composition to play around the early game, especially when it comes to the clear speed of Mobazane on the Julian. But the thing is, what's a big concern for them has got to be the CC. If XYG get level 4 on God Yang and, you know, all the other members, their chain CC is going to be quite ridiculous into the first few neutral objectives here. Maybe the first two turtles will be a bit of trouble. C9 will have to utilize their damage output, maybe poke them down a bit.
不过古尔德这手是不怕那个洛丽塔的。 洛丽塔这手其实选的很令人意外啊，只磕莫斯卡夫一个英雄，难道是以选代班，不让XYG拿？因为XYG在前天的第一场洛丽塔还是给了 AP 瑞很大压力的。
You know, actually talking about these two teams, we do know that for Mobazane at least, he wants to try to raise the level of NA again. He wants to make NA great again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, didn't go as planned.
Didn't go as planned. Doesn't always go as planned. But here they are facing off against XYG.
巴特兹现在选出来都是经验路了，不去打野了。
And if they can topple over C9 here, it's even more of a statement showing that, you know, they are the new up-and-comers.
then I would say now Detona's welcome.
Nice Detona's welcome. On to Zed. Zed gets bursted down. Mobazane with a first blood. Turtle should be going over to C9 here. XYG forced to back off, and now C9 going for an immediate steal, possibly onto this purple buff. Kelv J-Yon. The bouncing ball comes out, but no stun connects. It lands onto the creep. Cold World with a big Numenon blast, just his own away, does not connect, but Mobazane gonna be able to take that purple buff.
Great early aggression from Cloud9, right? That wave cleared. Prio as well in lane for Milo. Able to bully kill VJ in lane, get towards the turtle side a bit earlier. And unfortunately for Zed, he wasn't able to pop into Violent Requiem for that anti-CC fast enough. So they just punished him hard, even with the invade. Cold World.
Big magic ghost of Liquor. Nice Minoan's Fury from God Yang. Marquita responds with an IMU of his own. The disengage comes in and nobody's down.
The damage output still overwhelming. A bit too much for XYG to handle in the early game. They still gotta wait for the Gord, for the Moskov. And even at this point, you know, some of their frontliners to be able to take in some of that damage, because it doesn't seem like even God Yang can soak in that damage. Going back though to what we were talking about, you know, XYG, they're coming in from China, up-and-coming region here in MSC. Meanwhile for Cloud9,
不是，我感觉这首桂尼选的很抽象啊，这首桂尼不如费登啊。
Technically, both of them don't have anything to lose anymore, but still, going up against XYG, I think for the most part, nobody really predicted XYG to be able to beat anyone in the group. So if they do get C9 down once a top 3 region, that's a big statement coming in from China.
Very fair. And you know, speaking of matchups, we got a head-to-head there, but that was not our players. But I want to talk about the EXP lane, right? Milo has had kind of a weird showing so far. Wait a second, nice.
哦，大到了，古尔德
gets taken out. Zed able to get the
可以。
Requiem and take the kill. C9 lose out on that engage. Turtle gonna be up in 7 seconds.
Disconnected a bit in that initiation.
感觉这首古尔德还是不错啊。
Final slash into the Detona's welcome.
Doesn't connect.
熟练度很高。
Misses. God Yang trying to keep up the front line. Nice Minoan's Fury. Cold World now just trying to get away, but Kelvj chases him down, finds the kill. Now Zed moving on to Mielo. Mielo actually moving on to Zed. One more shot and he's down. It's 1 for 1. Cloud9 trying to even the playing field. XYG still a little bit behind. Now Mobazane's going to move on to this turtle.
Should be for free now. No contest from Xian Yu Gaming. And yo, you just mentioned it earlier. It's QVJ versus Melo, the XP duel. And we're seeing it here, 1v1.
Ooh, finally lands that Detona's welcome. Mobazane going to come in and try to get the kill for himself. And a good way to feed there. Mielo kind of backs off. He knows Mobazane's coming. We want to get that gold to him.
In the famous words of T-Rex,
这其实是一首单杀了。
There you go. You know, all the Clippers have been loving that.
幽灵不来，这个阿洛特也死了。不是，这阿洛特是外援啊，菲律宾人啊。
So far, you know, Kill VJ, he's more of an enabler.
你不能说他是因为打的是国服，所以打不过对面吧？
Damage earlier onto Zed taking him down. Also outplaying Kill VJ's final slash with the Detona's welcome. And for Cloud9, now it's a 3,000 gold lead.
And that's a good start, right? And you know, you're talking about Kelv VJ. He's a veteran, right? I mean,
你问 XYG 人均多少星，我也不知道啊。他们人均多少星也没有意义。他们在 CN 赛区几乎是碾压的获得胜利的。排位赛和赛事本身就是两个游戏。
Maybe Cloud9, you know, they might not be able to take NA to where they were before, but maybe they'll be able to get an improvement. You know, last time we saw NA and MSC, it was 0 wins, I believe.
0 wins.
So
yeah, thank you.
They're en route, Trex, to change that, you know, path. I'm looking at Trex here. It looks like he's very excited for what's to come here in the next turtle. This is going to be the final turtle of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And for XYG, remember, even though in the early game they haven't been able to find proper ground, you know, stability, they will be able to do so once they hit those item power spikes. So I'm looking at Yi1, I'm looking at Long. These two members will need their item power spikes before Xianyu Gaming can actually go for these big fights. And if they don't have it, I think it'll be cool for them to actually let it go.
I mean, definitely a viable option just to let it go. If they don't think they can get the big knockup, they need God Yang to get that big Minoan's Fury that he got earlier. Comboed up with the bouncing ball. There goes another Detona's welcome. Brought back and get the double.
哇，这手吐2个。
For the target kill, Jay able to get away. Mobazane gonna get back onto this turtle. I think like you
本
said,
来以为
XYG just back off.
没吐到墙
Wait for your opportunity.
灵魂转头吐到牛头，吐2个。
2 levels. And it's an Arden versus Barat. It's already a tough matchup there. Now 3 levels down. Kill VJ because he tried to look for an opening for the team. But now looking at the items here, in-game equipment, we get a quick check. It's a Sky Piercer first item into the Windtalker from Mr. Basic in the gold lane. That's going to enable the snowball to be even crazier here in the 6th minute of the game. But meanwhile, for Long, it's still quite a bit away from that power spike, man. He only has a corrosion scythe building towards the golden staff now, and then we'll have to wait for the DHS. So at this point, maybe 11th minute, that'll be when Xianyu Gaming can get Long online. But it might be too late because Mielo, he's building up to be an absolute beast on the Barats early on, having that massive lead against Kill VJ and having those defensive items. So XYG, it does really feel like at this point they can only just react to the plays that are being made by Cloud9 all around. And here's another one of those plays. Mobazane trying to go onto the purple buff, but it seems they're just going to try to look for an angle to siege.
Yeah, I mean, taking it slow, not trying to force anything. Gonna get this bottom tier 2, and even if they don't steal the purple buff, they're getting ground. They're slowly pushing XYG back a little bit. Cold World with the bulwark, able to send some shots back. Now, you brought up Long earlier, and wait a second, Cold World might be a little bit of trouble. Able to dash back. Nice final slash connects onto Mobazane. Mobazane still dancing around. Zed looking for the knock-up, not able to connect. Mobazane still keeping the pressure on. He wants to contest for this orange buff. Long, though, locking onto Mielo. After that is welcome, but the Marcuti gets the IMU. No knock-ups from either side. In comes God Yang.
牛头大闪没用，没输出呀。
Able to connect onto Zed. Long now, along with God Yang and Zed back into the base. Cloud9 got what they came for.
Great plays coming in from Cloud9, attacking Xianyu Gaming from different angles, knowing that for XYG, it's all about creating a very, very coordinated front-to-back composition. If they can't formulate that kind of formation here, it's just so easy for Cloud9 to dissect them, get them, pick them off one by one, and even Mielo flickered forward. He knew exactly how much damage he could take, how much punishment he could take, took E1 out, and then into Cloud9 as they now try to go for the translation of that team fight into the Lord. They get it for free.
I mean, free Lord, and again, just like the third turtle, I think it's smart again for XYG not to take that. I think it's at a point now, you got to try to buy time, or let Cloud9 come to you, get into that bottleneck, and once again, God Yang just needs to land the big knockup. They got to get the combo. They have the final slash too. They have a lot of displacement skills, and as long as Long can, you know, he's almost on his way to that third item.
这个尤利恩已经7500了。
See maybe Long really popping off.
Yeah, you get to see the replay here. Mielo with the instant initiation. He saw E1 and went for it instantly. Well played, man. Very, very decisive. But if you take a look at the items, I don't know if you guys realize, Zed on the Guinevere, Sky Piercer. Seems like a very interesting build to go for right there. You can
Starlium Scythe
again. It's a Starlium Scythe and a Sky Piercer. So they're actually going to try to utilize this Guinevere as a damage dealer, even despite getting picked off early on twice. Now a Lord in the bottom lane.
不，这太快了吧！才9分钟上高了。
Cold World in the backside, able to dash through a little bit. Magic Gush does come out. Zed misses the knock-up. Mielo holding down the front side as well. Marcuti there, looking for a possible angle. Basic gonna start putting damage onto the mid inhibitor. Cloud9 just looking for a little bit of material. Mielo does not fire off with the den as welcome. God Yang tries to respond, but misses once again, and now pushed back. Basic doesn't want to force it. Nobody wants to force the engage at all. Marcuti back down to the boss side. Wow. Inhibitor does go down. 2 inhibitors for the side of Cloud9.
Clinical stuff from Cloud9, doing a very good job at just picking these turrets off. Zed wants to go in there, a bit too aggressive. Kill VJ.
Kill VJ as well. Mielo now back to the front. XYG does want to force it, but Kill VJ taking a lot of damage, down to about 20%. Gets A up with the flicker den as welcome. It's a lot of ults though to commit. Mielo does go down for that one. Yon with the Magic Gush. In comes an Owen's Fury from Marcuti. Gets a knock up onto Zed. Basic still playing the distance along with Cold World. Basic gets another shot, but Zed does not go down. Cloud9 decides to back off. It's a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1 trade there. The XP for XP, the matchup we were talking about. 3 levels ahead still. Mielo still holding on to that gold lead, but now Basic has the Malefic Roar. And when we were talking about that power spike, it's kind of on time now for Xianyu Gaming. Long has finally gotten those item power spikes, but like we said earlier, because the frontliners coming in from Cloud9 are just so ahead, it's going to be very hard, even for Long, despite him already picking up those item power spikes, to deal damage to the front line. I mean, take a look at that big Dino Man.
Big Dino Man walking down the map. Bloodwings does come in for Marcuti there. And Mark Cutie, man, of all the players, I feel like he's
Mark
really
Cutie,
Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie is in, and you're the man. Or
okay.
he's Mark Cutie, man, whatever you want to say. But Mark Cutie, I feel like out of all the players, he's really showed up this MSC. Cloud9 definitely, you know, they fall a little bit short this MSC. But Mark Cutie has definitely showed that he's got what it takes for being a rookie player, for being on the world stage. In my opinion, he's played some of the best out of all 5 players. Excited to see where he goes from here, but now in this game, second Lord is up. Does XYG even try to contest?
I don't think they can, right? I mean, they don't really have enough damage. Those item power spikes, like we said, even though it's ready for long, he'll only be able to go for the trade up top. And it's a tier 2 for Enhanced Lord. This might as well be the final Lord for Cloud9 if they're able to find those creative angles that they've been able to find all throughout the game. If they can still hold on to that discipline, something that was tough to do as well in their first match, you know, but if they can, it'll be very scary for Xianyu Gaming. They still have a great wave clear, but the thing is Cloud9 have so much damage to play with. They can just dive in, wait for the Lord to charge in, and then
金马猛龟你也不行啊 ，carry 来打野 ，carry 已经淘汰了，我只能这么说。
That's going to try to come in from the back here. Let's keep an eye on him. Lord does get melted down. Cloud9 just looking for the top inhibitor, not trying to force anything too major. Zed still looking for an angle, decides not to get the full engage. Cloud9, I mean, the Cold World, able to get the stun on him. They're going to try to re-engage on this. One more inhibitor to go. They got a wave of minions coming. Can C9 shake something here? Can XYG get the response? A lot of damage coming out from Long there. Nice final slash, but it gets immuned out from the Daytona's welcome. He's going to get gobbled up. Taken down. Wait, God Yang with a nice Minoan's Fury. Zed comes in, finds Miela, but Mark Cutie responds with one of his own. God Yang getting damage. Mose ain't able to pick up the kill. Long now with the spear, getting behind, locking onto Mark Cutie.
哎，莫宰夫飞了。
Long decides to back off.
伤害不够。
Still in the back, but now he's alone. Zed picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1. XYG.
这波 BDK 也浪了，啊 C9 也浪了，可以多打一会儿，你们两个，真的感觉在打排位，两边感觉都在像打排位。这桂尼是输出桂尼啊，神圣晶石都做出来了。
Coming here again. That's a Melfic gun too for Mr. Long. You can definitely see the confidence building up for XYG as they have reached their item power spikes. Even the Wishing Lantern now with the Divine Glaive and the Winter Crown. Now the new interaction. Remember, folks, you can. Oh, that's a Spear of Misery that gets bounced back. That was pretty good, right? But
I love the interaction sometimes with the bulwark.
Yeah. No follow up there, but it's okay. But for E1, new interaction for the Winter Crown with a lot of different abilities. You can miss the gush now. You can be gushing while you're freezing.
You can be gushing while you're freezing. You ever freeze your gushers, bro?
We don't have gushers in though. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But Meal, can you Detona's welcome with the Winter Crown? That's something that I think you can do. If you get the nom down, you can just Winter Crown.
But can you Winter Crown before the dash?
Now that's a question that shall be answered by the GOAT himself, Mr. Milo. Cloud9. But Zed still sticking to that item build, a very, very aggressive item build. If he does get a pick with the Spatial Migration, you can pretty much say goodbye to whoever gets picked off. And you can already see here for XYG, it's a bit of trouble really for them to take control back of the map. They're going to have to group up together at all times to look for pressure on the map. And right now, they're prioritizing the far lane, clearing that bottom side up so that they can try to contest for the Lord. Because at this point, they really gotta.
I just want to say, wait a second. Deadna's welcome does look on to God Yang. God Yang taking a lot of damage, able to use the Winter Crown. Out comes the Numion Blast. Does not connect.
怪得，但是巴特兹还能网冠规避伤害了。古尔德这一身打肉是非常疼的，他主弱之杖加照月弹灯加法穿，还有自身被动自带真伤，可惜对面还能网冠。
It really is all about the decisive move for both. Final slash,
big final slash into Violent Requiem.
哇，可以！这手阿鲁特接归你是我没想到的组合，但是罗杰咬上来。
Magic Gush, the knockup does lock onto Zed there. Spear does not connect onto anybody. Cloud9 going to try to move back onto this Lord.
Slowly but surely, Cloud9 utilizing their advantages up top, making it so that for Xianyu Gaming, they really got to send someone up top. With the man advantage, they strike and they were able to pick up the 2-for-1. But now Zed, look at the play.
Zed able to come in, but he gets hit by the net as well. Just a frame, a millisecond, and Mobazane takes the Lord.
4个残血。这么说，这么说，这么说，这么说。
Trouble, Mortality does pop. Long has the health to fight it out. Finds the kill, the shutdown. It's going to be some nice gold into his pocket. Will it be enough, Mirko?
Oh, I think it will. The Lord's going to be marching down.
这手showdown很关键啊，龙团跟着领主推进，没有罗杰了。
Let's take a look at this replay here to end things off. I don't know why Basic was recalling with such low HP there. Oh,
Basic, man.
XYG, they can actually go for the clear right now. They don't have a marksman, Cloud9. They have Mobazane and Marcutie, but they don't have sieging power.
哦，郭德
Mobazane down. XYG with the magic gun. Here comes Long.
我咋说？哇，这真有大必飞啊
Cloud9 are choking down right now. They gotta figure something out. This is reminiscent.
罗杰自然之分做出来了，下一波莫斯塔夫要当心了。
I see your passion, I see your anger, I feel your sadness, but
古尔德的伤害确实恐怖。
happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9, 3 base turrets, an enhanced lord that they were able to get with such discipline.
笑得很开心啊。
But again, one big mistake.
这两场中美友谊赛了，好吧，反正谁赢谁输都是携手回家。
It's a BOD for Mr. Long. I would call him Mr. Chadman now. Long Chadman.
That's a long Chadman.
That's a. I mean, that's what you want to do with the Melfic gun, right? I mean, you shoot from afar, you deal more damage, you do. I mean, with the BOD, extra more damage.
Extra more damage.
Extra more together was
big extra more damage.
Big extra more damage.
Big extra more big damage.
Skibbity damage. I think we can just simplify it with just skibbity. That would work. But look at this. Look at how they're able to play. Again, granting themselves some more pressure on the map with the clear. And it's really great that they always send Long down below because you can always just match it with the Spear of Destruction. You almost read where Mr. Basic was there on the Roger. I don't know if he would take that
Captain
one.
Basic.
Captain Basic.
Basic takes a lot of damage though. Is that able to come in? Mobazane there as well. Let's see if Cold World can find an angle with this Numion Blast. Does he have an inner shark in him, you know? The Numion Blast. The sidestep. Numion Blast. A nice look over Mielo. But it gets purified out. Now he's in a bad spot.
巴特兹寒冬权杖还是死了。我感觉超 YG 开始反打了。牛头一闪。哇，罗丽塔这手控制后面2个 C， 前后排脱节。又是一个寒冬权杖，还能杀吗？奥特想扫啊，没扫到。这还想打，这还想打。因为罗杰来了。等一下，奥特回去了，3打3，一个正面。罗丽塔大又好了，这是，哎。
Marcutie the saving grace of NA right now. Final Slash does connect. Marcutie still there though. Yon comes out, sends a bouncing ball, connects onto no one. Cold World, Marcutie against the world.
19 minutes in, we got a game in our hands. Let's take a look at the FTC replay again. Marcutie, the savior of NA. I think that could not have been said better. You can see the smile on Milo, the GOAT's face here. I don't know if that's, you know, a smile, laughter of acceptance or of like disappointment.
You know, like the five stages of grief?
Yeah, exactly. The 5 stages of grief. We're seeing the acceptance very, very soon, very, very early. But at least for Cloud9 here, with the advantage that they got, they're going straight for the Lord, and it's an evolved one.
All right, they're going to be able to get it. Numion Blast does connect onto 2. God Yang still trying to hold down the front side.
想留一个莫斯塔夫。
Coming down from Longfield once again. Mobazane locked up against the wall and taken out of the land of Dawn. Back to the
又结束不了了。
And there's another Lord. And they're down Marcutie, they're down Mobazane, and Long's just gonna shred it down.
It'll continue. They cannot end. Long is doing so much damage at this point. They're down 2 members, like you said. No Marcutie, no Mobazane. They got Basic, Milo, and Cold World, but I don't really think they're going to be able to help this Lord at all. That's an evolved Lord completely wasted now.
XYG got the gold lead. They've been farming up all these lords to a point where they got the gold lead back. You can see Mobile Zane there. Unfortunate stuff, man. Long just too good on the Spear of Destruction. You might as well call the BOD to Blade of Destruction too. You can see the face of Cold World there too, you know? Zane as well, just with the ultimate face palm. I cannot believe that.
战术性摸脸。
Mr. Dynaman in the mid lane. Milo has already used a big resource. Long?
To run away. To run away, and now Long along with the team. Gonna be shredding down the mid. They still have their inhibitors. They still
兵线太差了。
survive this out. But XYG has brought it to the full amount of a game. Big final slash. Numion's blast.
罗伊塔大招被断了，能否安全撤离？罗杰在点。
On to kill Jay here, but Cloud9 can't get anything. At this point, is it 50-50?
I wouldn't say it's 50-50 just yet. When it comes to the team,
但是场面上 C9 还是占优啊，毕竟破了3路高地。
For Cloud9, they've been losing a lot of these fights when it's all been on them. The advantages have all been on them. They've been dominating in the early game.
不是，这桂尼也出天法呀？凭什么呀？真以为在打排位啊？6-4，对面罗杰3-2。
Cloud9 slowly but surely are losing that advantage. If Xianyu Gaming get the far lane base turret, I think then it'll be
天法最多10层。
Really for the mid and the bottom. Jianyu Gaming have been able to
10层就是5%。
And take a look at Lung Chadman on that Moskov damage earlier. That was
big extra,
ridiculous.
more damage.
Big extra skibidi damage. God Yang.
God Yang brought down to about 50% value.
哇，秒啊
！Mobile Zane.
5%什么概念？你比如说，后期一个战士平均血线6000血，5%。
XYG, and I have a question. With 3 lanes going in, even though his record has not been great,
也就300点。
Basic go for a sneaky backdoor.
You know what? At this point, I don't know.
Skibidi.
Skibidi. We're just gonna throw out some phrases here because. Oh my goodness, 23.
闪电权杖打一下都有700-800点了。
It seems like Xianyu Gaming they found a way back into the game.
哎，没中，哎，要中了这把都死了。等下波萨夫这个位置有危险，维塔跳上来了，小地图，但是牛头在。
He's gonna be able to get away here, but Long focusing on a cold world. That's a lot of damage. Mark Cutie there as well with some damage of his own.
13 seconds.
They're trying to stall things out and watch for Basic up in the top side. Watch for Basic in the top side. He's gonna try to go for it. Basic, the hero, the man who has tried this multiple times. Can he finally complete it? Yone, they're gonna send him back along with 2 members. Long, not taking long to shred.
旗鼓相当的对手。等一下看一下这波龙。
Nice damage.
等一下，桂尼死了，姐，赶紧走吧，别塌了，莫萨夫直接走。
Down onto Long and God Yang. Milo there. Mark Cutie with the side step coming in.
结束了。
A nice knock up and immortality.
过德，哎，过德，哎，莫萨夫死了。
It'll dash back. Look at the Lycan bounce. Basic trying to lock on. Get stunned. Stop. Not able to fully commit, but the minions are here to back up Cloud9. Mobile Zane comes in. A lot of damage coming from God Yang, but the base will not stand. All they have to do is lock on, and Cloud9 takes game number 1.
Despite the massive hurdles,
难求一胜啊，XYG。
It all here in game number 1. It's a victory, but I don't think they're going to be very proud of that one just yet. They're going to have to make a lot of adjustments to come into game number 2, but for XYG as well. Losing out in the early game, those massive advantages over to Cloud9 gave them so many more ways to take control of the game. And finally, even though we didn't see it in the 17th minute all the way to the 23rd, we finally got to see it. They finally utilized Mr. Basicman up top to clear out the way, to force an error out from XYG. And all that pressure was just too much to handle. It was hydraulic.
But either way, man, XYG took it the long haul there. They've done such a good job at hanging out in games and trying to just, you know, push and push and push.
You can even say that's a long game from Mr. Long Chadman, and I believe the analysts here have a lot to say about that game. So we're just going to throw it back to them. What do you guys have to say about this game?
I say that was one of the
it was a lone game.
My eyes rolled back so far behind when you say it was a lone game. I mean, it's a fun game, right? It was fun. It was long. It was intense.
It was long game.
Okay, don't encourage him.
Okay, yeah.
Gentlemen, Don't encourage Mirko, okay? Like, the more encouragement you give him, he won't stop.
Oh, by the way, LaFell said that this.
桂尼是真脆啊，他是不是一件防撞都没出啊
This is how the better servers play. That's what he said.
That is what he said.
Yeah, this is how a difficult server plays. Yeah.
So it seems.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't comment on much. Okay. Like, I'm the host here, guys. Like I gotta behave, but still, looking at this match, we gotta say, a lot of opportunities were presented by both teams. Some were able to get it. Some did. Like the biggest blunder was definitely around the Lord.
Yep. It was that factor where they were kind of pressed to go for the TP out. I think you always have to think about the death timers, right? So even when Mobile Zane was dead and the Lord was respawning, he will have what 12 seconds or what 12 to 20 seconds of a leeway, which is not going to be enough to actually take out the Lord. You can see that because of the fact that there was a lot of physical penetration that was actually put
惜败啊，惜败吗？
that moment that when
只能说互啄吧，这不能叫惜败。我觉得前两天打 AP 不认那把可以说是惜败。这场纯粹是互啄，好吧？
Yeah.
On
yeah. That's confusion. That
is confusion.
That is confusion.
Confusion is the topic of the day, but we gotta talk about this game. Speaking of confusion, we don't usually see Guinevere using the attack build or damage build.
Yeah.
More so, first item Sky Piercer. What you guys?
I think
too high risk, too high reward. I mean, we got a Malefic gun as well.
I think it was true. I think the Sky Piercer was second item.
No, it was first.
No, I think he completed the Calamity, Stardom set first.
Nope, first.
Are you
first
sure?
I'm quite sure.
Okay, well, I don't have an explanation for that.
No,
if it was the second item...
No, okay, so I watched it the moment the items popped up. The Sky Piercer was there, and the Calamity...
the Starlim
Scythe was not completed.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can just have the first item of the...
Go big, go home.
Yeah, whatever. I still don't have an explanation.
I think that's what it was.
I still don't have an explanation because they needed the front line. I would have accepted the Starlim Scythe, but I...
哎，休息一会儿，看下一场，看XYG能不能拿下一场胜利啊！最后一场了，放飞一下自己。
A little bit of defense, basically.
Exactly.
And at the same time, you already mentioned it. I love to see the Malefic gun get brought into the game. It was Malefic Roar and then the gun, I think, for long.
That's right.
So interesting that we finally get to see this a little bit of extra range. I'm not sure on the.
Yeah, that was 50% extra range.
It's extra range when you use a skill-based attack.
Yeah.
Enhanced basic attack or something like that.
If you land a spell, basically.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which... Yeah.
The stats aren't that great, which is why we don't usually see the Malefic gun.
Yeah.
Like the effect itself is good. It's just the stats surrounding it.
Yeah. There's a movement speed every time you attack, and there's attack speed, I believe, or was it attack speed or movement speed?
There was attack speed.
There was attack speed every time you attack,
and some physical
for 1 second. So, kind of fits the bill for the Moskov, obviously. But I guess at that point you don't have any more items to pick up afterwards.
Honestly, C9 they're laughing a lot for this game. Like they enjoy themselves. Okay, I mean,
that looks like some relief, by the way.
Yeah, that's relief, not enjoyment, I would say. Yeah.
Is it relief enjoyment though?
It's both.
It's both. Yep.
When I'm relieved, I'm enjoying what?
What?
I'm happy. I don't know where I was going with that one.
A sigh of relief.
Sigh, yeah.
You already,
you know what?
You already said the words. You cannot take it back.
No, here's the thing. Like, you do with what you will with the information that you have. Speaking of information that we have, game number 2. How is that gonna look like?
I believe that what I noticed after the games of XYG, God Yang was phenomenal with a I would say setup.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
Yep.
Minotaur. Set up tanks. I would say Minotaur, for example.
It was a goal laner, by the way.
Yep. Before this. And God Yang landed many good ultimates and also baited the Numinum Blast with the Winter's Crown. I think he played well. I think at this Minotaur pick, although it was the last pick, I think this is something that Cloud9 should also look into because God Yang was comfortable with these setup tanks.
I think at this point too, we already mentioned this, like both teams should get a win here. So XYG, they got close. They nearly turned this game around again that we've seen them do before. But this time around, if XYG gets the win, hey, at least they end their day in group stages both with a win.
And now we got to check out our MVP, our Sony MVP of the game, which I believe is going to be Mark Cutie, and he definitely deserves it. Like I even, if I remember correctly, even Trex was like, Mark Cutie is performing better than the rest of his own team. Which, you know, since you're the MVP, yes.
Yep. I think particularly in this game, there was a very clutch moment where in the bottom lane, he was able to use skill 1 onto Valentina, landing on both Zed as well as Long, who tried to go to TP out, literally one-shotting them. And of course, this was that team fight. Look at that burst coming out from Mark Cutie. And this is so instrumental because now XYG just forfeits the Lord once again. It's always the fights around the Lord that XYG loses. That's mostly why they eventually lost their target of this game. And also, he was the one who also took out Zed during the last Lord fight. So, pretty much deserving of the MVP award.
12 KDA. That's a lot for
其实
almost 25.
头发要搬
It's funny because when you look at this, I think most of the time he was taking the final slap.
因为一般超 YG 的辅助都是玩牛头、洛丽塔这种。开团应付的，头发拖他们大人很舒服的，头发要搬，不要搬阿尔法了。
Generally, but I agree with Trex. Mark Cutie, even back in their old, the games they played before today, he was usually the one that was, I feel like, mostly positive KDA, doing a lot for the team, and unfortunately, it's not a one-man game, so even so. But great performances, though, so far from Mark Cutie.
Notable performances as well, even in their losses. When you look back at their series versus Falcon Esports, he was I would say, the constant of the team. He was always
consistent.
Mr. Consistent, that's very true. And he is
你选一个牛头，对面洛丽塔加头发，团战双大，太恐怖了。哦，我知道 XYG 为什么搬阿尔法了，他可能本来想选费登的，阿尔法还是比较克这种坦克打野的，但他最后选了个桂尼。
Maybe Trex would get traumatized. He's been seeing that for quite a bit. They're already at the base. But then,
I don't think it's just Trex at that point. And I think it's like the whole region rooting for C9. Hey, there was last match it was 22%, I think it was on the predictions. So it's Trex and 22%.
All right, so I feel like for all of us here, we're pretty hyped up. But for now, let's actually throw it over to Eterna and Steph Weezy. What you guys got?
Welcome to MSC 2024. My name's Steph Weezy, and I'm with
Eterna.
And today, we're at the EWC Merchandise Megastore to check out some of the hottest merch and jerseys from all your favorite teams.
Yeah, instantly one caught my eye here. Weezy, I gotta admit that this looks pretty slick.
Ooh.
And I think it looks good on you. It looks good on me as well. I think it's a good size, good fit for you. What do you guys think?
Definitely agree. Liquid Echo, support your teams. Definitely let us know which way you think it'll go for them in the group stages. But there's some other teams we got to check out. Speaking of teams, there's one that caught my eye right there for you all the way out from Indonesia, Fnatic.
Oh, you're right. Wait, let's take a look at it, actually. Oh, it's fancy.
See, this one's a little bit more lightweight. It's a jersey, so it is hot out here in Saudi Arabia. It's perfect time to get a jersey.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right.
What are you going to take?
I'll tell you what, you found something for Indonesia, so I need to find something for my region, which is North America. So let's see what's over here. A couple more jerseys on the way. Wait a second. Here we go. Cloud9. I think I'm going to get this one.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, maybe even better than yours.
I like that size.
I do too. I think it fits.
I think I'm going to pick that up.
Don't real quick. Wait a minute.
Thanks,
What's this?
Weezy. Bye, guys.
Pro tip to Steph Weezy, you don't take something from your own region. You can buy that anytime.
That's actually true.
Hey, it's his first time here, right? Of course.
Right,
let him have some fun.
I also love the fact that Steph is wearing the C9 colors too.
Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, so I know that he, alongside Trex, he's feeling all of those emotions.
He's feeling under the weather.
I'm sure.
Well, he's casting. He gets to cast this game at least.
True.
I don't know if that's gonna help him feel less under the weather, but
you know what I feel bad about is?
What do you feel bad?
Trex is casting with Mirko, and Mirko is not really there to make him feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirko is also not in a great shape, you know.
That's true. After yesterday, hey, they're both, you know, casting, and they're both got teams going home.
And we saw the jerseys. It was Fnatic on the end.
Yes.
Oh yeah. And guess what? Malaysia and Philippines here at the panel. 2 teams in the knockouts.
2 teams in the knockouts.
Hey,
Yes,
listen.
sir.
I don't get to celebrate always, so you know, every once in a while.
Every once in a while, yeah.
But now we got to talk about this game. So XYG has to win this one. Like, make it canon, make it 1-1.
How do you make? I was gonna say, how do you make this canon?
Get the Freya, get the Moskov.
There you go. There you go.
And the Minotaur.
Freya, like, take right side. Freya Moscow.
At this point, just no ban.
I hope so. Or maybe just Chip and Louis, then no ban.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you ban Chip, I ban Louis, then no ban.
Everything else is open.
Yep. That's how you do it.
But I do agree. I want to see that Freya. Like KLVJ,
Yeah.
this is where you don't set up.
最后一场，加油！
This is where you just go Valkyrie mode and jump in.
You know,
Exactly.
the previous game was the first time that I actually looked at the chat. Shout out to the chat, by the way.
Shout out
chat. There were lots of questions about that Freya. And I understand why. And for all of the viewers out there, for the uninitiated, I know that the Freya is not meta. I know that the Freya is not played in the XP at all. But this is canon. XYG likes to play the Freya on KLV.
查尔俊
That's just it.
选择了后选
There's
啊
no other，
有没有什么东西
explanations.
啊
Don't be surprised if Freya has been banned 3 times already today when going up against XYG.
He needs to pick it up. He needs to show the chat. Why?
Yeah.
He's got to show the chat.
He got to show the chat.
All right. Well, they've been asking, so we'll answer, you know?
Yeah. For good time's sake, please, Midnight. Don't ban Freya.
Wait, are they actually going no bans? Like, I don't see anything yet.
Yeah.
They're not that crazy, right?
Hey, it's your last match for MSC, man.
You know what? When you
Why
say
not?
that, like, if I were to own a team, I would be like, you know, it's our last match. It's our last match. 5 assassins. Why not?
You guys do you know? I think for XYG, though, regardless of if these are going to be bans or not, similar things. Let's just pick what you're comfortable on. We know that even coming into the MSC, they had, I feel like, a limited playing field to go ahead and practice on until they eventually got out here and everything.
Yeah,
so,
very true.
you know, that's probably partly due to the fact that why they've had to fit certain heroes into their playstyle or meta.
Oh, that's literally the explanation why they are picking up the Freya in the XP lane.
Maybe that was part of the Bruno, right?
That's also true. Like maybe the only choices were Bruno, Moskov, you know. So I think we're gonna see some of the picks. We don't know the bans. So
was that actually no bans?
There should be bans. I think we are just not seeing it.
But it's okay. Either ways, Harith is the first pick for Cloud9 XYG. Like,
they're gonna go Moskov Edith if Edith is available. If not, they're gonna go Moskov
Edith
Minotaur and Moskov Arlot, I would say.
Moskov Arlot?
Yeah. That is going to be the case. If not Moskov Edith, Moskov Arlot is the case. Unless of course they're both bad, which we don't know yet.
The only thing that I can really like confirm that would be in my head like worth banning is Chip and Loyi. Everything else is like on the table.
Yeah.
Everything else is debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice though? Like, don't you guys enjoy? Oh wait, there's some things. Okay, so we're gonna look once again at the AR.
这就开始了，刚刚
Aurora?
Is that Aurora?
I think that's Aurora.
That looks like a
There's the Aurora.
Like the Ice Queen.
It looks like an icy queen. So
it does look like a queen of ice.
Yeah.
Teresa is the choice. I mean, it's difficult to kind of guess.
不是 BP 都不显示的吗？
Akai enters the scene.
Okay.
MOBA 阵的阿凯
And, well, we don't know the band, so I don't know what to guess.
Akai is
还是超 AG 的阿凯
Naruto in Sage mode.
啊，应该是超 AG 的阿凯。
Even his ult resembles the Rasengan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really think about
I don't know Naruto.
Yeah, I fell off.
第一天掏出来过的
I kind of know Sage mode, yeah.
神乐
Sage mode, it's good enough.
That's a Toad, right? A Toad.
Yeah. Toad Sage mode, yeah.
Well, they get a Kagura.
Alright.
That's great.
We saw that lack of damage on Kagura yesterday.
Oh, I love. Don't say that. Kagura's like. I love Kagura, man.
No, I do too. She's
这
actually.
BP 画面给不到吗？
BB, yeah.
I remember,
只能看特效。
remember like Terizla into Akai Ultimate, which is like anti-synergy in a way. How do we feel about Akai Ultimate and Kagura Ultimate?
Like
Is it-
pushing them away from
it's like-
the yin yang overturn.
It like push him even more away.
这两队不会刺客真太搞笑了，两边弹野。
Is that how it is?
That's gonna happen with that.
人家理解版本的都在打刺客了，
You're right.
So you have
Yeah, of course, of course.
只有这俩难兄难弟还在玩坦克。
Yeah, of course.
Attitude, man, attitude. It's all about the mindset. It's all about the mindset.
You're right. You're right. I saw a Fredrin. I believe that was in combination with the Terizla as well as the Aurora.
Okay, I'm gonna talk you guys through this. Do you guys want to know what C9 banned out?
What?
Edith, Angela, and Moskov. And
Oh well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're banning out the Roger as well. For XYG, they banned out the Chip, Barat, and Valentina.
So that's the reason why
There's no Edith, there's no Moskov.
Lolita as well. The XYG banned out Lolita.
Okay, so it seems. So there's a Roger.
不是 BP 不给看吗？
Wait, the Roger went through the first 3 picks without
我
getting.
今年这个转播我真服了 ，BP 不给看吗？每场比赛都是这样
So we，
这场比赛更离谱。
Different hero for long. Hopefully not the Bruno. Hopefully not the Bruno.
Well, maybe if he
China.
decides to. I don't know about that.
Hey, Innocent brought it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he mentioned it in the round table too.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm not scared of a Ling.
Maybe that's a knockout special.
Knockout special.
I think they're saving it for the knockouts.
Yeah, grand finals.
I don't know. I don't want to go that far ahead, Lafel. I know. This is, by the way, oozing with confidence.
Yeah, that
we
is.
were talking about oozing with confidence earlier, Wolf. This now Lafel and Gideon are.
Yeah. Oozing with confidence.
Hey, by the way,
又掏布鲁诺啦
as well, doing a great job speaking
Oh, yeah.
about MLBB on the panel.
Oh yeah.
For EWC.
Oh, that's.
Oh man, it's.
Oh, it is the Bruno. All right.
Okay.
At this point, all they need
That
is
ship has
a
sailed.
roamer, so there's no way for the Freya. So I guess
Unless.
Hey.
Unless.
what Fredrin Rome.
I was gonna say Freya Rome.
那是魔巴阵的熊猫啊，费登是XYG 的。
So that is Kagura, Akai, and Harith, right?
Kagura,
Yes.
Akai,
We're
Harith.
going for Rome. How about a Kaja? Kaja Bruno is not too bad of a combo.
Matilda? How about
So
Matilda?
Matilda
Yeah.
and Benedetta.
Benedetta. All right.
I am hoping for a Kaja from XYG, but then we're looking for like a big AoE, like Tigreal perhaps, actually. Tigreal looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, Tigreal for...
Anything that you say honestly looks good.
yeah.
At this point, yeah.
啊，所以他们搬了啥呀？我刚刚没太听他们说话，我在啃我的
Khalid Rome, sure, you know.
鸭爪呢。
Yeah.
But honestly,
Lubukan Baloy, bro.
Lubukan Baloy.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, if it was a Helker Rome, that would be intense.
Oh.
That would be. But yeah, there's.
Oh, Raph.
拉斐尔，
Oh, all right. What a
Hey,
classic.
this is a classic.
Yeah, we
Classic.
haven't seen this in a while.
Rafa Bruno.
Yep.
Brunoella. Anyways. Thank you very much, gentlemen. For
赛区特色好吧，我只能说。
drafting phase.
Yep.
I'm very sorry, Trek, but I'm gonna have to pass it over to you. That's working with Mirko. Sorry, man, but you know it's your turn.
我也觉得熊猫比费登优点很多，但是职业比赛就是喜欢费登。之前费登100% BP 的时候，熊猫大概只有10%不到的 BP。
I thought you disposed of me, man. What are you calling me now? Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. It's me, Mirko, and Trex. You know, Trex, you can deal with me, right? If Wolf and Nice can deal with that on the panel, you know, you can deal with me, right? Let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen, though, because this match here, it could be a 2-0 sweep for Cloud9, or XYG could finally get their first game in MSC 2024. We're going to jump into the portal that opened up in front of us to the Land of Dawn for the final game for Cloud9 and Xianyu Gaming.
All right, so this means a lot for both of these teams, right? It's your final
鸭爪好吃呀，我点了个卤味，还有鸭翅、鸭头，什么豆干、面筋。等这场比赛打完，我就吃完了。
They came in once again with a slightly different comp. Is this our first time seeing Rafaela? I'm pretty sure. First show at MSC so far. A little bit more of a, classic support, but some possibilities around it, especially with the utility jungle.
Cold World, Mark Cutie, this is, I mean, they spoke a little bit about it, right? The anti-synergy that you kind of get with the Kagura.
这首欧若拉
It's all subjective, bro. You know, it's all in your mind. It's all the mental state that you need. If you're a Chad, you can
出的是不是太早了？
Seems like he wants to go for the aggressive route.
对面沈乐解控，熊猫解控，被拉人塔挡反，马蒂尔达带洗礼，哈里斯带洗礼，一个都控不到。
Winning is relative, you would say, you know? Everything could be. But here, this time, it's already a bit different, right? For Basic, he went for the Bargain Hunter. Long is actually doing a good job in lane this time around on the Bruno with the Master Assassin and Fatal. So, Long should be able to actually bully Basic out, especially considering, you know, Basic's already very, very low. Up top,
Milo taking a little bit of damage, but Yoan is there as well. Gets the first blood.
哦，奶活了，奶活了。
XYG with first blood on the board.
They want to continue, it seems. Cold World. Ooh.
It's a lot of damage on a Cold World. Ain't nothing funny here. Mobazane
XYG加油
way up top, but XYG doing a great job of blocking them off, and that's going to give them some gold plating. It's going to give them everything they need. They're going to move down to this turtle, though. Mobazane with Marcuti and Cold World, but it's 4 members of XYG ready to stop them, ready to not even let them enter here, and it's a tough start for Cloud9.
XYG holding out on this. Milo trying to go in. He doesn't have level 4 just yet, and you can see how much damage he is taking on that Benedetta. Zed's still on it. Mark UT looking for an angle. It does seem like for Cloud9, they can't go for it, and XYG will just be able to secure it without any contest whatsoever.
XYG 打出侵略性。
Not only that, but Cloud9 wastes a lot of time even like trying to contest it, you know, sitting around the boundaries. They could have gone elsewhere, cleared some jungle, you know, cleared some lanes, maybe try to make a push onto the gold, but they just kind of sit on that distance as XYG does an amazing job at zoning them out of that box.
They really did. Xianyu Gaming utilizing these picks in the mid lane, getting the prio up against the Kogura, and also getting more mobility with the Rafaela, the holy healing that gets you more movement speed. Milo very aggressively maneuvering forward here, but if we take a look at the XP, even though, you know, the Akai, we kind of thought that it would be very hard for him to go and farm up. Akai, Mobazane is still on top of the XP board. Long finally taking some damage, but this is the combo that they were talking about as well. Right as it was picked up, it's a flashback, a throwback to back in the day with Rafaela and Bruno being a very, very good combination. And this is why you get to dish out so much damage, you get that additional healing, and most importantly later on, mobility in the team fights, back and forth. You can make these fights a bit longer.
And you can dribble the ball, right? You can do the back and forth using the Rafaela. You can kind of do the dance step and get a couple shots off back. Oh, but Basic taking a lot of damage. He won.
可以呀。
That's 2-0 right there. Cold World in a bad spot as well. Mobazane trying to come in. Does have a heavy spin ready to go. Decides not to use it just yet. Zed unloading. Mark Cutie now also in the fray of things. Frigid Glacier does come down.
一闪空了，没事儿。
And XYG still dancing around the
第二个神龟也很有希望。 4包怎么说？
Up against Zed, Basic finally up to things. Milo just locked in the Hunter Strike up top, and XYG, they put so much pressure on the mid and to the bottom, he's able to get all the gold plating off that top tier 3.
He does, right? But again, I feel like for Long, he did the same thing, and it's going to be way more worth it for him on a snowballing pick like the Bruno. And they're already setting up for the next neutral objective this time round. It's Zed first on there. Yi1 has been phenomenal. And a lot of these skirmishes circling Eagle.
Cold World. Oh, gets a knock up on the runaway there, the fadeaway, I would say. Mark Cutie hiding out in the bush. Mobazane going to be showing up soon. Can they contest this one? It's a 4v4 or a 5v5 at this point. Everybody in the turtle pit. Mark Cutie still playing the distance. Maybe looking for a nice yin-yang overturn. Unable to throw anything out just yet. Mielo finally with the Electro final blow into the midst of the fight. Nice purify onto Zed. Mielo able to find the turtle. KLJ
被拉人塔的龟。
Mark Cutie able to find the yin-yang overturn onto Zed there. KLJ does get away. Cloud9 walking.
其实被拉人塔大龟我不是很能理解，但最后居然被他抢到了。
From Cloud9, able to just play it out, force Xianyu Gaming to a spot that they're not comfortable with. Again, for Xianyu Gaming, it's a very front-to-back composition. They need to have a very, very coordinated fight to actually make it work. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, it's kind of the same story that we had in game number 1, where they could actually attack from different angles, and that's exactly what they did. Mielo, final blow to start things off. Even though it looked kind of awkward, you know, he was able to get the Petrify without the final blow.
然后难道这是一种战术？就贝莱塔先开大，然后有持续伤害，然后莫巴顿在就是还没到那个猎杀线，但是快到猎杀线的时候按下猎杀，然后这个时候龟就是他们的了。然后是这么一种战术。我靠！差一点。
It really does, man. Oh
my
goodness. It hit so hard, he had to purify out of it.
Most definitely. Mobazane now. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. XYG. Frigid Glacier does come down, does not connect onto anybody, but he's still frozen. Mielo goes down long with a long shot. Able to take him out there. Mobazane now just trying to fight for his own purple, but XYG might not want to let it happen. Marcuti with the ending overturn, able to get some nice damage. Zed still gets away safely. Cold World going to try to chase him down, unable to get the kill and gets killed himself. Ye1 is the one, 3-0 and 1.
Oh, now Pride of Ice used up basic. Try to go for it, unable to do so. But I like for Cloud9 now, penalty zone, kill VJ.
Basic with his Mon's Force, he's trying to run away, kill VJ. But get some nice damage. Marcuti there to help out. Flickers back over to the tower into safety.
Up top though, Long.
Ooh, nice eye for an eye. Damage onto Long there. Able to use the Petrify Force.
刚刚被蓝塔10挖空了，费德接上。啊，这波龟又有了。
The objective here. Force the moment. Looking for Mobazane. Mobazane also taking a little bit of damage. They're down low.
打得好呀，打得好。
XYG not letting up on the gas right now. They're going to try to drop down onto Ye1. Pride of Ice comes out, but it's not enough.
换一个。
Able to get the kill. Cold World goes down as well. It's a 1-for-1, and Basic escaped with his life.
Crazy fights all around the board. So many fights.
等一下，龟。
He has to go for the turtle. Mobazane does have the heavy spin, but take a look at the rest of XYG. Going to go for the contest. Will Mobazane do it?
Zane taking a lot of damage. Penalty zone does come down. Heavy spin just to escape with his life. Turtle goes over to XYG.
Final turtle of the game going to XYG. Basic in the bottom lane, still just trying to look for the farm here, trying to look for a trade. A mirror play as he looks for the cross map there. But yeah, again, so many chaotic skirmishes going back and forth. Treks, and it does seem like for XYG, they have been able to manage with that, right? They got a turtle.
刚镜头给到这个费德好像不是外援啊。
In this game, but if you take a look at the farm department, it's
对吧？看着像个中国人，对不起，那我搞错了。反正上单肯定是外援。
And you can even see here for Zed, his priority isn't really on, you know, more defense or more damage. Usually, sometimes you see the Thunder Belt. He went for the Oracle, so he's trying to enable
这个法师是不是也是呢？
to be more prevalent as we get into the mid game together with
不知道，不乱说了。
the rest of the team. And really, it's all about staying in the front line for Ye1, for Long to deal some damage. I like what you said in the team fight earlier, right? The long shot, because technically that's exactly what he needs to do. Stay in the back as far as you can and dish out damage. Zed. He's losing a bit of HP, but he can always just sustain back up with the holy healing. It's all about the prolonged team fights for Xianyu Gaming as they wait for the next neutral objective. Cloud9 unable to look for anything on the map, but same goes for Xianyu. They have to just really hold out for now, wait for these objectives to go out, and I guess for Mielo, he can go for the wave clear, he can go for the split push, and that will force XYG to rotate, and they do rotate really quick, so again, it's kind of like a stalemate at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot. Kill Jay, taking a little bit of damage, force the penalty zone defensively. Cold World also getting taken down. Also getting taken down to about half health. Ye1 though, man. This guy is 4-1-1, and you mentioned gold earlier. The crazy thing is, even though Zane is far ahead of Zed right now, ZU Gaming is leading right now by about 1,000 gold overall. And it just goes to show that a lot of members of ZNU Gaming are kind of stepping up. You mentioned Long earlier, and I think as long as they can play around that, if they can put all the eggs into that baskets, they have all the utilities they need to prolong the fights. Like you said, they have the heal, they have the freezes and the CC coming from Ye1. There's a lot of possibilities in their composition. Cloud9 needs to find a way to work around it if they want to take this game back into their hands. Zed gets a taunt onto Mobazane there. Oh, nice Yin-Yang overturn onto Long, but not able to do enough. Now Marcuti's forced to run away here. Marcuti still needs a little bit more damage, one more item.
That was great. They bait out the Purify and the Retribution. That stops Xianyu Gaming for really holding out on the Lord, and now Cloud9 get a massive advantage out of it.
it's a massive advantage because we really haven't been seeing a lot of these proactive plays, right? For Cloud9 now, the fact that they got a turret up top, that tier 1, enables them to step in the jungle a bit more aggressively, to look for these flanks as well. And for Milo, he's going to be able to do that now. Look at that, clearing up top wave, shoving it in, and then looking for an angle to rotate over to the turtle to find a flanking position. And just like that, Cold World goes in.
Cold World with the Kaka trying to come in. Out comes the penalty zone from XYG. Not going to be enough. Xenu and hold up on the top side. Long in a little bit of trouble. Milo able to get the kill along with Marcuti. XYG trying to vert up, and XYG are kind of really stuck in this grouped up composition. And Cloud9, you know, they're able to 3v5 them, they're able to 4v5 them, get these little skirmishes. Maybe no one goes down, but as you mentioned, they're able to get something to the top side, other towers. But XYG finds one of their own. Cold World goes down. Mobazane would have
熊猫旋风滚，费登一刀。
Wrath comes down, and Mobazane forced to run back. Milo able to find Zed though. It's a 2-for-1.
可惜。
Cloud9 does get the Lord though, so it's a big win for them.
2-for-1. And the Lord, that's incredible value for Cloud9, and that's exactly the problem for XYG.
势均力敌，真的势均力敌，兄弟，不好说谁赢。
When are they ever gonna go for these big team fights? Even here,
锤子双2。
Kill VJ able to pick up the kill. Milo now on the run, basic as well. XYG always finding a response, and look at Long going for the long shot once again. Basic back under the towers. Milo able to lock down with the eye for eye. Mobazane there gets hit by a freeze. Milo dashes back and catches a high tail out with Cold World. That's a little hit and run there.
Well played again to Milo there. We were just saying, you know, for XYG, they needed to look for a fight in Cloud9. They utilized Lord in the bottom lane, looked for a fight in the mid lane, did get picked up, but they were able to win out in the prolonged battle. That was something that we said XYG should have an advantage for. Another engagement onto E1.
Oh, Mobazane just hanging out under the tower. Fearless. I mean, when you're at this point, you gotta be fearless, right? Lord still coming. XYG just unable to keep up with the macro right now, unable to get all their lanes down. They're playing a little too tight. Basic with his Mon's Force, getting a couple.
不是这高地塔凭什么被小兵推掉呀？
Not the umbrella.
都没有人带。
Strike, waiting for that big yin yang overturn. Milo up in top side as well. Trying to find an angle, and XYG just forced back.
That was just so good for Cloud9. The fact that they were able to make it so confusing for Xianyu Gaming. They keep on going in, making Xianyu Gaming think, all right, yo, we've been going for these fights alone, and it hasn't been working out. We need to be clumped up together. So whenever Clone World goes in, they're all grouped up. They completely forget that there are big waves crashing down on their base turrets. And yeah, you do have the holy defense, but brother, those are a few big waves coming down in your base. They got a base turret with that. That's incredible value. Sky Piercer now done for the GOAT himself, Milo. And in the mid lane too, we got Genius Wand, Divine Glaive, and the Glowing Wand. And even Mr. Zane's having a little bit of fun there. That's why he was able to farm up so fast. It's the cursed cursed helmet here. With the Molten Essence, I believe he just picked it up early to out-farm Zed. And you can see the effects of that. 2 levels ahead of Zed.
你们知道这当啷当啷是什么声音吗？就是聊天群里正在狂喷。
On top of the Pride of Ice, on top of the Frigid Glacier. I know it's hot in Riyadh, but is it that hot?
She's cold. Cold-hearted, cold-blooded. Winter Crown Foe. I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Now, all right. Kill VJ. He's been always with this team to where
一直中路无效抱团，线也不清。
And we noticed it a bit last game too. Kill VJ really likes to kind of guide the team, and I'm wondering, you know, that has been almost one of the downfalls.
人头领先，经济落后。不仅是人头领先啊，龟也是领先的。结果带线被人家带的，只剩2座高地塔了。CN 赛区不是以运营出名吗？
Slowly but surely, again, for XYG, they gotta clump up together whenever they want to go for a neutral objective. For Cloud9, they'll utilize XYG's strength, and they'll utilize it to create a weakness. The weakness is up top, the far lane always. Now it's E1 who's up top, and Cloud9 get all of the pressure back, all the prio around the Lord. This time enhanced, so they'll have a little bit more of that bargaining power when it comes down to these fights. And again, for Yi1, if he steps out a bit too far, if he tries to go and clear out the wave away or outside of that base, he's going to be caught by Milo. He's going to have to use the Winter Crown. He's going to use a Flicker at least. And now, for XYG, they try to just go...
Aura 过来了，被拉又给带了。Aura 回去了。
E1 to the mid lane now has to deal with 2 waves. A slow push up top and a mid lane wave as well. XYG, they gotta make a decision.
Basic brings out his Mon's Force. They're trying to delay XYG from even going back. XYG's not going to be able to contest this one, man. I think they need to just back off and start. I really think they need to send KillJ up there, someone else, because they need the CC. They need
怎么办？这个上路怎么办？
mid in their gold.
And now for Mielo, it's all about the
这太难受了，这个上路怎么办？
Basic hasn't been able to do, but maybe Mielo is the one that can do it.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
XYG, you can see them, again, they're just sending E1, because again, I mean, I get you, right? KillVJ is the guy who should be the one matching up against Mielo, but again, he's also on a Terizla. The Aurora isn't mobile either, but I guess, you know, she clears the waves a bit faster compared to KillVJ. Especially here in this game where he's really, you know, the frontliner for the team. So he doesn't really have a lot of damage to actually go for the clear. Godyang picks up going 1-2, and again, Mielo just
still up at the top side.
Forcing E1 to rotate over. But even then, Zed is still here. So Mobazane, every time he tries to go for the Lord Dance, there's a new Lord.
哎，等一下，正面开起来了，但龙没了。
Cloud9 able to rush the Lord though. So it's a trade of Mar for Lord, and Mielo goes straight back up to that top side. Mobazane now getting taunted up, takes a couple shots from Long. Basic there, maybe help out. He doesn't have his Amon's Force, he's already used it to rush that Lord. Mobazane able to get the heavy spin, brings Zed all the way back to base.
熊猫能杀吗？能死。
Mobazane goes down Long, able to pick up the kill, but there's a Lord coming down the top side with Mielo waiting on it.
Again for XYG, they win the team fight, they lose on the enhanced Lord, but for XYG this is great because unless
Mielo gets stunned up though. The Holy Baptism does lock on. He's able to just get back with the Electro Final.
怎么叫法师去行线？我告诉你，因为法师是他们这个队伍里最没用的。迪斯拉如果去清线，这个团就没法打了，这就是这个阵容最大的问题。他们没有人带线，迪斯拉不可能去清线的。
This is going to be a long battle on top, you know, with the Lord. It's a 1v1.
这欧若拉是团战里面作用最小的一个了。
So he's properly built up. I'm looking at the build, and yeah, honestly, yeah, the Athena shield definitely a bit more value compared to the nature here. But
这镜头给的。
it really does feel like for Xianyu Gaming, Long might actually sell the top boots to go for a win of nature or for some more damage. That's the trend that we've seen for Long, right? In the later stage of the game, he even goes for BOD, so he's a very aggressive gold laner. Maybe this time he does it, because the tenacity on the tough boots does help you a lot, especially when you already have the healing, the mobility there with your team and everybody peeling you away. The CC could be the biggest hurdle that you have to face off, so I completely understand if he doesn't go with the item swap. But still, even though, you know, Xianyu Gaming were able to you know, clear out the Lord, they're able to equalize the gold again.
你看我的鸭翅都吃完了，
Literally, but it's still
还没结束， 可以。
Cloud9 have the advantage when it comes to utilizing the far lane. Mielo is always there, and you can see him just trying to find an angle. Again, Mobazane walks up.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Long. Can he get the final shot there? Mielo with the Electro Final Blow. Able to lock on, but too much damage responding. Mielo, Immortality.
锤子空大了，
Still unable to find.
欧若拉没动到。
onto Long there, but nobody's there to follow up with him. Mielo just trying to escape with his life.
等一下，对面在带，又推了一路。哎呦，感觉打个没有脑子呀，输在智商。
Right now against XYG.
They're playing the basics of the game, the fundamentals.
那当然也是阵容原因啦，但是这个阵容选出来也是他们自己选的。
They were able to get the 3-wave super minion push in game number 1. Now in game number 2, it's not 3, but it's 2. It's close enough, you know. Quick match, just one off, real quick. But for Mielo, he's going to be able to just.
XYG 和 C9 实力很强，势均力敌，确实棋逢对手。
Who do they send to match up Mielo? I would say at this point, try to kill Mielo before the Lord. Try to go for it, right? You lose the Evolve Lord if C9 are quick enough to do so, but you got to be decisive as well. They actually do shove in the bottom lane, and now they have a lot of pressure. Basic walks up, has done a lot of damage to Zed.
Mobazane gonna get frozen up, brought down, able to just get away. No, kill VJ finds the kill, and that's no.
等一下，熊猫死了，我刚刚低头回了个消息，熊猫怎么死的？双份干涉实验是吧？只要我不观测，XYG 就能打出优势，那我不看了。
Cloud9 maybe looking for the steal here. Zed able to get their first Lord here. It's going to be huge for XYG. Minions are on the base, but they should be able to free up some space now.
Evolved Lord for XYG. That's a massive structure or objective to take here at the 20th minute of the game. Now you're able to go for the base turrets. And again, the biggest problem for XYG has been the far lanes. If now they get a few base turrets, if they're able to get 3, phenomenal stuff. But if they get the base turret in the far lane, that's going to be good enough, because then they will actually have at least, you know, the bottom lane go head-to-head 50-50. It won't always be a slow push towards their side. Up top, E1 versus Milo.
等一下，贝拉去切欧罗拉了，欧罗拉这是没死，反正。哦，等一下，这波怎么说？拉斐尔大到了。
XYG just got to lock onto the base. Basic drops down to the Mons Force. Base down about 60%. Down goes kill.
哎呀！
Lord finally melted down.
足球还能踢。欧罗拉来参团，哎，有机会啊！对面死2个。
They're unable to get the big play happen, but Cloud9 forced on the.
啊，不是真有机会，对面还有30秒，还有30秒。 5打3。
One frontliner to play with.
Yeah, and it's 30 seconds on the clock for Mielo, 33 for Cold World. Zed.
哦，大中没动到，哎，逼线。
Basic does not get thrown, but in comes Kill VJ once again.
锤上了，
One cannon minion left. XYG.
撤吧。下一波。
Another wave in the mid lane. Mielo's up in 6 seconds. They can go for the base turret first here, and Zed.
还想摸个高地。 熊猫上来了，熊猫被打残了，是魔法认识犯罪。哎呀，差一丝！哎，赶紧撤！撤了！有机会啊，兄弟！
Whole world getting frozen. This is dangerous for Cloud9. Look at Mielo once again trying to play the angle, trying to get to the backside here.
Okay. Now finally, for both these teams, they're able to reset completely.
欧罗拉回家补蓝。
What's the issue on XYG? Bottom lane base turret, that's the far lane. That is exactly what XYG need to go for these neutral objective contests. You can see the bit. Oh, massive shield, by the way, from Basic there. Zed still wants to fight here. By the way, again, for them, this is it, right? It already kind of denies the threat of the split push, of the segue play from happening from Cloud9. Mielo is going to struggle a whole lot to actually clear those waves. Even if he does build a wave, it's always going to be good for XYG. They're always going to be able to.
这贝莱哪还出天罚利刃，还是挺演的。一个带线的人出天罚利刃。线还是不好呀，这个贝莱塔小地图发生了什么导播？
And there's still a problem. Mielo with the immortality, it pops. Cold World trying to come in and save the day, but KillJ already got the kill. Zed now
全靠对面犯罪啊！
possibly hold down this pit. Mark Cutie clearing down the bot side along with.
这波领主能拿下吧？但哈里斯还在下面带，云一个人出去守，4打3，啊，让足球单挑领主。
Big advantage with Mielo down. Bottom lane, it's Cold World with Basic. It's an immortality.
They're locking on to E1.
哎，
E1 still finally does go down.
等一下，这里2打1啊！
Has the immortality. Can they get the finish here? The frozen play. E1 is the one.
哎，等一下，哦
！Is gonna go down. Kill VJ showing up. That's a 2 for 0, and a Lord falls down to Z and
结哎，赢了，兄弟们
！Right now, Mobazane up against 3. 10 seconds on the clock for Mielo. Mobazane just trying to get away safely using the heavy spin, but there's a wave of minions coming.
这赢了吧
Nothing but a tank and a support to defend. ZNU Gaming have long. They've taken it the long haul. Mielo back up right now. Minions locked on. KillJ trying to lock on as well. Just get onto the base, but there's 2 minions still standing. Smon's Force does drop. Too much damage onto Mielo.
啊，没线了，没事，还有条领主，对面3人死亡。
Calm down, XYG. You have an evolved Lord to play with. You can still play around with it. 22 seconds on Basic, 26 seconds on Mar. You can wait for the evolved Lord, but they want to go for
penalty zone. Cold World sent back to the base to try to heal up. Lord about to close the distance. ZNU Gaming seconds away from a victory. Put one on the board. Cloud9 back off and ZNU tie the score 1-1.
2-1, China has showed up. XYG gets the first game of MSC 2024 for China here, and they do it in style. Again, able to prolong the game to the later stages to actually force out some of these big team fights, the front-to-back composition. Yi1 clearing those waves all alone, dealing with the 2v1, outplaying these missed timings as well. Well played to XYG. They have shown up, and it's about time that they have. We're gonna send it over to our hosts, I believe, here on stage to get an interview with XYG. But
no. There's not gonna be an interview this time, Mirko. And that's okay.
It's okay.
These players have had long days. They've had a long group stage. We're going to be sending that back over to our wonderful analysts. It's been a great game between Cloud9 and XYG. Let's see what they have to say.
LaFell.
It's canon. It's 1-1. It's canon now. I don't know what's canon, but it's canon. It's a canon. Let me just say, Yi1 on this Aurora, he's working overtime.
Definitely.
Like how much they're playing it, it's not enough.
Look at how many times he outplayed the members of Cloud9 this game, and I saw Skypers, I think that was from Milo the GOAT. So many GOATed plays actually from Milo the GOAT, but unfortunately, during when it all mattered, when it was a 1v1 with Yi1
on an Aurora.
On an Aurora with no flicker.
With no flicker.
Just the winter crown, foo.
No,
that was enough.
The thing is, the Aurora kind of outplayed the Harif as well.
Yes.
Actually,
not kinda, like literally did.
Literally.
That was interesting. That was with the help of Kill VJ though too, right? That penalty zone, I know.
舒服，总算是赢了一局，虽然也淘汰了。
I am excited to see it through our highlights, but there were so many times where Long was like.
标题已经要从 XYG 能否出现改成 XYG 能否但求一胜
about this game, especially because God Yang was God mode 0-0 and 13 on this Rafaela. How about that?
Can I just say, I know that Yi1 will not be the MVP of the game, but trust me.
稍后还有这一组的前2名，这个缅甸和
1v1 against everyone.
1v2 even.
AP Brain 的小组头名的争夺战。
We're not even going to see him here on the the breakdowns here, but I agree with you, man. I feel like that's such a pressured thing to do for any of these mid laners or whoever ends up needing to clear the lanes. Yeah, he's an Aurora. That's a good point, and you have to clear like all 3 lanes.
And to make this even more ridiculous, this was a first picked Aurora.
Teresa Aurora, Yep.
Like, how crazy was that? Like, how do you even explain that to all the people out there? Well, the simple explanation is it is a counter to Harif. And second is confidence. Confidence
was the mindset.
The mindset.
However, the confidence there. And yes, it's true. He kind of just he has a better attitude, I would say.
He has the better attitude, definitely.
But man, Milo, the GOAT, as well as Basic, they were oozing with confidence in this game.
You want just like, no. I am good.
Yeah.
I can 1v1. He's like, imagine how the conversation is within the team. It's like, okay, the Benedetta is pushing, someone has to stop it. And then Yi1 is like, me.
I got it.
And then they're like, but you're an Aurora. It's like, with that attitude, you're not going to.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I got it.
Hey, to be fair, he had the passive, he had an immortality, and he also had a crown.
Yeah, the winner crown, fool.
Yeah, that works.
This is the MSC tagline. It's win a crown, fool. Shout out to Gideon, man.
Shout out to Gideon, by the way.
Gideon did an amazing job casting, but yeah, that was a game.
That was a game that ended in favor of XYG, which also means that it is a draw between C9.
But I believe C9 would win because I feel like their winning time is faster.
This was a long series, by the way. I think one of the longest ones. Both games were
24 minutes and 25 minutes.
Yeah,
that's right. I mean, like, but then again, I don't think that we should judge it by minutes duration. I think we have to make it canon. It was a draw. Nobody loses.
Nobody loses.
Do you want XYG to lose?
But they're going home.
Yeah, but they did not lose.
It's kind of losing.
No. Nice to not with that attitude. Leo,
not with that attitude.
Wolf has the attitude. It's like, you're not losing. Technically, you're not losing. Now let's check out the Sony game MVP of the game. It's Yi1, right? It has to be Yi1.
Okay.
But,
oh yeah, look at that. Look at that.
It is.
It is.
The way that he handled and he utilized his second skill was phenomenal. You will see it once again. Look at this. It's always at the knife's edge. It's always making sure that he hits it with the proper animation and the proper pixels. And you saw that Basic had no choice, didn't know where to go because Yuan utilized his skill 1 and skill 2 to perfect direction and perfect placement. And even the usage of the ultimate, it's always there to counter whoever wants to drop him.
At this point, I want to play Aurora. That looks a lot of fun.
You know, I was going to say, respect to Yuan because of the fact that he's one of the mid laners right now that brings these exciting picks. Previous game, it was Gord, and now it's the Aurora.
Yep.
This is not like, remember, there's not that many picks that come up in the mid lane right now, so great here to see from Yuan to bring up some unique heroes.
Lantern eventually picked up. This, don't be fooled, this is not the first item pick up on the Wishing Lantern. This was probably around the
fifth item?
Yeah, fifth item
around
perhaps.
17, 18 minutes.
Exactly. Which made a lot of sense because the skill combo of the Aurora always will go above 800. So
yeah.
Every time that he lands it, which he does, apparently he's so good at it. He's dodging spells, he's utilizing the Winter Crown Fu.
Actually, interesting enough for all of you guys, because of the wording of Wishing Lantern, you don't actually have to hit 800 damage. You can do 200, 200, 200.
Ah, right.
At the fourth 200, it will proc, so...
It just has to get to that threshold.
That's right.
As long as you get to 800, it counts, so... For all of you guys that want to use Wishing Lantern, you know, that's a quick tip for you.
That's right.
If you do 1600 damage, then you just 2 orbs, 2 lanterns.
Oh, you mean 6.
Right now we got to look at the result of the STC play prediction.
Whoa.
You're both right. Majority is for Cloud9, 58% and 42% for XYG. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close. And shout outs to you guys. You guys are close. You guys are correct. So make sure you guys predict for the next match as well at stcplay.gg, because the next one is going to be our ALJ match of the day. And for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts, because again, after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, so expect more excitement for the next one. Speaking of which, up next, we'll have the 4th match of the day featuring Falcons, AP brand going up against Falcons. Don't go anywhere. MSC 2024. We'll be right back.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024. LaFell here, still joined by Niso as well as Wolf to bring you the ALJ match of the day featuring Falcons AP brand going up against Falcon Esports. This is the final match of the group stage where Falcons versus Falcon. Who will soar higher? The battle of the two flocks of Falcons.
Well, I would say, you know, since it's plural for Falcons, they have a higher chance of flying higher, right? Because if you only have one Falcon, I mean, you know, physics.
I gotta agree. I
don't think it's physics. At that point, I feel like it's English.
Yeah.
That's true. Semantics?
Semantics.
Syntactics? Yeah, something like that.
Nevertheless, I feel like it's going to be Falcons AP brand. And I'm not saying this just because I am from the Philippines, but this is because if you're gonna be basing on the manner on which Falcons AP brand were able to win over their opponents, and then if you compare it to Falcons, it's definitely a clear gap between the prowess of the two teams. Falcons had to come back from 3 games just to get into this spot. Well, we cannot diminish the fact that they won, but Falcons AP brand have been very, I would say, flawless, despite I think literally just one game that went close with XYG.
XYG, yep.
But apart from that, it was 3 clean games, 3 fast games. Even their draft looks good, it's difficult to play against them. So I think pound for pound, you have to favor Falcons AP brand here.
It'll be crazy though. Like, just imagine. Falcons Esports winning up against Falcons AP brand. Even though Falcons AP brand is a 2-time world champion.
Yep. This is a fight for first, right? Yeah.
This is a fight for first.
And yeah, I think getting into the first is also more important, I would say, because
it's very important.
Right now, you're waiting for, if you get second place, it's either NIP Flash, Team Liquid Echo,
SRG,
and SRG. Difficult.
I feel like those are normal teams.
And one of them is from the Easy server, apparently.
Yeah, one of them is Easy server, and the Easy server is neighbors to them, NIP Flash. So 2 Easy servers.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe second place is better. Who knows?
Where's the hard servers?
We saw it just earlier, apparently.
Don't bring it up.
But that's LaFell's words, by the way.
Yes. Oh, he used the word difficult.
Here's the thing. I need to run away from this situation. So you know what? I'm just gonna throw to an interview, and I believe it's with Flapteasy. So let's check it out.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Flap. Congratulations, Flap, for making it to the knockouts.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, you know, we already know who's and which teams are going to be making it to the knockouts. Did any of the results surprise you in particular?
Yes, I'm so surprised because 2 Indo teams got knocked out.
Don't remind us. Don't remind us. But yes, Indonesia will not be making it to the knockouts. Now, is there any particular team that have made it to the knockouts that you want to seek revenge against, maybe?
I want to seek revenge against Liquid Echo because we got 4-0 in the MPLPH Grand Finals.
Okay. Where do you think you're going to meet them?
I think we're going to meet at finals.
Oh, so PHPH Grand Finals?
Yeah.
Is that what we're expecting?
Yes.
All right. Any message you want to give to Liquid?
My message to Liquid is don't lose in the playoffs so that we can meet.
All right. Thank you so much, Flap, for your time, and congratulations once again. We're going to send it back to the studio.
So he wants to meet Liquid Echo because he wants the revenge. Let me just say, I'm glad that he gave the words in English, because at one point I was like, okay, do you have any message to Liquid Echo? And I thought he was gonna speak Tagalog and be like,
yeah.
Well, I guess I'll have to ask you guys. But going into the ALJ match of the day, we're gonna be going over to the stage with Maracino as well as the Wood Sandstorm to introduce both teams for the final match in the group stage. Guys, take it over, because now it's your turn.
Group D's battle for the top seed is about to commence here at the Amazon Arena.
2 high-flying teams are about to take it to the stage to see who will reign over the skies.
And first up, the representatives from Myanmar. Welcome to the Amazon Arena one more time. It is Falcon Esports.
Some of Falcon Esports members like Royal Milk, BX7, and Benny, well, they've seen the international stage MST before, but they came up short.
And this time, however, with their knockout stage slot confirmed, the only thing that we have to determine is who will be the first seed and who will be the second seed in this series.
Now facing them is a behemoth of a team who twice dominated the world. Introducing Falcons AP Bren.
Falcons AP Bren had a dominating performance with a 2-0 over XYG and of course over Cloud9. The question remains, who will remain undefeated in this group?
Yes, Falcons AP Bren is trying to remain undefeated and they're really dominating right now. We're gonna see if they're gonna be top one right in this match coming up.
Exactly, and the question that we ask right now to our lovely analysts, who will soar higher? Is it Falcon or Falcons AP Bren? I don't know if it's about semantics or if it's about numbers, but you boys have to break it down. I want to see who will soar higher in Group D. Take it away.
Hey, they were listening.
It's probably geometry.
Yeah, you know what? Forget about everything else, it's geometry. But he asked the question, so what do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to win this one?
I have already...
Have we been right at all?
Yeah.
As the experts?
All right, so Falcon AP Bren?
That's right.
Naisu, Falcon AP Bren?
That's right.
And because of that, I'm going to go with Falcon. For you guys, who do you guys think is going to win? Falcon AP Bren or Falcon? Difficult. Head on over to sccplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. For me, I would say definitely Falcon has got this one.
Yeah. Which one?
Yes.
Yes. That's the right way.
Yes. I have the right mindset. You know, just let you guys know. I have the right mindset.
The right attitude.
The right attitude and mindset are very important.
For you guys at home, it's important to have the right attitude in life. You know, if someone says you can't do it, just fight back. Say not with that attitude.
You can fly.
Yes, I can. See, I have the right attitude.
Yes. I'd like to see fly.
You know, I'll ask this to our casters. They can answer whenever. Casters, can you fly? You know, that's the question for them when they get back.
When they get back.
Yeah.
But you know, at this point, I think both these teams
can fly.
Can fly, yeah, literally.
They're Falcons.
Literally and figuratively, because I don't know, man. I don't know, like the sentiment from the community coming into MSC. What was it for Falcon Esports? I feel like a lot of people just, because they're, you know, we've seen a different iteration of Falcon Esports Falcon Esports in the past, and you know, so I'm not sure how expectations were for this team from Myanmar, but we know that they're just a great region that doesn't have as much, like I said, opportunities to compete as some of the other teams here.
I expected them.
好的，我们来看到这场 Falcon 对战 AP Bren 的
Yeah, because
最后一场，
me, Wolf, we go way back.
今天最后一场啊，
Wolf, you were M1 for me.
争夺小组头名。
And during that time, it was the Philippines against Myanmar in the grand finals.
That's right.
左边是缅甸最强战队啊，右边是 M 赛双冠王。
It was different squad. Justin was still here.
Yep.
Super Ken was still there, and then there's always that good product coming from this region. And back in M4, there was even a lot of surprises from Falcon themselves, right? Then M5, they had an okay performance, I would say. They always get out of groups. That's what I can say about this squad.
At this point, that's the what you call it, like
the standard.
That's the standard.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
You just said.
No, I mean, I would not say that a team that doesn't make it out of the groups is not good. I'm just saying, Myanmar's region, they always get out of groups.
It depends on your mindset.
He's saying that because the defending champions are out of groups.
No. Nice. It's all about. You know what? Now we're jumping into the pick and bans here. Falcons AP Bren, the Terizla, and the Ling. Wolf, you said you really like this combo.
Yeah, super duper good. You start with the Terizla, and then all of a sudden you have a Ling flying over your head. The chain stunts will be there. The damage output might not be enough. And of course, even if you try to survive, penalty strike is gonna be a problem for you because it can catch up on you. So I like the answer here coming out from
Falcon.
Falcon, it's Valentina plus the Edith. Now FCAP, they usually answer this with Farsa, but this time it's
IP Brand 掏0了啊。
Maybe they just have a different answer, nice. So maybe they're like, yeah, ban the Farsa. We have a gourd.
I don't know if it's going that like as much as I want to be in agreement with you here, Lapel. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
My main thought is because you already have this link coming up early, what is the answer to stop this link? You know, what is Falcon going to bring to the table to deal with what we saw typically with Kyle TZ on the Hayabusa earlier today?
Yeah.
It's most likely going to be the same tempo set with a link locked in. So for Falcon, what do they think they want to put in the jungle here, Wolf?
Maybe not the jungle, actually. Maybe look towards Boxy, which is a player that really likes to go for those catch-type heroes.
The Kaja, the Chos.
Exactly. And the Tiger also looks to be a good pickup. Well, if you're looking for jungler options, maybe you could just settle for a Boxia so that you're just faster. But then it has a bad combo with the Harriet because you need some sort of physical damage. So maybe match it with like you said, the Hayabusa. Going up against Moscow, it's decent. Just not the Fanny, I would say.
Haven't seen the Nolan in a good minute.
Yeah, but Nolan sort of loses against the Ling. Yeah. Especially when it comes to farm.
Not a Cho pickup. So Bane is the answer. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Bane CC. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, CC's still open.
Yeah, CC's okay versus the Ling, decent versus the Moskov. Gives you that physical damage that you need in the latter portions of the game. So maybe you can settle for a Fredrin or maybe go back to Ramaksha. That could be the answer. And honestly, even when we're really just talking about the Gord, I think Gord might be a good pickup for F-Cup in the end. So there's the Tigreal that we...
Tigreal in the... Hayabusa. Okay.
He did in the EXP this time. Tigreal makes a lot of sense versus the Ling because there's that invade potential. But at the same time, yeah, sure. Let's see the Gord.
Few Gord. It's a great up against the Valentina.
Yeah. The boring option is the Farsa.
Yeah. Which is probably...
Or Aurora.
No, but Farsa might be a...
荷丽塔都上班了。
No, she's a crow.
She's a crow.
But
yeah.
But if you imagine enough, with the right mindset...
Maybe there's a right
if
skin.
You imagine enough?
Like, with the right mindset, Farsa could be a Falcon.
他们这个阵容怕洛丽塔吗？
I was gonna say that needs to be a skin for that to happen.
Yeah. Right, a Falcon, a Peacock.
There we go.
Crow.
The Aurora, indeed.
All right, Aurora.
Aurora's kind of a Falcon. Okay, you know what?
That I can't imagine.
You know what? Okay, you know what? Like, only my imagination can go so far. Thank you very much to our analysts. I'm gonna test the creativity of our casters, but before I test the creativity, I'm just gonna ask, how far can you fly? Fasters, it's your turn. Fasters? Casters.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the Fasters here on the Fast Desk. No, Casters on the Cast Desk, my bad, you know. I'm here
Easy
with
mistakes.
Easy mistake, absolutely. Not the easy server, but hey, you know, we'll answer some of those questions. Firstly, though, we'll make their imagination a reality. Technically, the Aurora can be a Falcons, AP Bren, if they get the World Championship and they make her that skin.
And not only that, to answer LaFell's question, the reason why we're not on camera is because we are flying right now.
We'll
it's Mirko and Trex, baby.
We'll show them right now. We're going to be flying into game number 1 of Falcon versus Falcons AP Bren. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. We'll see who gets the first game because momentum is very, very necessary. And remember, this could be a tie, and maybe we do have a tiebreaker later? Is that how it works?
If it goes 1-1, yeah. We will have a game number 3 between these two teams. No one's been able to bring Falcons AP Bren that long. No one's been able to take a game off them so far. Can Falcon Esports be the one to clip the wings?
Maybe. Maybe it takes a Falcon to beat a Falcon. AP Bren, Kid X, early on in the Tigreal, already very aggressive, but again, this is what we expect from the Cho and the Aurora. So much of that pressure when it comes to the poke and also that mid-prio with the clear speed of this new Cho. An absolute menace early on in the game. But let's take a look at the emblems here. Cal TZ goes with a War Cry. It's Royal Milk with the Brave Smite. So they want to go for a little bit more of a longer team fight here together with Benny and PX7. They have a lot of diversified damage to go up against Falcons AP Bren. And that's already very interesting too. That's a weapon mastery, by the way, for few on the Aurora. So he's expecting to build up on this damage, wait for the mid game.
你看，真正的强队就是零打损了，不选什么废的这种东西了。
up against the Hayabusa.
选费登的都是没跟上版本。
Kyrie was using it, but it was the anime battle. Me and Leo were casting some of those games, and I'm just wondering, Urban, do we think it's straight micro, or is there a favorable, is there a favorable hero in that predicament?
Is this because I
What? I'm just asking a solid question.
Okay, yeah, not reminding me of Indonesia's loss. Okay,
no,
but no,
not at all.
Seriously, I do feel like for the Ling, it's definitely more advantageous to the Ling in the micro perspective as well. Super Marco in the bottom lane, ooh, getting chunked down, but we'll be able to utilize that damage reduction. Kaltizi on the Ling, anyone on the Ling, you can use the Tempest of Blades to escape from the shadow kill. So I would say it's still a skill matchup, but again, you have ways to outplay the Hayabusa a bit more than the Hayabusa has ways to outplay you. And for now, Falcons AP
这边第一个龟放了。
Big kick, way the dragon onto PX7. PX7 a lot of trouble. Will get taken out. Flaptease able to take the first blood.
不是放了，为什么还能死人呀？我发现大家都很喜欢，打野说放了，其他人说不，我要去看一眼，然后就死了。
And that's the advantage you have early on when you have a Terizla. It's almost like you just can't lose the lane. Even if you're 0-1, you find a way to be useful. Sometimes you can be 0-4, but you're still tanky.
偷法这关还是很开心的，可以偷迪斯拉和欧尔拉的打，这两个最好。
already going straight for that war axe, it seems. Wanted dish out a little bit more damage because obviously you just got to kill. You want to utilize that snowball potential, but. For the two junglers, it does seem like
another big way the dragon connects onto PX7. PX7 gonna go down. Super Marco getting the kill this time, and Falcons AP Bren already taking a clean lead of over 1,000 gold. And Falcon, man, they need to try to find something. Dax needs to try to hit a spike, and if everyone else is falling around him, Falcon isn't gonna be able to look for these big team fights that they can capitalize on.
Luckily for them, they haven't been falling all around them, right? It's just been in the mid lane. It's been just PX. Onto PX7. It's not the best as well. You don't want your mid lane to be dying a lot in the early game, but for Dax, I would say early on when we took a look at the gold, Dax was still able to keep it quite level up against Kaltizi, despite the turtle. That was what I was about to say before they went in for PX7 again.
我有点知道为什么伊童这几个版本这么强。
Especially considering you have a strong side in Benny, you might want to utilize that kill pressure.
之前不是改过一次那个防御装削弱，然后坦克的技术属性增强吗？ 之前一直有人喷什么伊童防御装削弱就等于伊童输出削弱了，所以对伊童削弱。但其实不然，因为伊童变人形态了之后，它是额外的防御转成输出属性，自身的双抗是不会转的。也就是现版本伊童变射手了之后，比之前能扛了很多。 满级多了42.5抗，然后21的魔抗，输出降的非常有限啊，因为伊童的额外那个双抗加成的伤害也是提了一点。 也就是伊童在开大变人的时候，至少是一个纯输出装的坦克升版的射手，而不是一个纯粹皮。刚说完就死了。1换5啊，这一波大节奏。
I don't know if we will get a replay there. Flaptease just tanking a few of these turret shots in the mid lane, but even in that kick, the way that they played towards that kick, for the kick, was amazing. Ogwen got the way of the dragon, right? But I don't know if you guys realize. All right, beautiful. STC replay. Take a look at this. We don't get to see it fully, but right as Ogwen gets the way of the dragon, you can see Few, he held down on his Frigid Glacier on the stun. He waited for the full duration of the stun of the way of the dragon before he utilized his ult, and that was just amazing to see because you get the lockdown, you get the damage. It was so perfectly chained together, and this is why I say for the Filipino teams, they are the killers of imagination, because every team they go up against them, they're like, imagine if we get a game off them, imagine if we can even go up against them in the game. No, they shut them down very early, the Dreams early, very
Dream crushers.
6 minutes, 2 turtles, and 7 kills.
Falcons AP Bren, the killer of dreams.
Dreams and imagination.
Shutting them down. just stopping you in your place. They got the stiff arm always out, man. You know, people are running at them, and they just stiff arm you to the ground every time. Doesn't matter the meta. Doesn't matter anything. Falcons AP Brent is holding strong. Falcons Esports, though, need to look for something in this moment.
战役激昂损，
6.5 minutes in.
然后讲一下212。哦，损确实可以大招完美吃到战役激昂啊。
Gonna get frozen up, stunned, tossed against the wall, and taken out Flapdeezy, putting another kill into his pocket. It's 3-0-1 in a tower as well.
You rotate a bit faster, you look for the advantage that you have with mobility, and then you see the Falcons AP Brand just fly without flying heroes. That wasn't even Super Marco with the Spear of Destruction. He just walked there, but it felt so.
但他因为大招 CD9， 所以
You can see that, right? It was a good flicker.
战役激昂每大招40-50秒才能吃一次，平时期间吃战役激昂也没用。感觉损还是带狂招袭击舒服啊。因为虽然战役激昂 CD 短，但是你大招 CD 长，所以天赋效果还是吃不满。
Frigid Glacier comes down just in time now. Ogwin
偷吧，偷了个1桶大，还是要死。
Able to take out Royal Milk. Benny forced to run away. That's a 2 for 0. Falcons AP Bren on the rise.
This is a slaughter. In the first 7 minutes of the game, it's all Falcons AP Bren. It has to be the man advantage that they have, right? Falcons over Falcon. We've you know, kind of assumed how many times they're in the analyst panel, even on stage. What is the Falcons? What is that? Is that like plural? Is just a plural
man,
form? Or is it
that's what happens when it's a Falcon up against Falcons. They're jumping them right now. They brought the whole crew.
Oh man, it's just brutal here, and it's the first item Blood Wings with Genius 1-2 for a few. Despite him going for the weapon mastery and, you know, having so many early kills, he's still going the normal route. He's not really gonna go for anything too crazy. No Holy Crystal first item. That's what I expected personally from Few, but this is why he's been able to win 2 World Championships. He just stays consistent. He doesn't get overconfident.
这场比赛看起来也没什么悬念啊。
And it's more for utility. You already have the base damage for burst in the early game anyways. So why do you need to stack up on damage when you can just stack up on utility? It's hard enough for these members, for Falcon, especially now, to get him low, to get the Pride of Ice. Now add Blood Wings in. Benny up top.
Benny in a little bit of trouble. Drops his Bond's Force. Just dodges Spear Destruction. Kid X trying to help out, but in comes Kyle Teasy with the Tempest of Blades. The dance around and takes out Benny. Way of dragging the combo up and give Kyle Teasy another kill. In the mid side, Dax taken out by Few as well. Falcons with a multiple airstrike all across the map.
Everywhere on the map, destruction. Falcons AP Bren finding every single fight and winning every single fight. That was a good chain CC from Kid X. He used the implosion. He used the swing back with a shove. There's not much else you could do, and Kyle still found a way to get help and to outplay. And now he has an endless battle at the 9th minute of the game. 13-1. It's a 9,000 gold lead for Falcons AP Bren as they take control of the enemy jungle. Falcon can't even fly in their own jungle. They can't fly. Their wings have been clipped by the Falcons AP Bren.
Royal Milk starting to curdle right now. He's 0-3-1. He's unable to even onward in, right? He can't even engage because he's immediately shredded down. And you mentioned Few earlier. He's been so good at the peel. Even when Falcon does get a possible play, Few just freezes him up, man. Drops the Glacier. You know, I mean, it's just such a problem. Falcons have no way to really crack the code right now.
Can't blame them though. You know, for Falcon AP Bren, they're just playing this so well. For Falcon Esports, it's really all about reacting to the plays. They got the Edith, they got the Tigreal, they want to go for these re-engages, but when Falcons AP Bren can purify, not even purify, just Super Marco with the purify, if they can just sidestep away from the CC, away from all your re-engage tools, it's a different ball game, and you can see the respect again. Rose Gold Meteor for Super Marco. 1-0-8, 3-item power spike before the 10th minute. He got the 4th item at the 10th minute. That means he finished it up, like what, at the 8th minute on the Moskov. Up against the Herod. This is a losing matchup.
Benny doesn't even have 3rd item. It's so rough.
They're making their imagination reality, but they're shutting other people's imagination and dreams together now with the First Lord.
Ogwin with another big kick on a Royal Milk this time. Does take a little bit of damage, brought down to about half health. Benny able to find a kill, finally put one on the map. Tempest Blades comes down, Super Marco picks up Benny. Dax looking for the shadow kill.
刚刚去接了个电话。
Super Marco still looking for more.
这波看一下现在场上的局势，打了一波一换3， 感觉有机会一波拿下了。这边只剩2个坦克了，能不能清掉兵？还有一个炮车，清不掉了。
Falcons Esports fall short.
11 minutes, a wipeout by Falcons AP Bren. A complete massacre as they take control of the game.
恭喜 AP Bren 毫无悬念的拿下了第1场比赛胜利啊！
The nail in the coffin, and we don't get to see that much from any team. Falcons AP Bren.
比赛是 BO2， 还有1场。
To this game, but Falcons AP Bren flew past all the levels. I don't even know if we can call it a level. For Falcons AP Bren, they are soaring in the skies above all levels. And for Falcon, aim high, fly high, read that tagline because they're gonna have to make a lot of big adjustments there to be able to even match the early game. And we're gonna throw it over to our panelists to dissect that match.
Thank you very much. You got to throw it a little bit lower. You almost flew over my head. just saying. That was a bad throw. You know, be careful about it. But this is a wide gap between Falcons and Falcon.
Yeah. Yep. It's and I was just like kind of astonished at that last exchange there because I looked at Wolf and I was like, dude, did you see the reactions from Super Marco on that Moscov when he followed up with the Spear Destruction after just moving all over the map? So I don't know. I think that's a way to put it. Right now, Falcons AP Bren, they look nearly perfect, if not perfect already.
Yeah, even the draft looks perfect. And here's, can I nerd out a little bit?
You can.
The Cho has been buffed in a way that maybe some people might not notice, but there is already added physical penetration on the passive, on only fast. You don't only deal more damage with only fast passive, you get it faster, by the way. Then he stacks up. It goes up to what, 14 physical penetration, which is almost like 20% more damage. So the nerd thing is, it's like almost having a Dyroth plus the Ling without having to use a Dyroth.
I would say it's like giving half an item worth of damage. Right?
That's a great metaphor.
Yeah, it's half an item worth of damage. Yeah. Yep. So that's insane. Speaking of which, 11 minutes 46 seconds coming in from both teams. And the thing is,
库若拉纯爆发装啊，天才法杖加闪电权杖。
So I feel like it's still commendable. It's definitely usable to fight against the draft coming in from Falcons AP Brand. Like, is it fair to say that this is more of a mechanical matchup because Kyle Teasy looks like he's getting unleashed using these assassins, and Ogwen on that show too.
Look at the gold per minute.
912.
Yep.
Super. And he's still not reacting to it. He's like,
yes,
it's okay.
Yeah. Already at the office. To answer your question, skill difference actually plays into it, and it's more like a comfortability, I would say.
回家了呀。
The draft, there is the Tigreal, which I did say in the earlier stages of the draft that could be picked versus the Link, and it does work against the Link. What you do is to try to invade. Unfortunately, there wasn't any invade that happened because of the preemptive usage of the Aurora, which was the last pick, and then there's the Cho. If you try to go up against this duo and try to invade versus the Link, or at least stop the Link from farming, that's not gonna happen because you're gonna receive a lot of damage. Again, only fast passive, and then you have the Jeet Kundo in the early concussive blast. Yeah, you can see that it's difficult for the Tigreal to move, although it makes sense for the Tigreal to go up against the Link. The other heroes prevent that Tigreal to do what he's supposed to do.
And let's talk about the Aurora as well. Like, a lot of top teams are using the Aurora and they're getting a lot of success. Like, why is the Aurora looking good now?
I think part of it is she does provide good damage, a lot of burst. But I think part of it is the fact that she has that passive where for a while, I think even in wildcards, we saw some Nana pop up quite a bit because the passive that she brings in burst damage. Yeah.
The Dana.
Then, that one. But the problem with it is that her damage was just linear, right? It's right in front of you, right? Yeah. Whereas Aurora, you can actually put a lot more threat with poke and then her ultimate. But then you have Immortality, her passive plus Winter's Crown. And that's there's so many fights right now.
I have another nerd answer to that.
Yes.
So Aurora is the anti-meta because the metagame heroes right now are Roger, Harith, as well as Ling.
Yep.
Ling and Roger are technically assassins, think about it. So what are the mages that can counter the assassins? That's Valentina, in a way Nana because of the passive, and of course Aura because of the passive and the frozen mechanic.
Yeah.
And then you have Harith. Harith, usually can outplay most mages, but Aurora is actually an answer to the Harith because you cannot dash through all of those that damage, and one combo you're just gonna melt because you get frozen constantly. So yeah, Aurora is the anti-meta. I'm just happy that it appeared in the group stages, although it took some time before it appeared. But yeah, claiming it now, Aurora is the anti-meta.
I mean, here's the thing, back in Malaysia, Stormy's been using. But now we got to look at our Sony match MVP of the game. And it's going to be Flap Teasy. Now we got to look at the highlights here. Flap has been phenomenal. Again, just a world champion MVP, you know?
Yeah. You know, it's in going back to it, again, referencing the round table, even if he has to still pick these heroes we typically see, the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, he's still going to play them near perfectly. He's always there either peeling or setting things up for the team. And I think, even to be said, I'm expecting the knockouts that we see probably some surprises from Flap Teasy, because we heard it from him as well. They want their revenge, and they have one team in mind. And so everybody else is just, you know, a step further to that goal, that possible rematch that we get to see from the MPL Grand Finals.
Yeah. His Link Terizla should be answered, honestly. It's crazy to think about. Like, you just initiate with a Terizla, and then all of a sudden there's another Link. And then you couple up with a Cho, which we saw Cho plus the Terizla already deals a lot of damage because of the physical damage amplification and the penetration that you get from the Cho. And then you also have the Link. Flap Teasy had a field day today. It kind of felt like a very active Terizla, even when Terizla is typically, you know, typically very slow. But yeah, he played it so well. Very efficient, I would say.
The thing about Flap is that he makes me feel old. Like, I remember the time where he was just a fan, a casual fan, watching in MPL, just like, oh my god, you know, MPL players, they're so cool. And then now he's one. And then he's a world champion. It's like,
I can still remember the day when I used to coach a team, or not coach a team, that included Flap Teasy. And we both used to play. And I remember back then he was a top student, actually.
Yeah.
It was still, he's technically not a rookie because it's not like pro, but it's like already a team. And then he was still studying. It was he was taking school seriously while grinding it out in the Land of Dawn.
Now look where he is.
Now look where he is. Now look where I am.
Now look where you are.
Here. He's there, soaring high.
Hey, you're soaring too, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look at where every one of us is, right? Like,
yeah, he's the building.
Your first international was MSC.
It was.
Oh yeah,
MSC 2022. You know, I went from being what, a teacher to now here.
He's actually a teacher.
You know.
Yeah, and you know what? With that, we're talking a lot about Falcon CP brand. So let's actually watch this video that we prepared for you guys.
Falcon's AP brand, formerly known as AP brand, formerly known as Bren Esports, one of the household names of MLBB Esports and one of the most decorated teams out there for the entire game. Now, I know we had some expectations for them in the grand finals of the MPL Philippines. They didn't meet them, but it makes a great story leading into the group stage here because we can finally see how those adjustments are. And I think you really have to keep an eye this time on, of course, Bulletproof Super Marco, man. He's got his nickname because throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs, he barely died. His KDA is something insane that a lot of us have not seen before. And with the way the gold lane's going right now, keep an eye on Super Marco. The rest of the team obviously also just doing an amazing job, and I can't wait to see how they've adjusted to the current patch.
I don't know. I don't know who that was.
Fine gentleman.
Very fine gentleman. Talking about Falcons AP brand, talking about Super Marco, like, you would think that he's a fan, you know?
给我播困了，还有最后一场，赶紧打完吧，打完下班了，下播了。
That guy was spitting.
What was the facts that guy was spitting again?
Super Marco, man.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him.
Bulletproof
Marco.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy was like Nesu or something, but yeah.
Joseph.
Shout outs to KB, by the way.
Shout outs, but yeah, shout outs to Super Marco.
Yeah,
Super Marco. We definitely have to look out for that guy. Where again, it's like nowadays he's making highlight plays, and for him it's no longer a big deal. Like even if he gets a savage, it's like
Nothing is ever a big deal for Supermarket. I wonder what will actually make him cheer. Right?
What was the biggest? What was the biggest celebration? It's like, woo.
Yeah, literally, I think it was.
Ooh. Oh.
They actually joke about that over in the Philippines.
Yeah.
You know, they always try to get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah. Maybe we should wait if they do get the big chip, the big bag here at MSC 2024. Maybe he's gonna react differently. Who knows?
Maybe not.
Or maybe not even like maybe let's ask the viewers what can make Super Marco smile at this point.
You're talking about reactions and you're talking about happy reactions. What about sad ones? Because we've prepared a special reaction here where this is looking at all the losing teams like. Actually, it's just Falcon, but still, like, sorry. I see 4 screens. I would just assume, right? Yeah. Looking at, they look fine though. They don't look devastated.
Well, they technically should be. I mean, they're going to knockouts. This
it's like good news, bad news.
In a way, this is like, well, at least we get to kind of like limit test a little bit against a team that is also defending world champions.
That's right.
So, however they come out from this, it's a learning experience for them.
Yeah.
That's what I think Homeboys is telling themselves too. After fighting Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just limit testing. Like, it's okay to lose.
You know the good thing about being grouped with Team Liquid Echo?
What?
They're not going to be facing Team Liquid Echo in the knockouts.
You're right.
Round 1.
You're right. You know what? Count your blessings, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
true.
But then they can meet Falcon.
They can meet Falcon.
Pick your poison, man. Pick your poison.
Hey, it's not over yet. Maybe, well, Falcons, maybe they get game number 2, and then eventually force a tiebreaker, then get number 3.
I mean, after this, we're going to have a group draw, so, you know.
To find
out. Are you
out.
going to be doing the group draw?
I don't think.
Wolf.
I wish.
Wolf. You've seen MSC. Listen to me. We've been working for a while now. Do you think they would allow me to do the draw?
All the same, I want you to do the group draw with Mirko.
Mirko is listening, and Mirko, let me just tell you, I'm pretty sure the boss won't allow us to draw.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening, boys.
For those who don't know, because of what Mirko and LaFell did, that they didn't do intentionally, they put Indo versus Indo in the first round.
Oh, so if we draw right now, it'd be Malaysia versus Malaysia.
That's my guess.
BH versus BH. You know what? Maybe that's the best way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, now we're jumping into the draft. Falcon AB brand going up against Falcon.
it's gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right. So Angela and Faramis getting banned out. Louis as well as Chips getting banned out.
Yep. Should be
好的，今天的最后一场比赛
then Falcon or FCon will be forced to ban out Link.
Falcon 能不能赢下一局
Puts them in a very good spot, actually.
Man, how do you if you're Falcon here, how do you adjust from the previous game? Because let's be honest, that was a massacre. It was what, 11 minutes?
That's right. I think
how do you stop from that being replicated here with Falcon's AP brand?
Hopefully get a comfortable mid duel. I mean, the tie groupless, the Valentina it's okay, but at the same time it's very conditional.
Can I just say, pick up a draft that you can use Florin.
Like what we saw before, Faramis Florin.
I mean, Falcon's style is prolonged team fight. The draft before, it wasn't really a prolonged team fight.
Okay.
Falcon goes Florin Faramis.
Faramis bad, but maybe that's a different mage. Aurora may be able to like.
Oh, I like this.
That's right.
They're denying the combo. But if you're F-Cup, you
依然没有选择白灵啊，还是ban掉了边路这个版本边路一哥。
Maybe Caltese has a plan.
迪
It's
斯
like
拉
I'm gonna use different heroes every single game. So maybe this time he'll pick up the Julian.
I don't care. Going up against they pick up Arlet instead.
P 不是一抢阿洛特吗？啊，不是啊，是一抢了零。
Roger instead of the Harith. I would be more comfortable playing.
我说怎么可能一抢阿洛特？
Going up against the Ling instead of the Harith.
阿洛特优先级还是挺高的。
Easily manageable.
At this point, I just like Roger in general.
Yeah.
I think most teams do.
Yeah.
Go for the Roger. What'd you say the answer for the Ling was again? Earlier?
Tiger. Yeah.
Tiger.
Edith.
Edith Arlong?
一头。
Super flex. They are.
Yeah. Both can go EXP, both can go rogue.
Yeah. They're forcing FCAP to choose between Roger and Harith. In this case, I would rather just pick up Roger if I'm FCAP. You're going to be A-okay with that. And then pick up Valentina, which is perfect against these two heroes.
Yeah. Actually, we've seen Valentinas before even just take and either a Primal Wrath or mostly the Final Slash. But there's the Roger. There's the Valentina.
Yep. On the dot. We got him.
Got him. Now the answer from FCON here, mid lane.
I don't know about the Hive.
Maybe they pick up the Aurora.
Yeah, I feel like the Aurora is good.
They pick up Moskov. Understandably so. Good combos with the Ardent and the Edith.
I always forgot about the Moskov.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he's picked up probably like 80% of the time.
So this probably is the first time where Harith will not be picked or banned by any of these teams, right?
Yeah.
I love it. We are transforming. Last day and last series of the group stages, we have seen a different approach to the metagame. FCUP though, worth it to ban the Aurora.
Yep.
We did say that it could be picked up. Now it's banned. So FCON, gonna be looking towards banning out maybe Lolita actually. That's so that they can still pick up the Novaria afterwards. Oh, they banned Ruby instead. Understandable.
Ruby's been a menace too so far, you know, in the current meta. I feel like a big part of that again is just playing into the fact that so many assassins are being picked up once again, and the Roger especially. But you know, this time around, FCON doesn't want to pick up the Ruby themselves.
Two mages comes to mind for FCON. That's Nana and Farsa. Farsa is decent versus the Valentina, and they pick up the Kagura instead.
Teams are really
全乐最后一手打野给到 counter 位。
I was almost even gonna say Xavier, even though Xavier is not exactly that great going up against Ling, but you know, go big or go home. Well, they're not going home, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're not just yet.
Yeah.
有没有新东西套一套？
FCAP, and the Cho is still open. That's actually a much better hero. And then you look for another setup hero for Mr. Flap. Maybe a Barrett's actually, which will be a formidable frontline here for FCAP. Matilda Barrett's actually looks real good for FCAP here.
Actually, yeah, Matilda Barrett's.
Yeah.
Still left open, but the Cho is actually going to be the answer.
Yeah, there's a Cho, as expected.
Also last pick. What was that last pick?
Yeah, it should be the Barrett's, right?
Oh, that looks like Barrett. Yep. I was going to say, it looks like Barrett's leg. All right.
Got him.
Small Barrett's.
Okay, so...
That's true. He doesn't have the stacks yet.
老歪解说猜真准啊，巴特兹。
Immediately goes for the Fanny.
Okay.
凡尼哦。
Go if you want to fly.
If you want to fly.
All right.
If you want to fly, then you gotta bring out the Fanny. So you know what? We're gonna fly it over to our casters. It's not the greatest throw, but you know, just take it. Just take it.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad throw, LaFell, but it's okay. We're good at catching. Me and Trex, especially. Actually, no, T-Rexes have very short arms.
You're great at catching.
We are. You know, we caught a stray as well. Mr. Wolf was saying, you know, the good thing about being grouped, and then he continued that with something else, but I don't think there's anything good about getting grouped.
Nothing at all.
We can relate.
We can definitely relate a lot.
Okay, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at who's going to cement themselves as first place here in Group D. Will it be Falcons AP Bren with a 2-0 sweep up against Falcon Esports, or will Falcon Esports be able to force us to a 1-1 and possibly that brutal tiebreaker? In the mid lane, Kid X already getting bullied down by Ogwen on the Cho. Few on the Valentina again. Oh my god, they don't even want to let him recall.
Bro, Ogwen's been so aggressive on this Cho for the past game, and now, once again, right in their face. I mean, in PX7 this time, on the Kagura, like, yes, you have some mobility, but you're still not that crazy, and it's just a prime target. Dax on the Fanny, though, what are you thinking about it, Mirko?
You know, I really like it again for Falcon Esports. Something crazy to fight the Ling with should be the Fanny. I think, you know, this is a very, very good matchup. You can go with a burst, but obviously, if you lose out in the early game and this Ling snowballs, it's still going to be kind of the same issue that you had.
这还是阿洛特辅助啊，一统边路。
catch him later on with the Tempest of Blades. You have an outplay maneuver in the mid lane. Again, it's just going to be very hard for PX7 to really go for the play. In the bottom lane, though, this is what we expect for Super Marco. He was already in a losing matchup on the Moskov Harith, and he won that lane with the help of Ogwen. Now, with the help of Kaltizi, he's going to be able to utilize that winning matchup even more
the kill threat on Benny, as he also went for Purify, by the way. So once he gets all in by these assassins, it's going to be tough for him to survive.
Dax looks like he's going for something on the top side, looking for a few. Caught on the tower. First blood. He missed the cable.
missed cable， 不是这凡尼，这连空2次，跟我似的，太有乐子了，兄弟。
To Dax's confidence, especially here Ogwen getting the prio in the mid lane, level 4. That's a level advantage as they'll go straight to the turtle, and I don't think Falcon can actually go for it without Dax. He doesn't have purple buff.
Oh, nice Dena's welcome. Locks on, Royal Milk goes down, Dax tries to come in, Kaltese still able to take the turtle, and Dax falls as well. It's a 2 for 0, a turtle on top of it.
凡尼0杠2开局结束了。
Just like last game, and now Kid X in a bad spot as well. PX7 trying to come in and help out Ogwen. Just looking for the kick, just looking for the knock up. A final slash comes from Few, but does not connect. Nice evening overturn from PX7. Can PX7 pick up something here? No. Few still gets away, and that's 5-0 at 3 minutes in.
结束了。
Falcons AP Bren
结束了这一把。
It almost seems like game number 1 didn't end. They just translated all the advantages over to game number 2. Few was so low. That was a great combo from PX7, and even then, they weren't able to catch him. Did you see also a little bit of a crazy thing that happened was Ogwen, he actually soaked in the damage of the Spear of Destruction, because if PX7 did all that with the Spear of Destruction connecting, look at this, Ogwen just body blocked it. I think that was unintentional, but at this point, I don't know what is intentional. It seems every single move was intentional. And then the flicker, obviously, with the G Kundo. You can see the the reaction from Master Ogwen. The reaction as well from Falcon Esports. At least, you know, they're laughing at the plays. They're laughing at like, oh, how unkillable they are. But 5-0, 3 minutes in, it's literally just deja vu, but a bit more, you know, crazy.
I mean, Falcon Esports are laughing because whether they win or lose this, a bird won today. Birds up, baby.
The bird pride is what we should say, right? I mean,
他又
on this Fanny, they were saying in the
丢绳子了，哎
they
呦！
wanted to fly, if they wanted to look for a big play, it has to be with the Fanny, but he also does need to hit those cables to actually go for these assassinations. And at this point, it's really hard to go for an assassination onto anyone. Who do you go for? If you go on Super Marco, he has that built-in damage reduction. When he goes on Lycan form, there's a oh my god, Parats. The Ling is kind of uncatchable with the Tempest of Blades, and even if you go on the Valentina, technically Ogwen will be there right next to him. Falcons AB Bren, with all the prio in the world, it's going to be a free turtle over to them. Again, Kaltese doesn't even utilize the retry, and we'll just go to the invade Ogwen.
Ogwen's always there. He's always waiting. He's even got the ghillie suit skin on right now, just blending into the map.
He's tactical with it.
He's tactical with it, as the great Arashi might say.
Ooh.
Now, in the boss side, Ogwen still there, always watching, always waiting. PX7 and Kid. I mean, it's literally, they're just always getting harassed by this man. Let's take a look at some of these items. Anything major pointed out?
No, I mean, the Berserker's Fury being built very early, I guess, and the Dominance Ice as well for the Barats. Understanding that there's going to be a lot of sustain still for the side of Falcon Esports, especially in these fights with the Primal Wrath. And you can see even here.
Oh, no, that is bad for Dax. Dax going to go down. The Tempest of Blades right after a big kick to the face. Now in the mid side, PX7 is going to fall as well. Ogwen able to get the kill. Falcon Esports still unable to put one on the map. Royal Milk just rotating in the mid to try to defend so they don't lose any big objectives there too.
想睡觉了。
Bottom lane conceal. They're going to go for it, Ogwen.
Ogwen blocking on. Kid X able to dash back, still trying to escape. Going to get terrified though. Gobbled up. Nom nom nom. Bashed against the wall and taken out. Super Marco gets the kill this time.
Bashed against the wall, stomped. There, as you can see, his corpse. And now in the bottom lane, Benny!
Benny! Benny's not okay. Super Marco gonna find one there. They're all over the map once again. Just airdrops, bombs, left, right. Nowhere is safe against the Falcons.
They're all flying, man. They're basically making all these heroes fly. They're all Falcons. They were talking about it in the panel. How are they gonna make these heroes Falcons? How are they gonna make them fly?
well, they're doing a good job at doing that right now. The mobility is there. Dax is forced to use the cutthroat on the purple buff to clear it faster, and even that is not enough.
Another big kick. Well, wait, a nice final slash comes in. A little bit of damage. Super Marco trying to get involved. Few able to take out PX7. The Terrify locks down Kid and secures the kill for Kyle Teasy. Royal Milk now just trying to block this tower and save something. They find Ogwin, and that's the first kill for Falcon Esports.
All right, let's read this fan's message. It's just Falcon's AP Brennan. He's here just to support Falcon's AP Brennan. You know, all that effort from Falcon Esports, the way that they were able to handle the engage from Falcon's AP Brennan, they were able to stop that pick from happening. It was all just to get one kill on the roamer, Ogwin.
And they lost so much just for that one kill. I mean, maybe it could have been more. You could look at it that way. Maybe it could have been a full wipe at this point. Who knows? Falcon's AP Bren is just dominating. We are about, what is that, 8,000 gold ahead? 7,000 gold ahead for Falcon's AP Bren. Another turtle. Bloodwings, as you said. Falcon's AP Bren just taking off.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, you know, for the Fanny, if the other 4 members can't be picked off, I guess the Valentina could be the one you go for, but now he has a Bloodwing. So extra defense again with the extra shielding. You get the movement speed once he gets deleted as well. So many ways for Falcon's AP Bren to actually go for the counter engage or just to maneuver out of Falcon Esports' engage. And Benny is really looking for that item power spike, but considering how hard he's been bullied in lane by Super Marco, he's 2 levels down. As a gold laner, I would know. You know, I don't go up against Super Marco every day, but sometimes I do go up against some really good gold laners. And if you're down 2 levels as a gold laner, that means you're down by a heck of a lot when it comes down to gold. Now another invade Dax. There's no purple buff for you, not here.
Kid X able to get a nice final slash, but gets hit by the Tethan as well. Come with the flicker to the side to bash him against the wall again. A lot of damage on the Royal Milk. Dax is trying to do something. Super Marco able to find PX7. Kid X under the tower along with Royal Milk. Might still go down, but Bulletproof Marco shows up with a shot to the chest. Benny trying to respond. Gets a couple shots onto Few, but takes one to himself. Kyle Teasy on the run. Kid X able to find the kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Falcon Esports finally finding one that's even.
Finally, that's great for Falcon Esports. They get some big bounties too with the shutdown, but the big problem is the fact that Dax is still down and the kills went towards Kid X. That's a roamer, right? Yes, he'll be a bit more tanky. He'll be able to soak in some more damage, but with Dax falling so far behind, Super Marco might just be going for it. Like it pounced. Back, baby. That could have been it.
不是刚刚那个伤害和动作有点不匹配啊。
Ready to go.
That's why you call him Super Marco.
He's got superpowers.
Look at the sky. What is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super Marco flying in the sky as a Roger. That's why, man. I can't believe it. I saw Roger fly away the dragon.
Nice way of the dragon. Once again, Royal Milk in a little bit of trouble. Super Marco with another kill on his belt. Put the notches in. Benny trying to make up lost ground in the bot lane, though.
The little mechanical plays, man, made by Falcon's AP Brando. That's a good macro play from Benny. At least get something on the board for that enhanced lore. No, just the first lore. You know, the game's been going on so crazily. 14 kills in the first 9 minutes that it feels like we're already in the enhanced lore part of the game. But even in the mid lane skirmish, tier 2, if you remember, the onward to the Earthshatter. The Earthshatter was dodged away from by Roger. Just with the Lycan form back to the human form. Ogwin, again, trying to invade.
Ogwin, okay, Yin Yang overturn comes in, but not able to connect on to anybody major. Royal Milk still defending the mid side. Dax up against Super Marco, but a big kick onto Royal Milk there. The Terrify connects as well. Flap Teasy tries to get the knockback, unable to connect, but the Earthshatter does connect onto Flap. Still nothing major from Falcon Esports. Super Marco just farming away right now. He is everywhere, doing everything all at once.
Bulletproof, Super. What else do we call him, man? Mr. Marco.
Mr. Marco.
This guy has been an absolute miracle of a player. GDS in the 10th minute of the game. The damage dealt also in favor of Mr. Super Marco, man. 29,512, followed then by the Valentina, the Ling, and then we see a Falcon Esports player, and it's the Kagura, who's actually been able to dish out so much damage. Royal Milk dashing back. They still have the Holy Defense, and they'll be able to utilize it to clear out this wave. But it feels like for Falcon Esports, they're stuck in their own base. They can't really even leave it.
All right, so Falcon Esports, what do they do at this point? 8K behind?
Tunnel in, man.
Just tunnel in, boys. Try to get a big play from Royal Milk or a big slash from Kid X. some sort of answer. Keep letting Dax kind of push these off lanes, go a little bit out. As long as he doesn't get caught by a flying Super Marco, he should be okay.
You know, usually you would say for the Sky Piercer, it's a good item for Snowball, right? But in this case, they are snowballing so hard that they don't even need the Sky Piercer. They don't even need the extra execute. They deal enough damage. That's why you don't see any Sky Piercers when teams are this far ahead. The Sky Piercer becomes useless. You're basically executing in every single attack that you do. And you can see for Dax at least, he's having a little bit of fun here, you know, just flying around in base. And like we said earlier, there's not really much they can do if they step out. So this is all they can do, trying to soak in as much of the minions coming in, and even then it's hard. I think for Falcon Esports, again, this is gonna sound really strange, but it would have been better for them if they lost the base turret, because at least some of the super minions will be shoving back towards them and they'll be able to get farmed. Because the way that they're playing now, Falcon's AP Brand, they're freezing all waves. They're really denying Falcon Esports to play MLBB. They ban MLBB away from Falcon.
They ban it. Great way to put it. I like that Dax, you know, he's got to fly somewhere, sitting in the base right now. Super Marco still just getting the farm up. And I think they are going to try to clear this bot lane soon with Lord coming up in the top side. Make sure the long lane is pushing. Falcon Esports, I think they kind of smell it. They know it's possibly coming. And leaves the one minion just to prolong it, just to let it sit for a minute, and then eventually slow push.
That's the BBB. That's a big bad bod picked up by Mr. Kyle Teasy on the lane. And now, I mean, at this point, they're just going to go for it. There's going to be an Enhanced Lord as well for Falcon's AP Brand. There is absolutely no chance that Falcon Esports try to contest for it. Oh, Super Marco, that's a win of nature. You get the, you know, you don't get as much the duration as a normal marksman, and he still goes for it. He knows, you know what, it's fine. I just need a second. I just need less than that. Just survive a little bit when I go in. Oh, Gwen gets away.
Get away from this orange bomb.
This would be like, yeah, nah, this is not your territory, brother. This is Master Ogwens. This is FCAP. This is the Falcons, not the Falcon.
Get it right. This is our hood right now. Stepping down on Falcon Esports. This is my turf, fool.
Oh, Immortality too. As if you're not unkillable already, Master Ogwen. You decide to make Falcon Esports' day a bit worse, and now they're concealed.
Seal play. Who's he going to go for? Benny, are you okay? Royal Milk as well. Nice Terrify. Decides not to use the kick. He had to wait for it. Just pop back up, so it's going to be coming soon. I can guarantee it. Falcons, AP Bren, Lord finally connects. Inhibitor does drop on the bot side. And they're going to play it nice and slow, wait for the next wave.
No real reason to rush, you know. If you're Falcons AP Bren, you got all the time in the world. That's an 11,000 gold lead. That's a 11 kill lead in the 13th minute of the game. Now entering the 14th, and PX7 has only just built up the glowing wand. Another siege as Kyle Teasy zones them just by standing on the wall.
I'm waiting for that big kick from Ogwen. That big punt to the face. Kid X though in trouble. Tempest Blades does come down. Flap Teasy first of all to map. Dax able to finally get a kill under his belt. They do lose another inhibitor though. Falcons Esports still hanging on. Looking up for just a moment. One little slip up, one little mess up. Maybe they can try to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we were talking about the conditions for Falcon Esports, how they're actually going to be able to get farm, and it is with conceding some of these base turrets, giving it away to FCAP. Ogwen just dashes away.
Ooh, Dax. Ogwen does have the immortality pop, but look at the response from Super Marco. Royal Milk melts, and everyone else is melting as well. Few Kyle Teasy all gonna kill for themselves. Kidek's gonna be the Nux, securing a double kill for Kyle Teasy. Dax, the only man standing, the last Falcon. That's why it's not plural. Just Dax against the birds. Falcons, AP Bren looking to close things out, and the Flying View connects. Falcons, AP Bren secure the win and show who the real big birds are.
Falcons, AP Bren with a declaration of war to everybody who have qualified through to the knockout stages. What was that? A perfect performance from a team that already looked scary, from a team that already looked unbeatable.
Just to seal the deal.
Just to seal the deal.
Let them know. We're coming for knockouts.
This time I am really, really speechless for Falcons AP Bren. That performance left, I think, even the comments bamboozled. Gobsmacked. What are the other words for these? Skibbity coming in.
Skibbity AP Bren.
As you like to say,
oil up because
oil up, baby.
It's about to get crazy in the knockout stages, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the sportsmanship though from Falcons AP Brand and Falcon Esports. For Falcon Esports, it's completely fine. They still are able to qualify through to the knockout stages. At least they didn't get grouped, right, Trex?
That's true. They didn't get grouped.
Can't say much, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. You know what's worse than getting grouped though?
What?
Getting grouped twice.
Getting grouped twice.
Yeah. Like 2 teams getting grouped. You know,
yeah.
if NA had 2 teams in MSC and they both got grouped, I would feel really bad.
I thought you were talking about back-to-back, just like NA,
yeah, that's true.
This year. So, a couple different ways. That's why it's relative, right? It's subjective.
It's subjective.
It all comes down to your minds. If you believe, then you can make it happen. And Falcons AP Brand, they believe the Cho could fly. It flew. They believe the Roger could fly. It flew. It doesn't make sense, but they did it. You know, they are a team full of imagination and full of execution because they were able to make it work. And now we definitely will get a little bit of imagination as we try to find questions for this team. I mean, at this point, how do you even ask them questions, right? They win every single time.
I mean, you ask them. They already told us they want to go up against Liquid Echo. We know that from Flap TZ.
You know the vision.
Just ask them how easy the group was. Ask them if this server is easy or not. There's a lot of things you could come up with. Because right now, Falcons AP Brand are sitting at the top of the pedestal in this group. And with groups finally being over, we're going to be going to knockouts soon.
They certainly are. And I think everybody waiting back at home are also very excited for the knockouts. But before we get to the knockouts draw, the knockout stage, we'll have an interview with the wonderful Master Ogwen together with Mara and the Wood Sandstorm.
And that is a wrap on the group stage as we finalized Group D.
结束了。
First seed Ogwen of Falcons AP Brand. First of all,
恭喜 Preview 拿下小组第一啊！今天直播也到这里了，溜了，没比赛了，明天还有最后一个小组赛啊！拜拜。
I think I prefer Homeboys and Fireflux.
Why? Why Homeboys or Fireflux?
Because Homeboys, ano kasi, tropa namin yung Homeboys outside the game.
Because they're friends with Homeboys outside the game.
Gusto namin kalaban sila.
That's why you want to face them. You want to